listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Pennies, Jim Crow, and mass incarceration. Redline and lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one, cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black. We pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country. To win, you need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Pennies, Jim Crow, and mass incarceration. Redline and lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one, cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black. We pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country. To win, you need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Welcome to Reset Race, where we talk about race and politics and how those things intersect, especially for those of us who descended from slaves here in the United States of America. So, my name is Michael Graham, Max by Press. I don't know if I said it. I never do. But, and we're going to introduce you to the crew here today. We're short one today, but we still love them. So we're going to start off with Sam. As always, Sam, introduce yourself to the people.
Yes, you have the Khaleesi in the building. I am. So we have decided to give Tim Black his flowers. Yes. So for those of y'all who be like, Tim Black missed the mark on Force to Vote. Yes, he did. And he did. So we are moving on because we forgive these white liberal racists all the fucking time for their bullshit. Tim made a mistake and Tim is riding hard for the Black American descendants of chattel slavery. So we're gonna give this man his flowers. So we're gonna start off. He did this video on Bill Maher, and Bill Maher is being a good good white liberal racist, talking about all the progress that has been made by this country that white people can enjoy and Negroes should be proud of. So let's get this popping. John, go ahead and do your intro. You can holler at me 17 trillion. I'll be on Twitter until the midterms pick up. Once the midterms pick up, I'm out, bitches, because I don't have enough stress. I don't have enough. There isn't enough weed in the world. There isn't enough fucking gummies, tinctures to get me through another election cycle of listening to stupid people convince me why I should just give up caring about Black people so all of y'all can be happy. And then we come back where we are right now with Joe Biden, ain't shit going on. So I'm sitting this one out. So enjoy me for the next 6 months, bitches. Especially if you really want to talk shit, please do that in the next 6 months, because after that, it's going to be a wrap. So go ahead, John.
Yeah. Nah, you're right, Sam. Like, yeah, but this is John C., average American Negro. And we here, you know, I don't know what's going on. It's Juneteenth time, so I guess we giving our ancestors making us be nice for some reason. I don't know why, though. Maybe they like, yo, just chill out a little bit, like, keep the smoke for later. But, like, yeah, but nah, this is Tim Black. You know that, like Sam said previously, we kind of criticized them. We kind of gave them some shots, but we did it in a nuanced way, because we showed them love, too. MG was always saying, even when we was like, yo, you was with Forced to Vote type shit. I mean, you was with the squad doing Forced to Vote. We was like, MG would be like, but he did bring Dr. Darity on. And on this show, like numerous times, I did say, like, he never let go of his blackness. And that, feel me, like, and that might be the issue why he not as big as he, you know what I mean? Like, we had a fundamental disagreement with him. We never challenged if he was Black enough. You know what I mean? Like, we never, we never thought he was Ben Dixon. We just had fundamental political disagreements with him.
Yeah, we just different strategies.
Yeah, different strategies. Yeah, that's all it was about. So, you know what I mean? So let's get into this video, man, because Tim Black did his thing on this shit, man, and we gonna talk about it. So.
And since you brought up Juneteenth, y'all gonna have to bear with me, because we're gonna do 2 Tim Black videos, but we're not gonna do the whole video because we're not gonna pirate all Tim's content. But we talk a lot of trash. We talk a lot of trash about what people not saying, about people cooning, about people shucking and jiving, about people being, well, I talk about people being mammies. So since this Black man is out here, like I said, this is Tim. This is Tim Black week for me. Like, his videos keep popping up in my algorithm. I watch them like, yeah. So, you know, we talk so much trash. So let me give this man his flowers. Now, if you fuck up in the future, I'm gonna drag that ass.
You're gonna get him.
But I've been listening to Kevin Samuels, and I want to love and elevate Black men. So let's go.
Yes.
So we gonna start.
You'll get in trouble, Sam.
That's good.
So since John brought up Juneteenth, we're gonna start with Tim Black's video. Juneteenth is great, but what about this? We just gonna go up until he says what y'all all are thinking, well, what we're thinking.
Chuck Schumer made an announcement. He said he just put a bill on the Senate floor from Senator Markey and Senator Tina Smith to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. It passed the Senate. Next up, it should pass the House, then to President Biden's desk for a signature. That's right, guys. Yay! Woo! A bill to make Juneteenth a federal holiday clears the Senate. Yeah. That's right. Juneteenth, if you guys don't know, that's June 19th, 1865, is designated as the day of the commencement of the freedom of the slaves. 150 years later, a little bit more than that, 154 years, I guess. I'm trying to do the math in my head, maybe 55? 55? All right. They want to make this a holiday. Now, look, first of all, guys, I'm going to say this boldly, right? That's great for y'all. I mean, you know, for the country. Why is it so easy to get this done? You know why it was so easy, right? Why do you think it was so easy? I mean, they passed the Senate. Passed the Senate with no problem, man. No, I didn't hear any arm twisting. No one's been talking about it all week about how hard it was to get done. Nobody had to offer Joe Manchin their firstborn. Kristen Cinema didn't have a problem.
All right.
What's the votes on this? How close was it? I got an idea why it was so easy to get done, guys. Because in the grand scheme of things, it don't mean shit.
Yes! Thank you, Tim Black. Yes! Thank you, Tim Black. We're going to start with that because we're not going to pirate his whole content. So thank you. Please, everybody go watch Tim Black TV. A Juneteenth day is great, but what about this? Please watch the rest of the video because he got like a whole another 6 minutes and he gonna go in. But we just gonna respond to that because we got another video. But Tim Black, yes, sir, take your flowers. Hooray! Hooray! Okay, who would like to go first? Who would like to go first? Because he said what all Black people are thinking.
Yeah, well, all reasonable Black people are thinking. There's a lot of Negro liberals who are thinking, oh, well, this is wonderful. Now they're really doing something for us.
If you believe that, I need you to, since Chrissy Teigen's canceled, I'm not gonna say what she said, but CC Chrissy Teigen's emails. Can I forward them to you? Because if you think Juneteenth is great for Black people, I need you to Chrissy Teigen CC 2010, i.e. kill yourself. I said it. I said it. When they was like in 2010, she was telling people to kill themselves. I was like, shit. In 2005, I was telling people to kill themselves. So I guess that's terrible. Thank God there was no Twitter. But thank you, Tim Black, for keeping it a buck, because this ain't about shit. This ain't putting no money in people's pockets. All this is really doing is giving white people an extra holiday that they get to stay home from, because most Black people work on national holidays. I'm just saying, except for the ones who work for public service.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Black people most Black people who are working are in the public sector. They're out there working, their 3 or 4 jobs, or they have their own private practice or whatever. And these holidays don't really matter. This is all symbolism that we don't need. Y'all could have kept this holiday and fight. And we should have been talking about reparations. I think my 2 cents. I think that Sheila Jackson Lee had every intention of having a vote for HR 40 on Juneteenth until Joe Biden said. Did Joe Biden said there will be no more action on reparations? Joe Biden said that there will be no action on reparations. He told the Democrats. Yep, he said that no more movement on reparations, so they had to do something. So it became Juneteenth. So this is your consolation prize, niggas.
Who else is ready for the midterms? Now, I'm not gonna be on here talking about the shit, but let me tell you, I'm ready for the red wedding, and I want to be sitting up in the rafters with the fucking violinists and shit, watching everybody get slaughtered at the dinner.
And then after they get slaughtered, burn the dragons over there and burn the castle down. Real shit. After everybody gets slaughtered, do what you do, Khaleesi. Bring and melt the castle down, because you already know this is gonna be a shit show.
Listen, I keep saying this, y'all. I'm trying to be pregnant and married by the end of the year. There's no way I can go through a pregnancy, through another election cycle. Y'all know I was so angry that I wanted to get on the rooftop in a white neighborhood and just start shooting people from the top. So that's why I needed therapy, and I have to not be involved like that. Y'all don't understand. This shit makes people angry to a whole nother level. I've never been that angry in my life, and I can't do it. So I'm gonna sit this one out because and that's why when I be talking on here about how people need to get rowdy and people do this and that, and I be saying don't do no stupid shit, make sure you don't do no shit to get your shit locked up or this and that and the other, because this shit makes you so angry that if you don't check yourself, you can get yourself in trouble. I just want to put that caveat out. Please talk, my men. Whatever y'all gotta say after that.
Go ahead, John. What you got?
Yeah, my whole thing was Sam is killing it. Y'all killing it as usual. But my whole thing about this thing with the Juneteenth thing is like, yeah, Khaleesi, my bad. Come on, don't be doing that. See that? Don't be see that acting just like Khaleesi too, but just a Negro version, so it's worse. It get she don't play no games. Ain't no. But anyway, ain't no quarter, ain't no quarter with her. But at the end of the day, like my whole thing about what Tim Black is saying on this thing, like as far as holidays getting passed, Ronald Reagan signed Martin Luther King Day in the law. Reagan. So you know this is some performative bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? Like Ronald Reagan gave reparations to Japanese people, war on drugs, was really doing deep hardcore, started his fucking his campaign for president in Mississippi, in Philadelphia, Mississippi. Like, but he passed, but I ain't gonna lie, he signed the law Martin Luther King Day. So like
and the next thing you know, the war on drugs. So he gave us the war on drugs and he gave us Martin Luther King Day. So we just got the Asian Pacific, we just got the Asian Hate Crime Act that is mainly about Black people attacking Asians. So what's coming next down the pipe for Black people to make us pay for them giving us Juneteenth? Sorry, John, I'm sorry for talking over you.
Nah. You already know. The only point I was making is that this is performative. Even though, of course, Juneteenth should be a federal holiday. Of course, it should be a celebrated day. But like, if it's no, but what they're doing is passing Juneteenth to act like we gave you reparations. I ain't gonna they're trying to act. This is what they're doing. Like Tim Black sees it. Over here on Reset Race, we see it, and we just like, damn, Tim Black see it too. So that's what we just pointing out. So that's all I got.
And Black is on point.
Yeah, I got two quick things, right? Number one, you also got to remember that Reagan is the one that signed off on the reparations for the Japanese internment camp. So the Asians got something then, and there's a parallel here. And we got
they getting bills. Like when black shit happen, they get bills all the time. Like when black people in trouble, they get bills. Like God damn, that's all I want to know. How is this happening?
Again, please look up the AAPI Asian Empowerment Act. So when y'all be talking about how you can't give nothing to Black people because it's divisive, y'all start going to tell Asians that, because under every single president, they have gotten an Economic Empowerment Act since Clinton. Yep. Since Clinton. So miss me when you say Black people need to stop asking for handouts. Go tell that to Asians. And I want to see it. Do it on video. Do it on video. Because you always talking shit to Black people. So please do it on video. Tell Asians that.
Well, while you at it, get it to Native Americans and the Jews too. Let's get it everybody while we
let's do it.
No, please start with the Jews. So every negative thing that you say about Black people not deserving money, please take out Black and insert Jew and see how the Jewish Defamation League comes for your ass and shuts down your whole life.
They will destroy your world.
Yep. Really? Watch them come for that ass, and you would deserve it. Yep. That's why they don't want Black people to get reparations, because we gonna come for that ass. You're gonna be out here talking about us, and don't give Black men money, because they're gonna be like, y'all been destroying our image for the past 40 years. We suing. Go ahead, MG. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and my second thing is, Sam mentioned the midterms. Y'all, I don't know. I don't know how many of you folks have been on social media in the activism space and trying to get your point across during an election cycle, whether it be midterms or the presidential cycle. Woo! The whole social media landscape changes. The money has not started flooding into social media, folks. Just wait. Give it a few months, and that money starts flowing in to the Negro liberals, and they start coming, because they're coming for reparations, because we're a problem now. All right. If they had done HR 40, we would be less of a problem. They could say we did something, right? But if HR 40 had passed the House, they would have something to hand to us. They would say, okay, we got it to the House. We still got to fight to the Senate, but we're gonna need more people in the House, and we're gonna need more people in a bigger margin in the Senate in order to get it through the Senate. That's what we're gonna need. They would have an argument, but they dropped the ball. They totally dropped the ball, and they did it intentionally. Once again, Biden told them, right? But there's an article out there. Check for yourself. Biden signals that there will be no more movement on reparations anywhere. He's not doing anything, and the Senate's not doing anything, nor is the House doing anything. So
we need to burn him down. Woo, go ahead.
So when like Sam referenced, this red wedding happens in the midterm because black folks ain't coming out because y'all keep fucking us over, remember this moment. Remember this moment. Juneteenth is gonna be red wedding day. All right. Yep. Let's move on.
Well, since you brought it up, please do.
While people complain about us asking for too much, everybody with listening to this with any sort of moral compass, I'm questionable about moral compass now. Ask yourself,
I ain't got one.
Why it's okay for us not to get policy, especially as the most important voting bloc for the Democratic Party, especially in the presidential election. Ask yourself why it's okay, and then think back. Okay, wait a minute. That is kind of fucked up. That's what you should be thinking. Why is it like that? That's exactly what we're trying to change the reparations movement. So that's where we are. All right, let's go, Sam.
Perfect. That's real talk. And before we play this next video, we were talking about, why do they still not? I was talking to my friend. My friend is a 91-year-old woman from Texas. And I was like, you remember back, you've been here forever. You remember back in the day when she was like, no, before we was colored, we were niggers. She was like, then she 91. She was like, then we was colored. Then we was this, then we was that. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, you see that? And I was like, I was telling her why I don't like people of color. And she was like, I get it, because she's been here at 91 years. When she was here, there was no people of color. She's from fucking Texas. Outside of a few Mexicans that was in Texas, there was no people of color. Like, quit playing us. Like All right.
Wrong a lot. He's really wrong in this segment. To get things started, here goes a clip from Bill Maher being wrong.
And finally, new rule from now on, when Joe Biden veers off into one of his long-winded stories that seem to be off topic, everyone must realize he usually does have a point.
But those of you who are over 50, how often did you ever see advertisements on television with black and white couples? Not a joke. I challenge you, find today, when you turn on the stations, sit on one station for 2 hours, and I don't know how many commercials you'll see. Lay 8 to 5. 2 to 3 out of 5 have mixed race couples in them.
Okay, so I know Bill's about to talk, and we can comment about Bill, but Joe, you do understand that slave owners had mixed race children, right? You know how? Because they raped their slaves. Like, that didn't make race relations better.
It's all symbolism anyway. It's all symbolism.
I'm gonna play this little section. Let's let Bill respond, and then we'll respond to Bill. Or we'll respond to Bill and let Tim respond to Bill too.
Okay.
Yeah, because Bill has Bill's an idiot. He's a racist. He's a white liberal. He's a white conservative race. A white liberal conservative racist because he don't know what he is.
I'm going to tell you. I know it sounds kind of out of left field, but actually Uncle Joe is pointing liberals towards something they need to be more aware of. They have a bad case of progressivophobia. That's the phrase coined by Steven Pinker to describe a brain disorder that strikes liberals and makes them incapable of recognizing progress.
And Bill Maher and Joe Biden both have something I would like to call false equivocalitis. That's when you falsely equivocate things that don't matter. You put them together to fit your own agenda. False equivocalitis. First of all, who sits around counting how many black or white or mixed couples there are in the commercials they just watched? A racist does. Kind of disproving your point. See, Bill Maher and Joe Biden want to show that we've reached some type of racial progress because advertisers want black people to spend money with them. But back in like the 50s, it was this like informational commercial to white advertisers. The secret of selling the Negro.
Now these days, nobody's likely to pass up chances to sell. And yet right here in our own front yard, there's a neglected market. There's money waiting to be spent. To get the story of this market, to be able to tell you the secret of selling the Negro,
white people realized something crazy, which was black people had money. Yeah, it's sort of why Tulsa happened. With bitter, jealous white people who saw that black people actually made money, put it in their pockets, and bought goods and services with it. It's not a sign of racial equality or racial equity because some greedy-ass companies want black people to part with their money for overpriced consumer goods.
Okay,
Not that long ago,
pause.
I knew people who...
So, before I let John go, because I want John to go first, again, I would like to say, Tim Black, here are your flowers, sir. Kudos, claps to you, sir. I know we playing like the whole video, but you know what? Damn it, Tim, you making me watch your goddamn show, and I didn't even care for your fucking show like that. I never had a problem with you, but you were never... No, I never had a problem with the man, but you were never really a show that I would watch like that. But your content right now, I'm watching. I'm watching, and I feel it. I feel it enough to be like, maybe y'all should be watching Tim Black because we don't do a daily news show. As long as Tim doesn't pull another force the vote, I'm starting to feel a little comfortable. Just don't ruin it for me when the midterms come, Tim. Please don't ruin it for me, please. But yes, John, go first. What do you think about this? Now that we have interracial couples on advertising, niggas have overcome. That's what we were fighting for in the 60s, so we could get into commercials.
We was fighting to get in commercials and to be able to just lay down with the other white people. But whether they be man or woman.
That's what the civil rights movement was about: sexual access to white women, and for black women to white men. That's what the whole civil rights movement was about: getting white peen and white puss. Go ahead, John. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
And the crazy part, it's like the whole civil rights movement, you know what I mean? Like, we gonna get into that. It was all about just Negroes being included in society and being seen as normal, like just being seen as citizens. You feel me? The people that we are, human beings that contributed to this country and gave something to this country. Like, that's what it was about. It wasn't, you know what I mean? Having the rightful laws and the rightful say to do as we please here in America. Like, it wasn't about trying to marry somebody from you know what I mean? Like, we chose to do so, fine. But, that's not the core thing. And the fact that you got Bill Maher out here talking about you see these commercials, Joe Biden is saying, you see these commercials, it's black people, it's interracial couples on every 8 commercial and all this other shit. Man, come on, man. This is all bullshit. And I'm happy Tim Black called it out. Man, I'm happy Tim Black called the shit out. He called that shit out flat, too, like on the square. On the square, so... I ain't really got much to say about that. Tim Black really pointed everything out with that, so that's what I got. You know what I mean? I mean to ramble. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, Tim called it out. I mean, the reality is interracial couples have been around a long time, right? So, like Sam pointed out, slavery was something different. But, I mean, since the Loving case, it's been legal. It is what it is. And I don't understand how these couples being on TV is some sort of progress. This is not progress. This is just acknowledging that these people exist and corporate America wants their money. That's all it is.
That's what
symbolism, which is all
it's not even about the interracial couples. You're right, bro. It's
honestly, symbolism. The liberals and all they think that's where as black people is symbolism, especially specifically those of us descended from slavery, right?
Because we've enjoyed it. Because we've taken symbolism and oh my God. So translation in English, because there's this song by Selena and it's called No Quiero Más. But there's a part in this song where she talks about, I took an illusion and I used that illusion to feed my soul. That is black people in America with fucking symbolism. Go ahead, MG. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but that hit.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, but you know what, Sam? I think we wanted more, right? I think we truly wanted more, but after seeing JFK, RFK, MLK get their heads blown off, that kind of changed the dynamic of what we were demanding, right? I think we always wanted more, but we kind of lost our way in trying to get there. We thought, okay, we'll do the best we can with what we got because that's what we've always done, right?
We got pussy.
I think if MLK would have been,
sorry, I'm working on being a lady. We got soft. So they killed a bunch of our leaders, and we said, we don't want to die. So we just went to sleep instead when we should have kept fighting. Because the only way that you make progress in this country is if you keep fighting. People are going to die. People have always died. Our people are dying now in the streets. Sorry, go ahead, MG. I'm sorry for talking over you.
But I also think, along with that, Sam, though, I also think the media played a big role in that, right? You know, all these folks were murdered or jailed, and these organizations were COINTELPRO'd into nothingness, and then the media stopped talking about it, right? It was like everything's okay, we're not going to talk about it. So the media also played a role in this, and we had a whole lot of kumbaya stuff. Even though
Cosby Show, different world.
Then we got Cosby Show, different world after, you know, Good Times and Sanford and Son were gone. And then we got Cosby and Different World into thinking that everything was cool. All we got to do is go to HBCU and life will be wonderful. And that's not how the real world functions. I think this reparations movement is sort of a reawakening of our activism. And we are the activism generator in the United States of America, maybe globally. I guess, for non-white people, we are the generator for global activism, and it is what it is. People can be mad about that, but the descendants of chattel slavery in the United States, yes, people will deny it. Certain people will deny it. We know who they are, but it's real. It is absolutely real. So, that's all I got.
Facts. So, Bill Maher, just because you fuck black chicks, it does not mean that is black people's reparations, and it doesn't mean that racism is over. Just because you fuck a couple raggedy assholes and a couple of black people give you a pass to say nigga does not give you an invitation to the cookout, and it does not make you qualified to speak about black people or black issues. I need you to go somewhere and sit down and eat your fucking food. And until you allow HBO to pay you in free college, free housing in the hood with fucking solar panels, like John likes to say.
Solar panels in the ghetto.
What's the other bullshit? And $15 an hour until that is acceptable for you as a rich white Jewish man. I need you to shut the fuck up. Okay. Anybody else? Or should we keep playing? Go ahead.
Before we get to the next segment, though, I just want to say something personally about me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, my 2 times great grandmother. You know what I mean? Like, so my great grandmother is Snow White. You know what I mean? Like, real shit. Real shit. I don't know. You can see me on Twitter. Also, yep. I look like I'm damn near Igbo. I'm black. I'm black. And my great grandmother is Snow White because my great grandmother got into a consensual relationship with a white man. So that means that my great grandfather, out of slavery, you know what I mean, is white. Is an Irish guy. You know what I mean? Like, but at the end of the day, like the shame and the hide and all this other shit, it's not about. I understand what people be trying to keep our people together. Of course, we want black people to be with black people. Of course, I understand that. But like what he's doing and what Bill Maher and these motherfucking liberal racists are doing are saying like, look, it's in the open now. Like, you know how I used to hide? It's like, remember used to hide my grandmother and them? Now you can kind of do it and we want to sell you a car. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not, this is not racial progress, my nigga. This is not racial progress. Like, this is bullshit. Like, this is bullshit. This makes you feel better. That makes you when the police blow our brain out and you drive through the ghettos and see all the homeless populations, it makes you sleep better at night because you're a white man and you're like, yo, white people are with black people and it's on TV now and it's all right. So that means everything is cool now. You know what I mean? Like, but it was never about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, I mean, like this whole shit is fucked up. Our whole thing is about like we just want to be accepted as the people that we are, and be acknowledged for our contributions to this society and be given what's owed to us. That's what it's about. Because once we get that, then a lot of these other things won't even really matter. But they matter so much because you didn't do the groundwork to really pay us back. You ain't do the repair yet. You ain't really even start doing the repair. That's why these things are so easy, because you don't really want to do the repair. You like this type of shit. Like, yo, look, it's a white dude with a black girl. It's a black girl with a white dude. Look, and nobody cares. But at the end of the day, like, it's a different, that black girl family it's different. It's different. That's all I got to say, man. So Bill Maher's on some bullshit and Tim Black called the shit out. But I just wanted to say that from my personal experience. You know what I'm saying? Like, to let you know it's real. It's real.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like,
up? That's all, bro.
All right, I'm gonna play some more. Let's go. Let's see what Bill bitch ass got to say.
And to prison for growing pot. And today you can legally smoke it for fun in 43% of the country, and I will.
Oh, and I'm a little tired of Bill.
No, I'm gonna go before Tim goes on this one. I just want to jump in because I've said this before. So yes, now in 43% of the country, you can smoke weed and it's legal. But for Black people to get into the cannabis industry, you got to show $100,000 sitting in the bank. Plus, you got to get a bond. But you got to show that you got $100,000 just sitting in the bank, just sitting there. Not that you need for bills. That shit just got to be sitting there. Black people, how many people do you know that just got $100,000 just sitting in the fucking bank? And if you're a Black person who went to jail for growing and selling weed, you cannot get into the narcotics business. You cannot go work for one of these rich ass white companies as a grower and make your bread. Even though you spent all those years in jail after spending all that time getting all that knowledge to learn how to grow. So I want to play Tim's response, and then I want you guys to respond after Tim, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Are trying to make it seem cool that he smokes weed. A lot of people smoke weed, Bill. And them legalizing weed was not so much an effort for them to step into the future as it was an effort to grab money. America just got greedier, and they figured that, hey, it could make more money, taxing marijuana than it could from housing Blacks for selling it. That's it. Institutional racism. That makes it harder for Black folks to open weed dispensaries. But people like Bill Maher don't have that problem. You keep forgetting the money. This entire Randy goes on is all about superficiality.
In 1958, only 4% of Americans approved of interracial marriage.
Sorry.
Now,
pause. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. What do you guys got before that part?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Sam. The whole thing about weed, it's a money grab. We're still locked out. They use those wild ass reasons like the $100,000 in the bank. As if, and this is the wild thing. So even if you can get $100,000 loan, you can't use it to pay yourself. You can't. It's got to be just sitting there, which is wild to me.
I got money in the bank. Yep.
And they know the vast majority of Black people can't even play that game. They can't even get anywhere near the goddamn casino. Never mind play in that game. And it's intentional. It's completely intentional way to lock Black people out of this industry that has put so many of our people in jail. So and it's unconscionable. That's all I got. John, what you got, man?
Yeah, man. I think that Bill Maher, I think that we talked about this on the show with the KKK Kalinsky show when he was talking about how white people always say legalizing drugs is a way that's going to directly affect your community. The thing about it's an offshoot it's an offshoot to make you feel better because you want to do drugs or you want your kids to do drugs. And
you want your kids to do drugs and not have to go to jail for 40 years.
Repercussions, yep.
Exactly. Yep. They don't want. You want to be free. First of all, y'all already do drugs way more freely than us and go to jail way less than us. Mm-hmm. So, but you want that less to go away. And that's a consequence. That means that I might not go to get a felony because of weed. But like at the end of the day, you're not thinking about what the drug war is really about. Like, I feel like if you got to flip it on his head, like, you know what? I want a Homestead Act for black men that been affected by the motherfucking war on drugs need a Homestead Act. They need, especially the ones in particular, the black men in particular that got felonies because of weed, they need land immediately. You need to show them how to grow the weed. You need to give them the tools to grow the weed. I'm talking about the distribution side. Then give them business classes, and then give them grants, and then give them loans, and then give them anything, any tool that they need to be stable.
John,
you give it to them. And then as a consequence of that, then you get to smoke weed. You feel me?
You saying that they deserve the white treatment? Because what you saying is what they did for white farmers when they brought people over here and pushed us. Instead of giving us land, they gave them. Damn, John. Ooh, John, look at you trying to start a fight. Ooh,
I am saying that.
Ooh, that is sexy. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm saying that for black men that have been affected by the drug, especially when it comes to marijuana, if you a black man, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm cool with keeping it all flat black because we know we break the numbers down, it's gonna be mostly Negroes and that shit anyway. And a few flat black people got caught up in the system. I'm all right with that. Not reparations and none of others, but I'm all right with that. But you need to. I see Bill Maher was saying like the war on drugs really targets. I know some black people got caught up. Then you gotta get your piece on the other side. I know black people got caught up. You gotta get your piece on the other side. But for black men, it's a new Black Men Homestead Act. For all the black men that went to jail for drugs like that, we say they just made drugs legal now. We about to really, feel like if you got imprisonment falsely, we giving you money. You feel me? If you went to jail for weed, we are going to show you how to farm your own weed and be a distributor. Fuck owning a business. You about to be the center man, not the middle man or the last man. You about to learn every aspect of the business. We gonna set you up like that. And as a consequence, you being white, you wanted to smoke weed, you get to smoke weed now. Instead of I smoke weed and I think smoking weed is cool and I shouldn't have nothing happen to me. And that makes your life better. Fuck
and
that.
They get contracts. They get contracts to provide medical marijuana.
Yep.
So, I mean, they get federal contracts to provide medical marijuana to the federal system once it becomes legal. That's what I'm talking. That's a good thinking, John, because those contracts will bring some wealth because that money keeps coming. Yeah, that's John. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. All right, I think
you know I'm off the hook, but I be thinking sometimes, man. I think sometimes, but you know I'm off the hook. I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna say some bullshit later though. Don't worry, Sam. Don't worry about it.
That is brilliant. All right, let's ride.
Here we go.
In 1958, only 4% of Americans approved of interracial marriage. Now, Gallup doesn't even bother asking. The last time they did, in 2013, 87% approve. An overwhelming majority of Americans now say they want to live in a multiracial neighborhood. That is a sea change from when I was a kid. In a country that's 14% black, 18% of the incoming class of Harvard is black. And since 2017...
What kind of black? I bet they're not black Americans who descend from chattel slavery. We can have that conversation because we already know that because we already have the numbers on that. So no, the blacks, those aren't black Americans who descend from chattel slavery, and we are our own ethnicity. You don't get to lump us in with Africans who just got here the same way that you can't put Italians and Mexicans together or Mexicans and Cubans together because they're not the same ethnicity or the same people. You don't get to say that these Africans who come here who are affluent and get into these Ivy League schools, you can't count them as black Americans who descend from chattel slavery. So you're not even smart enough to have this conversation, Bill, because you're a white conservative racist, white liberal conservative racist, white whatever the fuck you are. So that's what the fuck you are. So, okay. Y'all got anything before I let him finish talking about it? Shut him down because talk about how 18%, yeah, but they're not black Americans. So shut the fuck up. Black is not just flat black.
But Bill's not ready for that kind of nuance. That kind of nuance would offend him. Honestly, that's exactly how he would respond. What does it fucking matter? That would be his response. That would be his fucking response. Because again, these folks have been running for this discussion for the longest time.
You know we go, yeah, and you know he go like, this is cancel culture. They're trying to cancel me because they're trying to cancel me. Ice Cube came on the show. I smoked weed, had a black girl. Why? I'm like, yo, if you don't get the fuck out of here with this bullshit, Bill Maher, Bill Maher is a bag of shit, man. Bill Maher is what
We're holding our white people to a higher standard.
Yep. Yeah, for real. Hold white people to a higher standard, and that's it. Bill Maher is what Cal Kalinske going to be. He's going to be my generation's version of Bill Maher.
I agree. I 100% agree. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. Because Kyle is on some bullshit.
Yep.
All right.
White students are not even a majority in our public colleges. Employees of color make up 47% of Microsoft, 50% of Target.
Bam, of color. This is why people of color is bullshit. That 47% is not Black people. These are not Black Americans who descend from chattel slavery. When you start talking about tech is
Microsoft.
Indians. Yes, tech is Indians. These are people who come from another fucking country. And the majority of Indian Americans who are here, Asian Indian Americans, come from the top 2 castes. So these are the most affluent of these people. This is why people of color is a fucking con. And this is why when you call me a person of color, you say BIPOC, I tell you it's a racial slur, and don't fucking call me that bullshit. What y'all got?
And I think, and you bring up a good point, Sam, because if, especially on the left, because many of these people who are people of color, if class is your thing, these people are your class enemies. All right?
Fuck yeah, they are.
If you can't recognize a class enemy, you have no business dealing with class. Just because somebody has a little more than you does not mean they come from that means they come from poverty, right? They are class enemies, right? So we're on the right path. They are way off because they got all these classes.
You're breaking up, MG. Start from where you said these people are class enemies.
Yeah, I was just saying that these people they're going by people of color, they're going by race and national origin mostly, right? And they're saying, okay, these are POC, but many of them are class enemies, especially like Sam stated. Most of the people that come here come from the top castes and classes from their countries,
their societies,
right? So they are the corporate, of their societies. They are the corporatists you guys say you hate, and they're in your circles because their skin is brown based on the work of my people, right?
Yep.
So you're out here clowning my people, sitting in rooms with your class enemies because you can't recognize caste, class, nationality, race, ethnicity, right? Because you don't understand this whole cornucopia thing. You are out there. You are basically you made yourself a collaborator while you're trying to keep me from getting reparations. Fuck out of here.
Collaborators.
Collaborators, for real.
Ooh, that was hot. That was a bar.
At the end of the day, like the fact that he brought up Microsoft, he started bringing up tech.
I'm sorry, I'm done.
You still going? MG, no. Fuck, keep going. No, I'm shutting the fuck up, man. I ain't real shit. I don't know you bringing up. Yo, bro, keep going, man. I'm listening, man. Listening, man.
Go ahead. No, I was done. I'm good.
Okay. But MG, I'm with you 110%, man. Like, these people are all collaborators, like, in white supremacy. And the crazy part that Bill Maher really was, like, saying that he brought up Microsoft as an example of how race relations has gotten better. Like, and we all know it's bullshit. Like, this is crazy. It's like, all right, so you bringing people from higher caste and higher class, they come to this country because it's so hard to immigrate. I think you understand the amount of money it takes to even come to this motherfucker. Like, I mean, like, if you're not a citizen of America, like, unless you live close to the border, that's a different thing. But at the end of the day, that's a different story. But I'm talking about, like, the immigrants from Asia, immigrants from Africa, even. You know what I mean? Like, these poor countries, like, these are upper middle class and middle class people, or people that's poor that got some type of middle class type of love and came over here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're not putting these things in perspective. Like, so when he brings up Microsoft, and we all know that it's a whole bunch of, it's a lot of Asians that work in, you feel me, as quote unquote people of colors, a lot of Asians, a lot of Indians in particular, from a higher caste in India. I mean, maybe as a lefty, you should restart thinking how the fuck you think about class then. Like, because the thing about it, you fighting for the people that come from people that would oppress people in their native country. Like, not all the time, but the majority of people that we accept in America are either highly educated or they have the type of financial stability. They're not poor. The women, they're not taking the poorest of the poor from these black and brown countries. Like, real shit. Mexico is right there. That's the reason why it's so hot button, because it's right there and it's a poor country. They can come over here. Like, so that's why I was like, all right, that's why I get really sticky. But people from a country that's 5,000 miles away, do you know how much the plane ticket costs? Like,
And let's not forget about all these white immigrants. Like, these white immigrants get fucking overlooked. There's a lot of fucking white illegals here. I said it. I don't give a fuck.
Man, fuck them white elite. Fuck them. Nah, you didn't say that shit. That's the truth.
You know, because everybody want to talk about the black and brown ones, but when you start having conversation with white people, you'll realize a lot of these motherfuckers just got here or first generation too. Like, but some of them literally have overstayed their visa. So we're not gonna talk about, you know, people like, you hate, you're just punching down at brown people. No, I'm picking on white people who overstayed their visas too. Y'all all can get it. Sorry.
Go back to Russia. Go back to the Ukraine with it.
I'm on
Go back to Eastern Europe with it. My bad.
Listen, I'm on Team America. Sorry. Citizenship has to count for something. If it doesn't, then why the fuck am I here? Because I can't go to Mexico and get certain privileges. I can't move to Europe and get all these different privileges without being a citizen. It is what it is. Sweden, you people keep talking about you want this social democracy and you guys want this socialist democracy country and all this other shit. Sweden has strict ass immigration laws. You can't move over to Sweden and just be like, I'm here, give me all this free shit that's great that comes. They like, no, motherfucker, there's rules. So y'all want everything, but you don't want to sacrifice nothing. Y'all want open borders, but you want socialism at the same time. That shit doesn't motherfucking work.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've had discussions with open borders folks for a long time because open borders is a fucking fantasy. It is a fantasy paid for by corporations here in America.
It's a fantasy for rich people who want fucking maids and nannies. And for tech companies who want to pay people who they should be paying $40 an hour, $15.
Yep. They want cheap labor. That's all the fuck this is. This rich people have paid the left to run point for them on this bullshit. All right, because nobody gets it. If open borders is real, everybody got to play this game. Everybody got to play this game, right? So if America's all open borders, that means everybody else got to be open borders. Otherwise, that shit don't work. It just does not work. So what you're doing is undermining what the only straw I have left to play for justice for my people is my citizenship, because everything else has been destroyed, right? We don't have any wealth. Our voting power means nothing because the Democrats are scared to do anything for us. Everything has undermined our ability to fight for ourselves. All we have left is our citizenship. And people are undermining that. You can kiss all my black ass. All of it.
All of it. Anything, John?
Yeah, I just got one thing for the leftists. Like, I just got one thing for the leftists. You just think about it, like, as you all know, if you listen to the show, the reason why we attack the left so much because some of us, if you would listen to how we're saying things and why we're saying these things, like, we lean left in the American perspective, like, be honest with you, like, but we're just centering our group though, and that's what's making you mad and you confused because you don't know we're doing Negro politics over here now, even though we still have a left-leaning thing. But my whole thing is like this, right? The whole fucking blueprint for the left is like Denmark, Scandinavia, and it's like, all right, let's look at the whole aspect of Scandinavian countries. Like, what's their immigration policy? How do they treat like real shit? Like how do you treat the black refugees do the black refugees that come to Scandinavia automatically get citizenship? Do they get deported? Do they disproportionately? Let's look at those stats. Like, I mean, like at the end of the day, like, let's look at the whole aspect of why that country works the way it works. What is the immigration policy? do they accept people that would just come that's fleeing war, that just flee whatever atrocities they fleeing, that came from a poor country, that somehow got the motherfucking Sweden? You think them Swedish people ain't going fucking? You think them Danish people ain't going to deport you immediately? You're living in the fantasy land. You're living in the fantasy land, man. Like we got to be honest about this thing. We got to be honest about it. So at the end of the day, it's like, you're talking to me as a Black American who's been boxed out and locked out of everything, and you're trying to tell us that we need to look out for other people to say even the same way or more. Usually is framed as more than you should look out for me, because this is somehow in the spirit of how our people fought. Like we're rejecting it because you haven't took care. America hasn't cleaned up this mess yet. America hasn't done the dirty work. You ain't even take, like Sam always say, like you ain't take care of the poor whites like that yet. You definitely gotta take care of Negroes first before anything. You gotta take care of my people first, though. That's the catalyst to take care of everybody that's a citizen here, whether you immigrated here, about whatever. But at the end of the day, like, you putting people that's fleeing from war and fleeing from this and fleeing from that to come to America, and you want me to care when I live in a fucking community that's been in shit for 60, 50 years, like, and nobody cared. Only when we get our brains blown out or some other shit happening, nobody cares. Like, everybody just like, well, it's fucked up. Let's give them some, like, you know what's fucked up.
We gotta get suffocated to death on fucking national
crazy.
TV.
And I'm
like,
not
you have to literally, we have to literally watch, white people have to literally watch the breath leave from a Black man's body for them to care. That shit is the most traumatizing shit I've ever seen in my life. Even right now, when I think about it, it makes me sick because I didn't realize I was gonna watch somebody die on TV. Whew. Sorry, go ahead, John. Whew. Yes, but it takes something that severe for you to get it. Like, that's an extreme.
Yeah, and it's super extreme because we're the only people, literally the only people in the entire world. I'm not talking about Black people. I'm talking about the descendants of chattel slavery here in the United States. We're the only ones that it takes something like George Floyd for your compassion to be lifted enough for you to think, okay, maybe they need some help. All right. Everybody else, including Black people from other parts of the world, get more compassion, get more empathy than we do right here in the United States. And that's a fucking problem. That's all I got.
AOMG, what they gonna say is that we live in the projects and we got a microwave. You know, so you could have bought a cheap ass $30 AC. You got air conditioning.
Yeah, that's the, and that's crazy. But that's the same thing Tucker Carlson would say, you know. But the left is saying it now. You know what I mean? It's wild.
Exactly. Exactly.
Why they not connected? Why not connected?
That Kyle video where he was trying to justify fucking Hunter Biden saying nigga and this shit right here. The fucking left is showing it's showing they Klan hats. And I'm just like, welcome, sir, because I always knew it was there. That's why I stopped watching Bill Maher years ago, because he's a paternalistic, racist asshole. Like I said, just because you fuck ugly Black chicks doesn't mean, like, how you Bill Maher and you fucking threes. So fuck you, and I'm tired of you. Like I said, I wish HBO would start paying you a free college and $15 an hour, and, you know, whatever the fuck else you keep saying is good enough for Negroes, so you'd go away and retire, you old bitch. I'm tired of you. Okay, what y'all got?
I just had one more thing. Like, when I was stating my, I'm sorry.
Hold on. Oh, John, hold on, hold on, brother.
Yes.
Sam, did you say that man? Did you say that man?
Threes.
Threes?
No. Listen, I live in LA. He fucks the ugliest Black and non-white women ever. They be ugly.
No, Sam, no.
How you got money and fucking like, just because you got head from Karen Steffens, like, come on.
Oh boy.
And even then, like, what? Let's really rate her by her face and her body, and she's not an 8, 9, or 10. Let's be honest. She was just ran through.
Sis. I was just asking because you said it. It kind of it scarred my soul.
I live in LA.
Hey, yo, Sam, Bill, you got Esther's talking to Sam tonight. She don't give a fuck. Oh boy, here we go. It's gonna be a good one.
Go ahead, John. Sorry.
Man.
Smokey canceled. I got my Khaleesi fire going.
Real. Definitely, real shit. Real shit. You really woke up with the dragon eggs, just went in the fire with the dragon eggs, and the dragons got hatched. Like that's how you coming right now. But motherfucking but nah, my whole thing with the thing about it, I just wanted to just double back a little bit because I don't want people to think that we're anti anybody. We have friends from all different races, all different cultures. We live in America. We have to exist for these people here. Our politics is centered. Our politics is so aggressive because the way that people have done this in this country is so aggressive. You know what I mean? Like it's not reactionary. It's a motherfucker. It's just like I don't think it's not reactionary politics. It's kind of survival. It's really survival politics. To be honest with you, it's really it's not reactionary. It's adapting. It's kind of adapting and trying to figure out how the fuck do we get what we're supposed to get without offending. Then we started thinking. At first, it was always about let's get what we got to get, but don't offend anybody. And that always leaves us at the bottom. So now I was like, man, fuck that. These other people was wilding out. They do whatever the fuck they want to do. Fuck that. And they so jarred by it because we've never asserted ourselves like this before. You know what I mean? Like we just asserting ourselves like everybody else does, and everybody is so offended by this shit.
Oh, everybody fights for their own group. Everybody fights. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna say it. Fuck it. Y'all lefties need to watch them Indian folks in your circles who got connected to the tech industry. They're the ones pushing that the open border bullshit. And there's a reason.
Listen. In 20 years, white people gonna look up and the country gonna be gone, and all those jokes about they're stealing our jobs. White people gonna be looking up like, ooh, we got played.
Yeah. I
may or may not keep this in, but you know what? Facts. Those are facts. Because I was watching this documentary about Chinese people who send their kids here, like in middle school and high school. They're spending 10 grand a month to foster their kids here. And the reason why they're doing this is because they say there's less competition in America.
These reasons, some disenchanted parents seek a way out. If their child performs poorly on his or her high school entrance exam, rather than lose face, families may place them in international schools, designed to prepare them for exams like the SAT instead. Others pursue an education abroad with the intent of eventually migrating the whole family, or simply for more opportunity. The perception is that, while school in China is more intense up until the Gaokao, afterward students feel they've satisfied their family's expectations and can relax at university, whereas American college is when students start getting serious. In other words, students leave China on their parents' suggestion, who usually pay their tuition. And pay do they? There are English lessons, extracurriculars for admissions, exam fees, and travel costs. On top of that, families pay agencies about $10,000 per child for help in the process. In other words, this is only possible thanks to China's rising, newly wealthy middle class, and the demographics which leave parents with only one child to pay for, and more importantly, only one chance to get it right. The truly wealthy get started even earlier, sending their child to an elite American feeder middle school which can charge up to $60,000 to $70,000 a year. And when old-fashioned studying doesn't work, upper-class families resort to gifts, usually about $250,000, and as much as $6.5 million. There's one more unexpected reason Chinese students come to America. When Deng Xiaoping began opening up the country in the 80s and 90s, creating thousands of newly rich families, he also, for the first time, allowed students to study overseas. For this reason, the first international students who returned to China were its most well-off, launching high-paying, high-profile careers. This association of studying in America and success in life has never faded. So while the American dream may not be alive and well in America, it certainly is in Beijing. Americans have Louis Vuitton, McMansions, and Porsches. Chinese people have Harvard and Yale. One hospital in central China even named its maternity wards after Ivy League schools for good luck. All of these factors help explain this, but they don't justify this. Why did it all happen so fast? To answer that, we need to understand how schools really make money. Broadly speaking, in the US, there are two university business models. The first way a school can make money is simple, charging students. Private schools are the apple of education. They forego massive market share in exchange for a smaller number of higher-paying students. And because they attract high-income families, they can expect good lifelong customers, aka endowments. On the other hand, the way public schools pay the bills is a little less obvious. Lower tuition is made up for by state and federal funding, aka everyone's favorite, taxes. Government subsidizing is great, when it's great. Low prices grant low-income families access to a great education. The problem is that state and federal governments have other priorities and are subject to economic downturns. During the 2008 recession, Americans spent and made less money, governments collected less revenue, and colleges received less funding. From 2008 to 13, states alone lost out on $283 billion. Now, 10 years later, most of us have long forgotten about the recession, but not universities. Still, in 2018, state funding for higher education was down 13% from before the crisis. So, as government subsidies fell, schools immediately turned to a new subsidy, international tuition. The current model is one where colleges can segment prices without appearing to discriminate. In other words, tuition is set very high, but aid is handed out very generously. The average full-time undergraduate in 2017-18 received nearly $15,000 in total aid. But while something like 85% of students receive some amount of financial aid, international students almost always pay full price. At Michigan State University, for example, in-state freshmen pay $25,064 a year for tuition, fees, room, and board. Out-of-state residents pay just over double, and international students pay $9,133 on top of that. Across America, an international student generates about twice as much revenue as an in-state resident.
They're not sending their kids here to fucking compete with poor ass niggas. They're sending their kids to compete with you fucking white people. And they're running fucking circles around you. So welcome to the new world, bitch. Y'all better tighten up. Got me over here sound like Trick Daddy. Y'all hoes better tighten up.
They better tighten up though, but nah.
Yep. They're complaining. And that's part of the problem. My mother said a long time ago, she said, talking about white people and black people, in order to keep me in a ditch, you have to either kill me or hold me down there. Either way, you walk away changed. Either way, you walk away changed. And that's what America's facing right now. They still spend so much energy trying to keep us down. This is how they keep out competition. They keep us down. That means they're not getting any better. They're not getting any sharper. They just diddling one another, right? Now here comes the Indians who have free education. And from free education, K through 16 free education. They're coming for your neck. Then the Chinese, same thing, coming for your neck. Now you don't know how to fight because you've been keeping us on the ground so fucking long. Now what are you gonna do? The best thing you could do is get up off our fucking neck. We'll take care of the rest.
That's it. What you got, John?
I ain't got nothing, man.
All right, let's play some more. Okay, boom.
Make you feel better about the country. But once again, he's looking at it through a superficial lens. He's not looking at the economics behind it, which is really the way a capitalistic society functions and how you really determine what progress is. When you talk about interracial marriage, Bill, you do realize you live in a country where white men have always slept with black women, just usually without their permission. No, we haven't progressed as a nation when it comes to how black people are doing in this country. It may make you feel better that more white people are sleeping with black women, but hey, that does nothing for the income or the racial wealth gap. Nothing at all. It's superficial. And don't talk to me about people buying homes. Oh, people don't mind living around blacks. First of all, it's not blacks, it's interracial or mixed race or people who are non-white. That's the difference, and that includes everybody except white men, white women. Like, there's a lot of different people. Because you know what still happens to black people when they live around you? Our houses are still undervalued just because we own them.
What?
For no other reason that black people physically reside in them makes them worth less on the market. I've talked numerous times on this channel about all the black women having their white friends pretend that they own their homes when they get appraisals, because without that, they get lowballed on the appraisal rate. So where's the progress, Bill? We're not talking about how you and your liberal friends feel about yourselves. We're talking about the reality of black people's lives, man. We're talking about the reality of my children's lives and what that's gonna mean for them and my grandkids. Not your warm and fuzzy fucking liberal feelings. But that's really what this entire segment's about. How Bill feels about himself. So Bill can tuck himself in at night after downing a half a bottle of scotch and feel like he's changed the world. He did all right by the blacks. No, Bill, it's about, are those people actually better off now? Don't talk about college. Black people are overwhelmed with student debt. Black
It's
women
something I was kind
and
of
black
mad
men take on way more student debt than white kids. And then when they get out, they can't find jobs at the same rates as their counterparts, even when they got same or better grades.
So I would go further because, Tim, that was kind of a meh. Like, I get where you're going, but yeah, we have a lot of student loan debt. But and the part about the college part is on point, but let's talk about the fact that high school dropouts have more wealth than Black college graduates that have bachelor's degrees. That's the rub. So it's like, even if you get this free college, we still ain't got shit. Y'all got anything, or should I keep going?
No, let me dip in there real quick. I think that's a good point, Sam. I think at the end of the day, where we are in this society by real numbers, right? Unemployment, Black unemployment is always double what white unemployment is. And we're not talking about Black or POC or Black in general, or flat Blackness. We're talking about specifically the descendants of chattel slavery here in the United States, right? We're not going to talk about Native Americans because they're being regressed. They're getting reparations tax breaks specifically for them, not just specifically for them as a group, for individual tribes and individual Native American nations, right? Oof. They're getting specific, very, very, very specific help depending on where your tribe is from, where they've been, so on and so forth, and what they were willing to fight for, right? So this stuff is going on, right? If an individual tribe, right, can still get specific redress from the United States government and continuous, right? This is once they started getting it, they didn't stop getting it, right? So if an individual tribe can do that within the Native American grouping, we as an individual tribe under the quote African American heading or Black heading, right? As US Freedmen, we should be able to get something as well, right? Because out of the country, right? Our plight is different from everybody else in the entire world. So don't try to lump us in with everybody else. Don't try to say we're gonna get a little something and then maybe we help you out later. No, nobody wants. We can't afford to hear that bullshit anymore. As Tim said, this is a concern. This is not just a concern for me anymore or my living family right now. I'm thinking about my grandkids, my great-grandkids, my great-great-grandkids, right? Most of the time, Black folks, we can barely think about next month. We can't get past him next month because our money's so short. So now we have to start thinking more broadly because we're being forced to. We have no choice because we're going to be gone in very real terms. And yeah, that's all.
That's what's up. You got anything, John?
And he laid the game down flat. He laid it down flat. And as always, y'all laid it down flat, man. I ain't got much to say, man. I agree with everything y'all saying. I think I understand what Tim is trying to say. You know what I mean? With the Black, I feel like if he got some more data, I feel like Tim would adjust. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like Tim would adjust because I always would see this dude on the left, this Tim Black. I always knew like he didn't tuck his blackness away. And the thing about it is like, and that hurt him amongst the left and all that shit. Like it hurt him. Because reality, like real shit, like if he just turned to Ben Dixon right now and just chill the fuck out with this black shit, he could be on. Jake will call him right now and give him $400,000. Jake will call him right now. But I ain't gonna lie, but
they need all help they can get.
They need all the Negroes they can get, bro. They got Ben Dixon. He already know he got Ben Dixon. Where his crew at? Remember his crew was around? I don't even know where they at. I haven't seen him with Ben Dixon.
Did he drop it when he went over to the NTYT? Is that what happened?
I don't know. His crew ain't at TYT. Been over there. But what his crew saying? I don't know. I think that we Negro dominance though, like Sims. I think that the Khaleesi was right when we really gave him smoke. But I feel like I think the overall message that what he's trying to say is like basically like I think that he was saying a lot of right things, but if he had more information and more data about, you know what I mean, like more data about education statistics between us and not black people, just us being people that descend from slavery. I think that, you know, he may, you know what I mean, he may word it a little better, but what he is saying though, like what his direction of what he's saying, he's directly right. And I'm not really against nothing that Tim is saying. And MG put the whole shit in the nail, and Sam, you flame this shit too. Cause you a G, because Khaleesi, I always say everybody, I say Mud's a genius, man. And Mud, you my nigga. You gonna see you on the next show, love you to death.
But see, you want to avoid anything that doesn't go along with your narrative.
Because he's a racist.
Am I saying this as bad as the 50s? Or the 40s or the 30s? No.
No, you can't just hang niggas.
But stop acting like we came so
but
far,
if you're
man.
police, you can shoot us.
Well, we're not getting called back for jobs because our names sound black.
Even when you black.
That shit ain't changed, Bill. It's just as bad as it ever was.
And yet there is a recurrent theme on the far left that things have never been worse. Kevin Hart expressed a view many hold when he told the New York Times, "You're witnessing white power and white privilege at an all-time high."
And that's why rich, dumb niggas shouldn't speak for black people.
This is one of the big problems with wokeness, that what you say doesn't have to make sense.
Well, it doesn't make sense to you because you're white.
Or jive with the facts, or ever be challenged.
What facts?
Lest the challenge
What
itself
facts?
What
facts, Bill? You're not talking about the racial wealth gap. You're not talking about that the average white family has $800,000 more than black people. Those are facts. So that's reality. You talking about interracial couples on fucking magazines. I mean, on fucking commercials where they selling shit to people. Okay, what you got, John? Because you said pause. I'm sorry.
But I just one thing. It doesn't jive with the. It doesn't jive with.
Jive.
You don't get your 1980. You don't get the fuck out of this bullshit. MG, these the white people you had to deal with when you was in high school. God bless you, man. MG, yeah, real shit. This is white people. God damn. I deal with Kyle Kalinske. I got to deal with their sons like. But you had to deal with people like Bill Maher, man. This is crazy than the motherfucker, boy. He know he wrong, man. But
but that's a problem. I don't think Bill knows he's wrong. You know what I mean? I don't see Bill as somebody. I just want to shut these niggas up. I'm gonna tell them something. I don't see Bill as that. I think Bill is talking about what he thinks he believes to be true, right? But I also think it is colored with what he wants to believe about the world and what he wants to believe about his people. But also, this is what he thinks is true, and he thinks he's spitting knowledge, right? So this is
he's dropping that crack right.
Part about this. Yeah. He thinks he's
fire. He thinks he's killing it. He's like, buddy, we're going to down when we land.
Yeah. And he's doing absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. But you can't tell him that shit. But at the end of the day, Bill's gonna do what Bill do.
Yeah, make money and fuck ugly bitches. Yep.
All right, that's all I got.
Why you so mean, sis? Why? Wow. Just mean.
Because I'm reforming myself from being a modern black woman. That's why I'm gonna quit the show, because I'm gonna stop talking like this.
Oh, you know what? I'm logging off now. I don't know how you put this. I'm logging off now.
All right. Here we go. Let's go.
Racism. But saying white power and privilege is at an all-time high is just ridiculous.
It is.
Even Derek Chauvin was not backed up by his fellow officers.
Lies.
And that never used to happen.
That was a lie.
Yeah, okay, so I agree. The Kevin Hart's he's probably exaggerating just a little bit. What Kevin Hart's saying is that he's not used to seeing video after video of white people acting like complete asshole racists, broad daylight on cell phones all across the country. It looks like it's more, but you're right, Bill. It's probably less than it was. Just imagine that. White people comparing everything from surgical masks to having to wear shoes in the Walmart to being slaves. So you mean they were less in touch with reality before? That's what you're saying, Johnson?
I gotta pause this. This still kills me. This muzzles are for dogs and slaves. I'm a free human being. This bitch was like a history teacher, or she was a teacher at a university. She lost her job for that shit. And I'm fucking glad this bitch did, because that was so goddamn disrespectful. I'm sorry. I had to pause that. Y'all got anything before I keep playing? But I had to point that out because, yes, this is white women. These are our so-called allies. This is intersectionality.
What I got to say is that, like, real shit, like this whole video, Tim is on point in this video. Tim on the square, man. And I ain't gonna lie, like, even us talking about, we want him to word the education part about it a little better, but that's kind of nitpicky though. Because as black people, like, we feel you. You got something, as Negroes, I think other black people, other black people feel people at the end of the day, when I'm saying, I feel you, like, the same way that I'm talking to y'all, in the same way that the listeners listening to me, like, and I be rambling, but you, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know what you're saying, bro. Just you feel me? Like, I feel where he's coming from. Like, I feel this is a very genuine thing, and I feel that Tim Black is taking losses from the left because he still considers himself left. He's in these lefty places, like the edge left, like Jimmy Dore and them. They don't like him. You know what I mean? Like Sam Seder and them don't like him. Cal Kalinske probably, I know they was probably, but now that he's doing this type of left politics.
Now he being blackity black, y'all?
Yeah, he's being black. He's being biggity, he's being black. He being black, y'all, and not biggity black. Y'all. But he's not even doing it. Think about it. Tim is tame. At the end of the day, like,
oh my God, he got so much patience.
Yo, Tim is tame. You don't understand how tame he is, like. And the thing about it, the left does not like him like that, bro. He admits it and everything. He was trying to tell me, like, yo, Tim, like, I disagree with a lot of your politics, but bro, the reason your show ain't bigger is because you ain't let go of your blackness and you ain't white. And I guess he kind of, and after years, first he was like, whatever, that. But now he's seeing it, because I think that he was bringing these issues to these leftist circles, the DSA people or the Fred Hampton leftists or whatever the fuck they is, like whoever they is, you don't get them. But I feel like he was like, you know what? Man, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, I got this position, and if I'm like, but I am black and I put my people, I'm going to center my people in a certain way to try to make it more viable. But even him center, if I'm like real shit, like even him making it, it's still too black for people. That's crazy. Tim Black is too much. Like, this is crazy to me. Like, but I agree with his take. And the thing about it, like you said, Sam, we got to give people their flowers when they right. And I think that these past few videos that Tim Black been on, he been 110% right. MG, are you there? What's up? What you got for me, the wise one? What's up, man? If you still there?
No, it was on point. Thank you. I think we should finish up with caller thinks Tim Black should be less black, and just do like the little bit where he called in. Because like I said, this is Tim Black's week of flowers, so like y'all gotta go back and check out. But that's 3 videos that we did pieces of. Y'all gotta go back and watch all 3 of this man videos. So like I said, you know, so right now he on point. So, you know, when that's forced to vote shit popped up and people was coming for him, I was like, who said that? But right now he out here. But right now he out here fighting for his people, and when you fight for your people, I'm fighting with you. So, all right, here we go. Let's play this bullshit.
And just out here working and doing my night shift tonight, man. Figured I'd give you a call while I got the time and spread some zest, I guess. But yeah, I just want to touch on a couple things, man. I want to touch on coalition building, and I wanted to touch on how we could actually make some things happen. Now, I'm from the Bay Area, and I'm part Mexican, and so a lot of my family are involved in different sides, different factions of being Mexican, I guess you could call it. You feel me? And so in our prison system, we have these things, or we used to have this shit where, and they still do forms of it, where it's called indeterminate shoe sentences. just basically you get locked down for months. You don't talk to nobody. Like, these are people who are locked down completely, you know, people's fathers, uncles, even grandfathers been in these cells, unable to even talk to people for years.
What the fuck are you talking about right
And
now?
so this is all brought about
for real.
mostly during crime bill reforms from Joe Biden. He made it possible to put gang injunctions on people through small things. Like in Northern California, a lot of us are farmers, so a lot of us, if you look it up, would more so associate with the Webga bird
How many
and United Farm Workers Movement and AFL-CIO. What they did back in the day with Cesar Chavez. You know, he went to jail here in Northern California in Salinas. Anyways, my point is this. In order to end that, all of the races and the groups, these different segments, okay, got together and they had mass hunger strikes. These hunger strikes, literally, it was across the entire state. These people make calls that go everywhere, you know? And so the entire state, all these people went, hunger strike, shut it down, okay? That forced them to end indeterminate shoe sentences. Now, the people who actually filed the lawsuit to actually end this, okay, the people who actually brought this together were two members of the Aryan Brotherhood, okay? Two white supremacists help end indeterminate shoe sentences for everybody. Okay, there's people that have been locked up for 20 years that are now seeing their way back into main lines, able to be around other humans again, just in prison being around other humans. So what I'm getting at is this, all right? I am not advocating to go fucking buddy up with white power, guys. I'm not fucking with that. What I'm saying is this: when it comes to coalition building, and when it comes to actually getting things done, alienating people is not the way to do this. The numbers are there. 76% of this country, supposedly, is white. Okay, a lot of this country is white as fuck.
I was thinking that too.
All right. Now, the only way we're gonna get anything done is we're gonna have to get some of those fucking whites on board, and we've got some. But the point is alienating the dumb ones up front doesn't help anything. And there are a shitload of dumbass people.
What do you mean by alienating?
You know?
What do you mean by alienating? Describe alienating.
Okay, so what I say is this: I think that there is a. I say everybody has their own prejudice.
Because he preparing for the bullshit.
Yeah.
And now, mind you, this dude said he's part Latino, which means his ass is a white Latino telling black people to shut the fuck up. But let's let him talk to Tim. Okay. What you got before what you got before I play some more?
Nah, it's just funny just seeing his mannerism because it's like you already know, like we know our people like Tim, like what the fuck is you talking about? And then once Tim realized what he was talking about, Tim took a nap. He was like, "Yo, what's Tim realize what you're talking about?" I'm taking a nap now. Nah, I'll take a nap. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. So I just thought that was funny as a motherfucker, but nah, let's let it go. Let's let it play.
Okay.
Give it some context.
Okay, I would say your initial reaction to Lori Lightfoot being like, "Yeah, she wasn't that bad." Like, I think that is your prejudice seeing through, being like, "Oh, they're coming down on a black woman," and yeah, sure, but. You know Lori Lightfoot. Like, we don't need to get into Lori Lightfoot, okay? But you know what I'm saying here. You know Lori Lightfoot.
I never said that Lori Lightfoot is okay. I said Lori Lightfoot was right about the media.
I'm not saying that you're standing for Lori Lightfoot. Don't get angry.
You just said that.
Okay, I'm not attacking you at all.
You just said.
No, what I'm saying, that's not an attack, though. What I'm saying is that you obviously looked through it initially.
Can you stop it, though?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, yo, Tim just responded to this man's comment. No anger. No, nothing. But for some reason, white Latino thinks that Tim is being angry.
Because he's black and he spoke. That's a big black man who spoke out loud. I'm scared.
Yo, he's talking to no tone. I didn't feel scared. Tim was like, I didn't say that. Why are you getting angry? He got really angry when Tim was like, yo, that's not what I said.
Are you angry?
That's crazy. That's the same
all black people have been through this at work, where they be like, you're so angry. And you'd be like, I said boo. Okay. All right. We're gonna play a little bit more. We're not gonna play the whole thing. We're gonna make you have to watch the rest of Tim's show to watch the whole thing, but we play a little bit more.
Okay, I'm not attacking you at all.
You just said.
No, what I'm saying, that's not an attack, though. What I'm saying is that you obviously looked through it initially, and you said that.
That's not what I said. I never said. I'm correcting you because that's not what I said, Gabe. I never said Lori Lightfoot was okay. Or anything. I said she's right about one thing.
I never said you said she was okay. Okay.
Dude, I don't defend her because she's black. I don't give a shit about that.
When you initially reacted to it, I literally heard you speaking about this earlier. That's why I'm commenting on this now, as I've been listening.
That's not, but I never said that though. You just you can't take me out of context. That's not what I said. But go ahead, man. But what do you mean? What do you mean? No,
if I took something out of.
Don't worry. Why use me as an example? All I'm saying, brother, don't use me as an example. I'm not trying to
fight with you here.
Dude, don't use me as an example. I said, what do you mean by alienating? What do you mean by alienating? Because I'm going to defend myself if you make a mistake.
You're mad at me, man. I was just trying to talk to you, bro.
Just trying to talk to you, bro.
Just trying to talk to you, bro. This is my problem. This is my problem. We can't go back and forth because there's a delay.
I'm just trying to talk to you, bro. You angry niggers. You get so angry over nothing. I just called into the show.
It's like your real shit, motherfucker. It's like a big black
I just called into the show to tell you that Lori Lightfoot sucks. And you like her, so that's not how you coalition, bro. Bro, you don't get mad at me, bro.
It's like, yo, they really was like, yo, real shit. It's like basically like it's a big man sleeping. And you keep poking them with a stick, like you keep poking him with a stick. And the thing about it is that you poke him with a stick, he just woke up like, what the fuck? What happened? You're angry now. You're gonna bite me. You should, why the fuck you wake me up for? Now, I'm like, I woke you up because you're gonna. Now I'm gonna bite you now.
Yeah, shit's a mess.
It's a mess. It's a mess.
Okay, all right. Let's play a little bit more, and then we're gonna close this out.
Here's my problem: when people sound like you. Typically, what they're saying is they want black people not to say shit about black shit.
Shut the fuck up.
You understand what I'm saying? Because black shit is divisive.
Yep.
So, yes, those white supremacists, they got behind that deal because that supported everyone because they were suffering. Get what I'm saying? The problem is there are things that black people are suffering in this country that are specific to black people because of the history of black people in this country.
What?
There is very little
Tim Black
that
said,
is specific
what?
to white people in this country, that they're suffering because they are white people. There is no redlining for white people.
What? Nah.
There was no segregation for white people.
No reverse racism? What?
There's no, 10% of the wealth for white people.
Huh?
There's a laundry list of things
Irish, right?
that have impacted. There's no white people needing reparations because they were slaves and Jim Crow and mass incarceration and Jane Crow and all the other shit we've been through.
Wait.
They don't have that. So
wait. But people of color didn't go through that either. Wait. Oh, hold on. He didn't go that far. I'm let him go. Let me not break Tim flow.
This is my pushback. That's what I wanted you to explain to me what you mean by alienating. Because to some people, to the fucked up liberals, who I have a big problem with, their definition of alienating, once you dig through it all, once you get to the bottom of it all, the root of it all, and don't tell me not to get angry.
You don't want to see me angry.
At the end of the day, the real thing is, they don't want me to talk about no black shit.
Nope.
They want me to be colorist.
Hold on.
Hold
We gonna rewind that. What? Hold up. What? Hold on. Tim Black said what?
Tell me not to get angry. Okay? At the end of the day, the real thing is, they don't want me to talk about no black shit. They want me to be colorist.
That was a bar. Okay, let's like Tim Q. See, that's why I said this is Tim Black Flowers Week. Get it, Tim Black. Oh, this is enough to make me. I actually started watching Tim Black's show to see what he's talking about. Let me give him some views. Hold on. Now, hey, Tim, just so you know, you fuck up, we coming for that ass. But up until then, flowers, I'm throwing all the flowers at the stage. I'm running around like cutting my neighbor's flowers to throw at you and shit. Like, fuck it. Okay. Sorry. Let's go. What'd you say? Because he said something about they want him to be colorist. Let's see where you're going with that.
And talk about only the stuff that the other white people feel, which is back. So you listen to my show. Did you listen to when I talked about critical race theory? You sound like you're using the talking points that critical race theorists use. We would all get along if the black people would just stop being black and stop talking about black people's shit.
The Morgan Freeman.
Now, I don't know what kind of Mexican you are, how you really identify or whatever on census, or I'm going to get into all that. What I'm saying is, I'm black all day. I'm standing on it. These are the issues that we have. I'm not going to tone it down. I'm not going to rock with the Boogaloo Boys. If the Boogaloo Boys want to rock with me, they're going to rock with me on black issues.
Like the Black
Show that you're going to rock with me on black issues.
Like the Black Panthers.
Rocking with me on America issues is different than rocking with me on black issues, even though black issues are American issues. White people tend not to.
Stop it.
Tim Black pulled out the Tims. It started monkey stomping people.
He's going bananas. He's going. I ain't gonna lie. He's monkey stomping. He's going bananas.
I'm going in. Or I don't even like to pull up Kanye, but I'm about to go ham.
He's going. Tim going in. He's going in, man. I can't. I be honest with you, like you already know we criticize Tim about the squad stuff, but at the end of the day, nah, man. I don't know, man. Like these last few shows that Tim been doing, I think that Tim been doing these shows a lot though. Like that one time was we just had disagreement with him, political disagreement with him, and we got him because we got no picks. We got no picks though. And you know, Sam, the crazy part is that we try to refrain from doing black on black crime all the time, but at the end of the day, like real shit, without doing like somebody doing something right, we just show love to do it.
But sometimes you got to keep down the coon population, so you got to go out and hunt.
You gotta keep them coons at your backyard though, but he never gave me no cool energy. I just
no.
He never gave me no. Ben Dixon give me cool energy.
Ooh.
Not him. Ben Dixon didn't give me cool energy. Brianna Greyjoy gave me cool energy. Tim, I just feel like it was disagreements though. I feel like it was real disagreements.
I feel like it's just fundamental differences. It's not good, it's not bad, we just different.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the way Tim rocking right now though, I can get with some Tim Black. So, okay, let's see. I'll give him maybe a minute more, and then I think we should finish it up because this is a long video and I want people to watch his shit. That's why I kind of jumped around 3 videos because Tim did some good shit. I don't think we should use his whole video. I think people need to go watch the rest. I think people should go watch the rest of the shit. Normally we be talking over the other people's shit because it'd be some bullshit. But Tim was saying some good shit. I think people should listen to the rest of it.
Wait, 100%. You're right.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, this was Tim Black week. I don't know how he'll be next week, but this week, kudos. Hooray.
I tend not to see black issues as American issues. That's the problem. It's not because I didn't treat you nice on this call. You said something about me treating Lori Lightfoot. I did not treat Lori Lightfoot in any special way. I did not dig into her ass about Chicago because she was talking about media, which I agree. There is a very much lopsided situation in media when it comes to black reporters. It just is. She's right about one thing. I didn't say support her and vote for her. I just didn't tear her ass up about another issue. In fact, you can do that with almost anybody. They bring out one thing, you can ignore that there's validity and point to a bunch of other shit they've done. That's not good.
All right, we're going to stop there because Tim's going to keep going in. And like I said, there's a whole another 20 minutes. So y'all need to go and give this man his views. Because like I said, this week he was on point. So give this man his views for the week and throw this man some flowers because it was cool. I'm with it. Like I said, Tim did his Thug Thizzle this week. I'm happy with it.
And he definitely he held it down like a paperweight. He held it down. I have no qualms for none of this shit. Real shit. I feel like he held it down, and it's really ain't nothing really. It's not more we can add to the conversation because he basically said, even our little nitpicks, like, it's like, we nitpick at everybody, we nitpick at anybody. But, you know what I mean? It's just try to get people better, though. It's not nitpicking just for the sake of nitpicking to try to get views or something. Be like, yo, you can get better if you read this or do this. Like, ain't about that. So I feel like, man, these 10 black men on point, man. And I hope that he keep it on point. But if he get off point, of course we gonna go get him.
But he did his thing, so we are excited. So we, like I said, we spend so much time talking about people we talk about so much about what people are not doing. So, you know, let's give people their flowers. I'm with it. So I think this is good. I enjoyed today. Today was good. Tim was getting in people's ass and I enjoyed it. And it was all good time. So
definitely. I ain't gonna lie, like these 10 black videos, like he basically, I'm not gonna lie, like, I guess that it took him a little while, but he picked the side a little bit. You know, he still left it, but he picked the side. He was like, I want my people and shit. And then when he did that shit, he started saying, I always kept telling him, I'm like, yo, 10 black, the reason why 10 black ain't got more views because you feel me, like, real, you gotta let go of your blackness a little bit. And like real shit,
a little bit, a lot.
You gotta let go of your blackness, so you gotta let that go. You know what I mean? Like real shit, like you let that go, you can get more viewers. Like, and he always held on to some type of similar, even if he always like he was genuine. I always felt like he was us. Like, even though I had different disagreements with him, like you said it's too left or too, I don't disagree, I disagree with this. I always felt like he was genuine in his response though.
He was. Yeah, he was.
You know what I mean? Not like Ben Dixon, you know, who obviously wanted to get on TYT. And who is on TYT now?
We called that shit. But all right, so we're going to wrap this up, and we want to thank everybody for listening to this show. Again, we show like 3 different clips from 3 different videos from Tim Black. He had a good week. Go watch the rest of his videos because he did go in. No Vaseline. It was awesome. I enjoyed it. So, yeah, check him out. And check back with us next week. That's it. That's all. So, all right.
Listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. On the edge, go back to US Southern plantations. Penniage, Jim Crow, and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings, we are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG, the wise one, cousin, mother, intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country, the win, you need our energy. You gon' see? Listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
For a period of nearly 80 years, between the Civil War and World War II, Black Southerners were no longer slaves, but they were not yet free. In one of the most shameful and little-known chapters of American history, generations of Black Southerners were forced to labor against their will.
If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. Should you try to pretend that I'm crazy because I want America to be saved? And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're gonna deny us the right to live?
Yeah. Welcome. The penny is tape. So deep, embedded in my spirit, so heavy, got me self-medicating like Dr. Sebi, but not with natural things that come from the earth. Man tampered with the substance or had false sense above it, so I'm drinking, drugging, thinking how will I survive in the land where my ancestors worked till they died. They looking down on my people, I'm never surprised. We accepted non-acceptance, they claim we made the divide. Like we chose to come here, they was forcing them. They didn't break when they got dropped, they wasn't porcelain. Generations of being boxed out to torturing. To this present day, somebody push us, we torturing. The water we swim in is so vast and deep. You try to swim in this shit, then you hurting your obliques. For the people who don't know, that's the muscles in your stomach. Cause off the trip alone, we all should've been gone. Where your grandparents from, the life your great granny led. I gotta ask the hard questions, cause Alex Trebek dead. If you're ahead, why is your ethnic group successful in America above Negroes? You think you're special? Take your whole ethnic group and place them in our shoes. Would they even survive? Would you even be alive? I mean, we live on the soil that my ancestors toiled. Blood splattered on the leaves, dropped into the dirt, it gave nutrients to trees. On plantations we try to run from, got caught the same trees we swung from. I'm just trying to paint a picture clearer than before. Black people whose family was here before the Civil War, and still here every other war after. Legal chattel in the United States of America. And there's a simple way to break down my lineage with slavery, then Jim Crow, and in between was peonage. And in between was peonage. And we still living it.
African American workers, they don't have tools, they can't supply themselves with seed and other equipment. This is supplied by the landowner. And rather than being paid cash, they are paid a share of the crop.
Each year you borrow money, and at the end of the year often you can't pay it back because the price of cotton is falling and what you get for your crop is not enough to actually pay off your debts. So instead of getting out of debt, they're falling further and further into debt each year.
I was born in the late 1890s somewhere in Arkansas. There were no doctors, my parents were sharecroppers, and their parents born slaves, the land of the free. Hypocrisy of democracy was obvious to me, so I held since I was 6 on the same plantation that they brought my parents' grandparents to. How they gonna say that we free with no money, man? We ain't free. The sharecropping contract set up so we can't leave, and their parents signed it at the time so they can't read. Jim Crow was in my face, separation like why? My mama said how it is, I'm looking white folk eye. Then time goes by, I'm 16, and all I know is survival. It's set up for me to turn into chattel, but I'm starting to feel like a tiger. And one day I'm downtown, walking down the street, a white man is walking toward me in the gutters. How I greet this day I didn't move, I'm like, I won't forfeit shit, and now this cracker trying to hang me like a Christmas ornament. My parents found out, and they already seen how this goes. You said lifesaver, got a ticket, nothing but my clothes. Now I'm on the color section on the train, all alone is how I feel. Chain gangs that's longer than cornfields. I get to the Midwest city of your choice, trying to find my mom's friend. but she poor living in a tenement building. Kids, she got 10. I go to the dock, cause I heard that's a spot to go get a new job. But the whites won't let me rock, cause they won't let me join their unions. What is they doing? European immigrants with class solidarity's a lie. They hate Negroes too, they ain't trying to share their pie. Now I'm walking back home, and I passed a juke joint. Seen a brother dress cool, and it was on point, getting all the attention. I tell he was on some bullshit. He had a new car, white people riding horses. I'm like, how he get that? Like, how he did that? I'm like, damn, I had to sit back. Like, how he lived that? So I approached him. He seen I was young and I was hungry. I'm like, goddamn, bro, I'm just trying to get some money, cause my family in the South, I gotta send some money back home. Alright, bro, come on, I'm gonna put you on. Started running numbers, security at the juke joint, and then I had to prove points, I had to climb up. He like, damn, I see that you strong, bro. You remind me of me when I was younger, cause I could see your hunger and I could see your pain. He put me on the game, then I had my own brothel. The white politicians would come and spend dollars on the low key. Then he started catching more heat from the police, cause they ain't want to see a black man eat like that. White folks can't sleep at peace like that. Then he put him away for 5 years, and I'm all alone. Then he passed the empire down to me, I got the throne. Now what I'm gonna do to keep it strong?
Peonage and involuntary servitude was created through the system of sharecropping.
Negro is a term that was applied to us during slavery by the slave master. And right today, it's a term that is used only to point out the descendant of slaves. It's never used for black people, period. Africans can come to this country. They aren't called Negroes. And if they are called Negroes, they resent it. So if Negro meant black, as we've been taught, it would be a term that would be applicable to or pliable to everyone.
Every day we go through, feeling stuck like glue. It made me think about Fannie Lou. True, it's true. It's true. Well, you feeling real stuck like you can't move, you gotta tap into Fannie Lou. True, it's true. It's true. When I'm feeling lost, like I ain't got a clue, it made me tap into Fannie Lou. Trying to find hope when I can't see it. A country that good is wrong, knowing we can't leave it. But we been here, so the power we must seize it. If we don't fight, the next generation will inherit nothing, I can't see it. Ask your grandparents about what happened in the 50s. White middle class was growing in major cities. In lots of states, they couldn't even use the bathroom. Lots still worked in fields, never saw a classroom. Heard a Fannie Lou speech, felt the spirit through the tomb. Like a fetus feels a heartbeat in the mother's womb. Can't give up, cause we came too far. The road seems narrow, but we rise through the peril. They hoping that we perish and become an asterisk in the history books with all the things they took. My great-grandfather was a laborer. You think he was getting paid like his white neighbors was? Everything we go through, feeling stuck like glue. It made me think about Fannie Lou. True, it's true. It's true. Well, you feeling real stuck like you can't move, you gotta tap into Fannie Lou. True, it's true. It's true. When I'm feeling lost, like I ain't got a clue, it made me tap into Fannie Lou. My people, I'm loving them, persevere through the struggle and make moves while hustling under thumb of the government. Pop culture because of it. All the music you bubble with, foundation is for slaves. Can't forget, now you stuck with it. Their descendants are still here, can't leave, now you stuck with us. Despite attempts to fuck with us, you can never get enough of us. The hate is so deep, cause they deny they in love with us. Always shifting the blame on us to deny what they done to us. Yet we still living, despite the indifference. We make scraps taste good when provided with kitchens. Think about my great-grandparents when I'm under pressure. 1910s Jim Crow, they did not fold. I'm acting just like a vessel, let my people know we special. Descendants of American slavery, we set the levels of what's perceived as perseverance. Fighting all the things we did was feel us. They don't want to give us what they owe cause they fear us. Damn, we ain't gonna do nothing. All we wanna do is just get what's owed and be left alone. God damn. We out.
Charlie Edwards' generation may wonder at the ways of Washington, but it's too old to make any demands. But when Mr. Edwards looks at Doddsville through the eyes of his son returning from Vietnam, it's a different point of view.
I think he ought to have some of what he needs. I think he ought to have a good home to live in. I think he ought to have bathrooms in his house. I think he ought to have everything that a poor man could have, especially when he went up against what's going on in Vietnam. So I think so myself if I had to go to Vietnam. I think if I went and took all the punishment, and everything happened to me while I was in Vietnam, and then come back home and couldn't have a decent bed to lay down in, and not a decent job, I don't think I feel like ever going back no more for my country. I wouldn't feel like this for my country, not especially for my part of it, for me. I feel like it's for the other fellas instead of me.
When I think about that and how hungry people are in the South, then it makes me a little sick to say, how can they spend all that much money in another country and really not doing nothing at home? See, I think charity began at home and then spread abroad.
Penny is taken. Well, let us work, let us work, the reason you bought us here was to work, right? Yo. Ancestors worry about way more than high blood pressure, stuck in situations, unjust stipulations, forced to build the wealth of the nation. The descendants get left nothing and get boxed out of this creation. Cousin Mud, you lace this beat, you know you my damn brother, and now I gotta hug this track like it's my grandmother. Speaking to her, she been through things you can't imagine, and used that pain and flipped it into lessons for a grandson. Plantation with hot slave cabins is old, slave ship, disease infected, these crackers is cold. How you gonna judge us when they did us lower than the sea levels in the Dead Sea? Oh, let's see. Man, you free a group of people and don't really give them freedom. Find a few select out the bunch and go and feed them. Prop them up and say white supremacy's defeated, while upholding their systems to get it don't need a genius. People playing games when it come to reparations. It's only for descendants of slavery with cash payments. If anything I said you don't like and your feelings hurt, my people been through way worse. Shut up then, let us work. Yeah. Let us work, if you moving the right way, do the work, the reason they brought us here was the work, they claim we lazy, but we ain't scared to work, our resilience only showcased our brilliance, lessons passed down that we adapted in the fields with, fought for civil rights, we fought in every war, but we got no rewards, disproportionately poor, any anti-black leftists is testing the nigga patience, blatant class reduction, you need special education, this the question I'm gonna ask, are all workers chattel slaves in America? They still shut the fuck up. Yeah, I don't like the left. You too. Shut the fuck up. These white shirts like plungers when they tallest get stuffed up. You know what? I'm not thinking now. I'ma let it go. Fuck Reagan, Bush, Obama, and Jim Crow Joe. Fuck Trump too, and fuck Andrew Johnson. They all did nothing for us, or they expanded our problems. We trying to close the wealth gap. Yeah, that's the target. And rouse our people up like sea levels in the Arctic. Black people burn the city. It's a race riot. Angry whites do the same, and it's an uprising. Reparations is the first step to try to heal the hurt. Y'all know why y'all bought his head. Now shut up now, let us work. Let us work. Doing the right thing, do the work. The reason they bought his head was the work, right? But they don't want to give us any work, right? Then let us work. The reason you bought his head was the work. Penny is taken.
We came from a distant land, our lives already planned.
And this was in the 1950s or 40s?
40s to 60s.
So what would the repercussions be if you tried to leave or if you tried to refuse what they wanted?
Back in them days, it was kind of like you had to do what the white man said or get killed. My daddy's uncle, he made him dig a grave and killed him.
American fruit.
They killed him first, castorized him and hung him up right from his house where his children, everybody could see him.
Our master saw we worked from morn till night.
Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving? In a garden where there should be room to grow.
Fucked up, baby.
Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving?
Penny estate.
In a garden where there should be room to grow.
Take 'em home.
Black America, it seems they hate us more than the terrorists. All these mind games so stressful, gotta see therapists. Living in conditions due to our social position, but things would be different if white people were switched in. They gon' say I'm crying victim, do it by yourself. But victims never speak, that's why they see him as weak. And they see us as a threat, coming to collect like loan sharks cause they know they owe a debt. A lot of Negroes slip through the cracks, go ahead and ball. But our collective wealth is small, that's why it's no parachute that opens when you fall. A lot of Negroes that fellas now working at the mall or some shit like that. Have you ever been to American ghettos, seen blacks living in rebel churches everywhere surrounded by devils? And it make you wanna scream like a kettle when the water's too hot. We need better jobs, not more cops. Before COVID, they been had us under quarantine. Redlining costs us not to spread like we was some disease. And our bread didn't rise, we ain't had the yeast. Banks still denying loans, make it hard to get homes. 13% of the population, 50% of the homeless population, despite building the nation. Lead in the water in the walls, making the kids sick. Some is so hungry that they even eating paint chips. Ain't that some shit? It's fucked up, man. Seem like nobody care, right? You gotta keep pushing though, man. You know? I'm not gonna stop. Shit, we can't stop. We ain't got no other choice, man. You running out of patience. I'm done waiting. Always tell us to build on the swampy foundation. Ask politicians for help, they tell us to pound pavement. Stop voting for these people, they'll do nothing to feed you. They won't serve our interests, forget it. I know they can see how we live in the prisons. You can't build a home with no lumber. Have you seen the wealth numbers? The next generation will have nothing, just suffering. Pressure bust pipes, politicians, not celebrities, need to get on their neck and squeeze till they can't breathe. Metaphorically, we need political solutions. A wealth transfer, control over institutions. When we call them out, they gon' say be friends with Putin. And that's sad though, the only Russian I know is Drago. Tired to see my people living with squalor, I see the pain. White and black middle class wealth, it's just not the same. Trying to throw up people off the economic boat and chain rots to our ankles so the bodies won't flow. That's why black politicians all bought so easily. I trust the CDC more than the CBC, cause they work for POCs, they ain't never worked for me. Complicit in policies that will do the worst to we. We our own ethnic group, we can't run to the motherland. My ancestors built this bitch, this is my mother's land, you understand? Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow? Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow? Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow? Ain't it sad to see we're just surviving in a garden where there should be room to grow?
At first, I wanted to be white, because my family was 20 of us, 6 girls and 14 boys. We would make 50 and 60 bales of cotton, gather all that cotton, and we wouldn't have food in the wintertime. So I figured then the white people must be right. But as I got older, I said, no, there's something wrong. And if I ever get a chance, I'm going to do something about it. I'm thinking about in terms of a better and a greater world for all people. And we can't do that by me in one corner doing what I can do to hurt you and you in the other corner doing the same thing against me.
Listening to Reset Race, you now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, back on the grill again. We grilling them, You're listening to Reset Race, 8 ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. On the edge, go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings, we are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one, cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country, the win, you need our energy. You gon' see? Listening to Reset Race, you now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, back on the grill again. We grilling them, You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Until you do right by me, everything you think about is gonna crumble.
Listening to Reset Race, you now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, back on the grill again. We grilling them, You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. On the edge, go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings, we are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one, cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country, the win, you need our energy. You gon' see? Listening to Reset Race, you now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, back on the grill again. We grilling them, You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Hey, sir. Have a good night, MG.
Yeah. All right, I got pee. Bye.
All right, and while MG's gonna pee, let's pull up this video that one of our Saeed, old girl Saeed, put in here, where some motherfucker said that forgiving student loans is reparations. It's only 6 minutes. I didn't watch it yet, so.
The big question on the left, really everywhere, is why is canceling student debt such an important political and economic cause? It's true that debt cancellation won't wipe out other forms of debt that will continue to cause harm. A recent piece in Current Affairs, it takes on this $1.7 trillion that Americans owe in debt, arguing that much of it ultimately canceled, but not before its owners have suffered for decades. If much of it is coupled with free college, will stimulate this economy and will actually get us out of an immediate hole. And of course, part of that, if we really I think anybody who has student debt knows this, is that you can't declare bankruptcy with your student debt. You got to pay it. You got to pay it. You default, it affects everything else, your ability to qualify for loans, to buy a house, to buy a car, et cetera. We all know the jam because we're working Americans. Why is this? I mean, it's interesting that Senator Schumer talked about eliminating student debt, sort of means testing it a little bit, whether it's realistic or not. But the fact that he recognized it makes me feel like, okay, they're starting to feel the heat. Other senators are starting to feel the heat locally because there's political pressure from those angles. But I mean, how realistic do we think any sort of cancellation of debt is going to happen, at least on day one? Rep Rab, you got a lot of debt, I assume. You went to a lot of schools.
Oh,
really
good.
Expensive schools.
Yeah, and I'm really concerned about the racial wealth gap, because we talk about income inequality. The real culprit for all of this is the wealth gap, and what you said earlier impacts the ongoing chasm that exists between specifically African Americans and white folk. And for a long time, for every the stat was, for every dollar of wealth that a white family has, a black family has a nickel. That means we have to work 20 times as hard to get to parity. So if you're talking about starting a business, you talk about buying a home in a neighborhood where property values will go up. Well, then all of this is interrelated. And so when you do all the things we're supposed to do, right? You pay your taxes, go to school, get a job, get married, buy a home, have kids. You do all the right things, then you're punished with staggering debt. And if you're a woman, or in particular a woman of color, there's no pay equity, right? And then you're discriminated against for buying a home or getting a bank loan, irrespective of your formal education or occupational prestige as an African-American person. So this mean testing thing is bullshit, because systemic racism impacts folks up and down the economic ladder. And historically, in every single era, when Black folk excelled, when we were entrepreneurs, when we were elected officials, when very few were, white vigilante mobs lynched us. They stole our land. They created new laws. They pushed us out of the South and other places. This is the norm. And so, Obama mentioned stuff about means testing too, and how it's really more socioeconomic than it is racial. That is simply not so. And for those of us who have a decent income, I'm 6 generations college educated, and there's no financial transgenerational wealth in my family. 6 generations of Black people in this country have college degrees, no wealth. I don't know a single white person who has 6 generations of college education and no wealth. It is staggering. And so this is a form of reparations. And to do means testing would be deeply problematic.
No, come on. Yo, no.
Who is this dude? Is that Jared Ball?
No, his name's Rep Rab. Rep Rab, it says PA 200. So this is a video that Saeed sent us. Say the pretty girl name. You know who I'm talking about, the little pretty brown girl. Sinead. This is Sinead dropped this in the reparationist group for our viewing pleasure. So I pulled it up real quick, and this is my first time listening to it. But when I saw student loan forgiveness, reparations, some
dip
bullshit.
out on you Negroes, but my girl Sinead did it, so I gotta get in here.
Yeah, so yes, ain't that some bullshit? So less than 20% of native-born Black people have college degrees, and that's native-born. That doesn't mean American descendants of slavery. That means your parents were here and you were born on this soil. So you can be first generation. You cannot even be American. You just have to be Black and born here.
Mm-hmm. What show is this?
I don't know.
I know. Just name dropping. I know Namiki too. Just want to put that out there. I got her phone.
Chris Rabb has represented so he represents the 200 Philadelphia County in Pennsylvania. So if you're in Philly, y'all need to light this Negro up. generations of college education. I know why he want that student loan forgiveness, but for us who ain't in that 20%, you can kick rocks, my brother.
Allegro Cross Productions presents Fixing Class Won't Fix Race, Volume 1, Student Loan Forgiveness. In the United States, there are 250.52 million white people. Of those, 46.9% have attained an associate's degree or higher. That is 117.49 million white people. There are 44 million black people in the United States. 39.6 million of them are ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, Racial Terrorism, Land Theft, Jim Crow, Redlining, the War on Drugs, and Mass Incarceration. 19% of US-born blacks have attained an associate's degree or higher. That is only 7.52 million US-born blacks. Student loan forgiveness as a policy is a gift to stabilize the white working class and boost upper middle class Asian and white wealth. Let me explain. Wealth is held in families, not individuals. In Los Angeles, the median wealth of a white family is $355,000. In Los Angeles, the median US-born black has $4,000 median wealth. In Miami, the median wealth for a white family is $107,000. In Miami, for a US-born black, the median wealth is $3,700. In the District of Columbia, the median wealth for a white family is $248,000. Median wealth for a U.S. black in the District of Columbia is $3,500. In Boston, the median white wealth is $251,000. The median wealth for a U.S.-born Boston family black is $8. So you're thinking, yeah, hey, we are poor too. This video is not to argue that student loans should not be forgiven for all families. It is to show that this policy does not close the racial wealth gap. It should not be promoted as policy that significantly helps the ADOS black community. Cancel student debt for 117.49 million white families. Just do it after you pay reparations to 39.6 million American descendants of slavery. Pure reparations now.
Yeah, let's. Okay,
let Mud go. I hear Mud going. Go, Mud.
Yo, this is all about his own self-interest. This has nothing to do about the rest of black people. This is really some bullshit. Like, I do not like a lot of these academic motherfuckers who think it's all about their situation. They think they represent all of Black America just because they're in this situation. Like, most motherfuckers who went to college, they're treating that college debt like it doesn't exist because they can't pay it off. They're never going to pay it off. And like, they're not going to own homes. Like, they're not in these situations where even if you do pay it off, it's actually going to benefit them. Like, they're still going to have nothing. So
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mud. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like, you brought up all this, like the violence, and you brought up all these things that happened separate from this issue, that like things that should like just be on their own, be like reasons why we should get like true reparations, pure reparations, cash payments. And then all you do is divert it to this issue. Like it's really just for you. This is really about you being mad that you have 6 generations of college educated motherfuckers in your lineage, and you're not where the white people are that have that same thing. But you're not talking about the motherfuckers who don't have any college degrees, who need to be with the same, like on the same level as white people who don't have college degrees. Like, as far as wealth is concerned, like, this is some bullshit. I don't even want to talk no more.
Yeah,
they be trying the fuck out of us.
Yeah, I think part of the I'm I'm dipping a little late here on a CP time, but part of the problem, and it's really interesting that Nomiki only got 581 views. That's really interesting, because Nomiki been out here for a long time. So on another note, this is like Mutt said, this is complete and utter bullshit, right? Because the vast majority of black folks in this country, they may have some college. I mean, most don't have any college debt because they can't go haven't gone to college. The opportunity hasn't presented itself, right? There's a lot of people with college degrees like myself, because of my service to Uncle Sam, I don't have any college debt. I bet there's more of them than there are these folks, right? So if you get your college debt paid, you've been to 6 generations and you don't have any generational wealth, maybe you should have learned a lesson maybe 3 generations ago, right? This shit don't pay off like it's supposed to, because this was the social contract. The social contract for education in America was you get an education, you better yourself, you're more valuable to the job market. You get a good job, you can pay this debt off. That was a social contract. But then when black folks started accessing this social contract, they started, no, wait a minute, now we got to pay more for college, right? Because a lot of people had free, and a lot of older people had free, people in their 60s and 70s and above now, they had free and cheap college back in the day. They didn't have to go in this kind of debt. They could work a bullshit job like waiting tables and working at McDonald's and pay for college, right? Or their dad could work in a factory and put all
And
their
they didn't
kids
have to
through
speak
fucking college.
Spanish.
Yeah, and they didn't have to learn to speak Spanish to get that shit done, right? So we're in this is a totally different world we're living in, right? And we failed, all of us, this entire country has failed to prepare children for that eventuality. People think a college degree, even in a relevant field, is automatic. And we've already talked about how tech degrees and STEM degrees don't translate for black folks like they used to, because we're just importing those skill sets.
Ooh,
Right?
and today they passed that bill to fast track a whole bunch more HB1 visas. So we got 40 million Americans out of jobs, and instead of you hiring people who have STEM degrees and training, you got a bunch of people sitting around their house that you need to be paying to stay inside. Why not train them for that shit versus
you do from home? Yep.
Giving those jobs to people somewhere else because you don't want to pay American wages. And the fact that shit was able to be passed just shows that, like, as Americans, we don't have to start fucking shit up.
And that's all driven by Silicon Valley, right? That's that Silicon Valley money. That's that money in San Francisco that flushed all the black people out, right? All this shit is related, but we're refusing to see it because people with money have convinced us that we can't talk about immigration, or we're anti-immigrant, right? We need better immigration policy.
Xenophobic, racist. Yep.
Yeah. We need better immigration policy. We've been saying it for years, right? We need to improve our immigration policy. It's true. It's true. If you have a whole bunch of people in this country that don't have the skill set you want, that your job requires, or you don't want to pay them, right? That's what do lefties tell people with companies like that? You don't need to have a company if you can't pay for the skill set that you require here in the United States. You don't need to have that company. We tell everybody else that, but people who are in Silicon Valley, right? So you can't tell me that some of these folks on the left aren't bought off by these Silicon Valley types that want this cheap labor brought into the country. You can't tell me that, right? Because none of this shit fits. None of it fits. It's completely illogical, right? Anyway, go ahead, John. Go ahead. What you got, man?
Hey, man, it's Groundhog Day. It's Groundhog Day, man.
Yeah,
it's usual shit. Use our pain, use the whole story, break it down in the fucking numbers and all this shit. And then the solution to fix the pain is let's help everybody. You know what I mean? First, I'm not saying that's not real shit, like real talk. Let's help everybody. And what this essentially would do is still leave us at the bottom, but you might get a little relief. It's a Groundhog Day. This motherfucker, yo, MG, he literally said that, yo, my family is 6th generation African American, college educated African Americans that have no wealth to pass down. I'm talking about through all the civil rights, through fucking Reconstruction. They have nothing to pass down. They just got college degrees. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he's saying to fix this is let's cancel the student debt for Naomi Coast, you feel me, for her, so she can have a decent upper middle class life. You know what I mean? Like, you barely clinging on, bro. Like, real shit. Like, you black people that got degrees live in fucking delusions, man. You think because you live, bro? When we bring it, bro, let me look at your bank account. Let me look at your bank account and see your neighbor bank account. Let's look now. Fuck what your income is. Let me look at your what do you own? Let's look at your bank account compared to that white
How much
dude
money
that
does
live
your
across the
family
street.
borrow from you every year?
Exactly. Let's look at your whole. Let's look at your
Because you the
whole debt.
stable one.
Let's look at it. Let's break it down. Let's see how you live, bro. You feel me? Like, you break that shit down compared to the white dude that got a fucking, you feel me? Don't even got a degree, that might have some type of skill or something like that. Might be a skilled worker, and you got a PhD, and you see his wealth breakdown maybe slightly higher than yours with a PhD. And real shit, when you start really getting to the crux of this shit, but it's Groundhog Day. You feel me?
And college debt across the country is less than $2 trillion. You can't close the racial wealth gap of $2 trillion.
I know. He said she's like $1.7 trillion. White people have $100 trillion in wealth. You know what I'm saying? And we got 3.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. You
Yeah,
know,
he
don't get me wrong. I wish, you know, in a different world, I wish that's all we needed was to get that off our back. But at the end of the day, there's more of white people have gone to college, have degrees, or have spent some time in college, right? And more white people have debt. It is what it is. So you're gonna say this is reparations, but white people get served better, right?
Crazy,
plus they had the wealth on top of that, right? So they had the debt. So they have wealth. They had this debt that eats into their wealth. You wipe that away, so they have wealth. So their wealth, their value, their net value just went up, right? Our net value goes up, but to a much lesser degree, right? Because we don't have any wealth. This is logic. This is how money works. Anyway. Sam, what you got, Sam?
No, they just keep trying to play us with these numbers. Like, they just keep sitting around trying to play us like we're stupid. So he's like, and like I said, he didn't give any numbers though, but he was basically like,
he's a Pokemon.
Yeah.
Hey Sam, he's a Pokemon. He's a Negro. He's a left-wing Negro Pokemon.
No, I get it. Like I said, I get it. But again, you're not going to convince me if less than 20% of Black people, native-born Black people, have degrees. That's not hitting my community. There's a whole 50% of white people who don't have fucking college degrees. You're not putting food on their table with this shit neither. This is some middle class bullshit right now. So again, y'all keep trying to sell me on class, but you have not come up with a policy yet that raises my poor friends who will not inherit any property, whose parents call and ask them for money. Nothing that you offer has changed the substantive part of their life. Like Mud was saying, they're not paying their student loans. That shit's in deferment till they can't defer it anymore. And then after that, you just let that shit go into default, or you pay the bare minimum. Like, oh, you want $30 a month? Here you go. I'll pay you $30 till forever.
Yep.
Your shit turn around and be like 200 grand for 50 grand. Like, the fuck?
Shit, you ain't lying, sis. Fuck it. You ain't lying, man.
Absolutely. It's pie in the sky. That's why I told all my kids, if you're gonna go to school, you're gonna start in the community college.
Yeah, of course.
First 2 years under your belt of community college, and you can pay most of that yourself. I may scholarship your ass to community college because that shit is cheap, right? But you're gonna start at community college, right? But most of my kids are taking a different route. But I mean, it makes no sense to go on this kind of debt as a young person. Right. And I tell my kids every time, do not. It's not like you go out and, okay, you go in the military, you buy yourself a little hot car because you're a young man, and that's what the fuck young stupid men do. Right. But that's a 4-year debt and it's gone. Right. So if you don't wreck it before, anyway, that's another story for another day. But right. So that's not any real debt. Right. Some guys are smarter with their money. Some guys will, invest in little duplexes or little apartments, when they join the military or whatever, and get some money coming in. But this doesn't make any sense. There's no weight here, none. It took him 6 generations to make this shitty argument. This is wild, man. Anybody else got anything?
The role of the Pokemon. The role of the Pokemon. My bad. Yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, I'm good. Nah, and who's this Mozart dude?
Yeah, and that's why you hate
brilliant.
to see the argument kind of get sucked into this as an elite thing. You know,
It is an elite
almost
thing.
borrowing that Rick Santorum line of like snobs who want to go to college. Remember that, Jem?
Right.
Like, you know,
Well, when
I
only
think sort
20%
taking
of
the
Black people
right-wing
have college
framing
degrees.
as progressives, as Democrats, as liberals,
I called it out.
is
Ain't about
really,
shit.
really detrimental, and it's not helping anyone. And I would remind
It's not helping white people
everyone, you know, whether
and
it's
Asians, because
1848
they're the
or
ones
many
with all
other
the college
revolutionary
degrees.
situations, it's actually not when you piss off and kind of take away things from poor people that revolutions happen. It's actually when the middle class comes to the end of the meritocratic ladder and finds out that there's nothing there.
Oh,
You
whoa.
know, they poke
Whoa,
their head
yeah,
up through
stop
the
that.
like,
Whoa,
"Here,"
whoa,
and
whoa,
it's like,
whoa,
"Yes,
whoa,
sir,"
whoa,
and you're
whoa,
still not-
Stop, Sam. Stop.
What? He wilding. He bugging the fuck. Oh,
So
there you
what?
go.
Again, they're making an argument for us. So what happens? We've come to the end of the meritocratic ladder forever, right? The meritocratic ladder never worked for us. So we come to the end of it, and we need our fucking reparations, and we need it now, right? Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll say like we get to the end of that ladder and we're still in poverty. That's
Yep.
We're not middle class at the end of that ladder. We're
we
in
get a
poverty.
rung and a half, and hey, that's the top of the ladder for us. You know what I mean?
Basically, what they're talking about doing is restoring us to like what, like 70s levels. That's when we had jobs. Like, for real.
So he's making the argument to restore the middle class. So what you're saying
But
is,
we were never middle class, and
Yeah.
that's what white people don't understand.
And
Black people
that's
have
what-
never been middle
and
class
that's
in
the
this
point.
country.
The middle class barely exists anymore. The middle class barely exists anymore. So you actually making an elite argument. People were able to hold on to stay in the middle class or rise to the middle class. They're elite. Sorry. Well, as America is currently constructed now. Sorry, it is what it is. Go ahead, folks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're
Frustrate
right.
the shit out of me.
You own. Want me to keep going?
Yeah, let's go.
Keep going. Yeah.
And
Part
they
of the
partner
club?
with, yes. Aran, real quick, just touching on it from the EU perspective. I mean, there's obvious access to free college in the EU, and depending on what country you're
and
in,
it's much cheaper even when it's not free.
much
Yeah.
cheaper. Exactly.
No
So,
shit.
I mean, is there? Obviously, there's an economic crisis in several countries in the EU. I mean, my family's in Greece. I'm very acutely aware of the lack of money in that country and jobs, well-paying jobs. But in Greece in particular, per capita, most educated, poorest country in, I believe, or Portugal is the poorest country in the EU, but also the most educated. So it's just really fascinating because even if you do provide education, there's just so much. It just shows you that, coming back to day one crisis and priorities for the Biden administration, even if they deal.
Sorry, I'm gonna pause this real quick, just because I want to say where she was like in Greece, how they're really educated and poor. That's the same thing that happens right now in this country with Black
Welcome
people
to
before
blackness.
COVID.
Yep,
Black college graduates have less wealth than white high school dropouts. They have less wealth than white college people who have the same bachelor's degree. We have less wealth than Latinos that have the same college degree. So, just because you give us a degree doesn't mean that we're going to make money with it. It's they say all the time, right? Tony Vet, plugs and outlets, right? It's a plug. If there's no outlet to plug it into, you ain't getting no light. Ain't nothing happening for you. It's just an inert thing that you can't do anything with.
And she's making the argument because she feels this because it's her people in Greece, right?
Of course.
But what about here in the United States?
Yeah,
right?
We ain't her people, so she don't care.
This is what our educated Negroes go through, have been going through for centuries, right?
And boy just said it. He literally said in the beginning, he said 6 generations. What's wrong with your family? The dude who gave all that money to Morehouse was 8 generations college graduate, and he billionaire. According to y'all Negroes, right? Working hard should have brought you there, right?
Word up. Goddamn.
Mud John, what you got?
I mean, Jesus. Hey, nah, Nah, let cousin Mud go. I ain't got nothing to say, man. This shit disgust me, man. I ain't like this shit really disgusts me, man. For real. Naomi Cons, man, real talk, man. Her whole vibe to me is really anti-black, man. I'm sorry. I never could really get down with it. You know what I'm saying? It's something about it. I was like, yo, real shit. Then she started breaking down her people problems though. They went to college and they're poorest in the EU. But the real shit, like at the end of the day, Greek people on average live better than the average American Negro. They're living in Europe, like you know what I'm saying? Like real shit, like man, like I think that if you really broke it down, like real shit, like the Greek people by a whole, they live better than American Negroes do. You know what I'm saying? They got the euro. The euro worth more than the American dollar. Yo, stop playing these fucking games, man. You know what I mean? Like real shit. Like she trying to bring that up. This dude just talked about the whole from slavery, penniage, everything. And my family done got 6 generations of degrees, and we have no wealth to pass down in America. Like, you know what I'm saying? She's trying to say my family. Well, in Greece they're poor, but yeah, come on, man. Come on. This shit is crazy. I don't even. All right, y'all go
John,
get
you're
it.
making a good point. John, you're making a good point. Even if they don't like have like more income or whatever goofy shit like that, they've been there and they own their homes, they own their land, shit that black people in America don't have.
And they have their
So
social
Free
welfare system.
healthcare.
Their social welfare
Hey,
system
you
is
ain't lying,
much
cuz.
better
They
than
got a
ours.
safety net.
Word up,
Absolutely,
you ain't
much
lying,
better.
cuz.
Even with all this other turmoil, their social safety net is still better than ours.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Okay, let me roll back. We got like 2 minutes and 47 seconds left.
we can
With
do
this
it.
education crisis and the student debt, it's not going to be enough because you have a crisis of a million other things on the plate. So I feel like they're using this as an opportunity to just say, look, we've dealt with our most immediate needs. And then they're gonna, like they did with Obamacare, frankly, we had to focus on Obamacare. We fought over Obamacare. And as a result, we didn't get to all the other things we wanted to. We have to deal with student debt, could find some compromise on student debt. And then as a result, we're not gonna get to all the other things that we need to get to in this economic crisis. But if you look at, there are still countries in crisis that have free education and they still do not have the wages to survive. So, Arun, being in the EU, being part of the Obama world, what are your thoughts?
Like so many things, the European welfare system treats things as necessities that in America are luxuries. You know, certain kinds of healthcare. In fact, most of it in America is a luxury. It's not. It's a privilege. Education in Europe is seen as an essential role of the government. It's seen as an essential part of the government. And I will tell you what's happening. Like Trump started the job by like making it harder for extremely smart people from all over the world to come to the United States to go to college. The pandemic is reminding a lot of Europeans who have a lot of cash, who are the normal cash cows for college, so they can give scholarship to American kids, how much they love the University of Maastricht in Holland and Bologna in Italy, and like, oh, maybe I won't. And so
good.
So it's only going to make the crisis worse in America when the brilliant and sometimes well-resourced foreign.
No, so this is the thing that pisses me off. Americans are fucking brilliant. We don't produce these people because this country does not invest in education. These people that come from other countries are not smarter. Their countries put more money into their primary education.
Yes, and that's why
It's
India
basic.
does so well. That's why India does so well. They invest heavily in education.
Yeah, this
And
is
it
like, this is a joke. This is like when people be like, oh, we need more foreign doctors because they're just more educated. No, that's not true. Tyrone can never become a doctor because Tyrone can't afford freaking junior college. Tyrone got to work a full-time job to get through junior college, let alone get a bachelor's degree. And then you want him to get a master's and go to medical school and do all this other stuff and residency and all this stuff that people do for free? Are you serious? Who got money for that? And then come out of school with $300,000 in loans.
Yeah, this is
like, this is a
Damn.
joke. This is a cruel joke.
Yes.
And then you call us xenophobes and fucking racist because we're like, Americans can do these jobs. This is some bullshit. And this is why I get on y'all, because y'all keep talking about how this is an immigrant country. No, this is a country of natives, captives, and colonizers. Period.
Mm-hmm.
The Native Americans that were here, the slaves that were brought here, and the slaves that were stolen from their own tribes, whose tribes have been disbanded. And we will never know what those tribe names were because they've been lost to history through paper genocide.
Mm-hmm.
This country is not a country of immigrants. The people who originally came here were colonizers. Those of y'all who came here, even the ones of you who came here in the 1900s, you came here for land and opportunity. Like, I don't care what you say. So no, this is not you. This country was already on its way to being great. You were brought here to displace the native Black population, period. And it is what it is. I read history. If you don't like what I'm saying, I don't give a fuck. Because I'm not even talking about Mexicans right now. I'm talking about you Irish. Okay? Because like I said, I'm a historian. So if I want to talk
came
trash,
here to replace us.
You know how I felt about them niggas.
Y'all was the ones.
I'm 50% Irish. Why? I'm black as hell, man. Why am I 50% Irish, nigga? Slavery, motherfucker.
Why do you think there's still such a heavy presence of Irish in the fire department? Y'all were the ones who pushed us out. You pushed us out and made it where they wouldn't hire Black people. You guys banded together and made it where we couldn't get jobs. You guys would go to your employer and say, if you hire Black people, we'll shut this shit down. That's what your ancestors did. Just because you don't remember what your grandpappy did doesn't mean he didn't do it. And that's the thing that gets on my nerves about you. Well, my grandparents never owned slaves. Bitch, you're 50. Your parents, if they were here a generation ago, they most likely were in a sundown town. Your parents might have been at a lynching, okay? And lynchings were all around the country. It's not a Southern thing, people. So quit trying to play me. Like, a lot of y'all come from white racial terrorists. Again, I'll say this again, y'all was our Al-Qaeda, and a lot of y'all descend from terrorists. So while you're telling Black people they aren't owed anything, your family could possibly be terrorists. Like, your family could could have land in your family that was stolen from Black people, that Black people were killed for, and you don't even know.
Generations of terrorists. Yep.
They kill me with this.
Generations of terrorists, terrorist sympathizers, terrorist enablers, all of that.
And that's what people need to remember. Like, the Nazis learned from the US. Don't get it twisted.
You sure did.
And they even talk about that shit. You can read about that shit in their writings. They learned from the US. They just took that shit to another level.
Here's the
actually, they didn't take it to another level. They said some of the stuff. This is what the Nazis said. This is in the book. They said some of the stuff that America does, they wouldn't even try it in the beginning because it just seemed too it seems too outlandish. Right? You know what I mean? So and then people come to us and tell us about everybody else's problems. But all this shit, and especially, all this economic deprivation that America participates in all over the world, they perfected that on us. They perfected that on us. And then you got the nerve to tell me that all these people here that can't afford an education or can't or got a shitty private public school education because of the way the system is, and now you're gonna say, okay, now we need to import all these other skill sets in order to compete in the world. But no,
and that's the laziness of this country. That's the laziness of the country.
Fix the education system.
That's the same shit. That's the same shit that fucking, what is her name? The one from the Congressional Black, Karen Bass, the same bullshit she said when she said we need to import more Africans because our birth rates are low. So instead of you fixing the problem, which is the fact that a lot of our men are incarcerated during those main years when people normally do settle down, get married, and have children, instead of dealing with that, and dealing with the fact that even for those of our brothers who managed to not get caught up in this incarceral systems, a lot of times they still ain't making no money. They're working menial jobs, and they don't see how they can support a family. So they choose, a lot of them, they choose to what we tell people is being responsible, right? They tell you as men, right? If you can't support a family, you shouldn't be out here spreading your seed, right? But on the same end, we are not having families because of that reason, when our parents and grandparents didn't have shit but still happened to get married and have a bunch of kids. You understand what I'm saying? But we've started to make that part of, well, you shouldn't have any kids if you don't have any money because you can't take care of them. And I'm not saying that people should just be out here willy-nilly just having a bunch of kids, but what I'm saying is, instead of you instead of you dealing with the real problems of why this is happening, you just be like, oh, we should just import more people. This is laziness. And this is the problem of this country. And this is why you have these people who are at the top. And even the people that you import, you're not paying them American wages. You're paying them poverty wages. So you're exploiting people.
It's human trafficking. You call it something nice, but all you're doing is corporations are paying less for quality labor. You know, and
That's it.
And it isn't always quality labor, but that's
the
argument
truth
for another day. So the reality is here, you know, I always say, you want to bring all these other people in, but what about the people here who are unwanted? What happens to them when they get replaced in the job market? What happens to them? Because that's all we've ever been to this country is labor. That's all we've ever been. That's all that's ever mattered about us to this country is our labor. Right?
Preaching.
So what happens to the people that are here and built the country while you're importing other people from other labor sources, which is cheaper, which is actually a service to corporations, right? They're not importing people because the skills aren't here. They're importing people because the skills are cheaper from other places, right? This dude is talking bullshit, right? The people that come here from Europe to get jobs,
straight bullshit.
They already have money. Right? They come here to start a business because
degrees.
A lot of these spaces it's
tomorrows. In the 2017-18 school year, 363,000 Chinese students came to study in the US, while only 24,000 Americans went to China. This, on the surface, isn't all that surprising. What's weird, really weird, is how fast it happened. All of a sudden, starting in 2007, Chinese students in the US absolutely exploded, accounting for 93% of all international student growth in the last decade. More students come from China to America than the next 6 countries combined, including India, despite having almost the same size population. So why so many? Why so sudden? And is the US right to worry about incoming spies? The answer has less to do with academics and more with economics, complex social dynamics, and above all, politics. If their child performs poorly on his or her high school entrance exam, rather than lose face, families may place them in international schools, designed to prepare them for exams like the SAT instead. Others pursue an education abroad with the intent of eventually migrating the whole family, or simply for more opportunity. The perception is that, while school in China is more intense up until the Gaokao, afterward students feel they've satisfied their family's expectations and can relax at university, whereas American college is when students start getting serious. In other words, students leave China on their parents' suggestion, who usually pay their tuition. And pay do they? There are English lessons, extracurriculars for admissions, exam fees, and travel costs. On top of that, families pay agencies about $10,000 per child for help in the process. In other words, this is only possible thanks to China's rising, newly wealthy middle class, and the demographics which leave parents with only one child to pay for, and more importantly, only one chance to get it right. The truly wealthy get started even earlier, sending their child to an elite American feeder middle school which can charge up to $60,000 to $70,000 a year. And when old-fashioned studying doesn't work, upper-class families resort to gifts, usually about $250,000, and as much as $6.5 million. There's one more. All of these factors help explain this, but they don't justify this. Why did it all happen so fast? To answer that, we need to understand how schools really make money. Broadly speaking, in the US, there are 2 university business models. The first way a school can make money is simple, charging students. Private schools are the Apple of education. They forego massive market share in exchange for a smaller number of higher-paying students. And because they attract high-income families, they can expect good lifelong customers, aka endowments. On the other hand, the way public schools pay the bills is a little less obvious. Lower tuition is made up for by state and federal funding, aka everyone's favorite, taxes. Government subsidizing is great, when it's great. Low prices grant low-income families access to a great education. The problem is that state and federal governments have other priorities and are subject to economic downturns. During the 2008 recession, Americans spent and made less money, governments collected less revenue, and colleges received less funding. From 2008 to 13, states alone lost out on $283 billion. Now, 10 years later, most of us have long forgotten about the recession, but not universities. Still, in 2018, state funding for higher education was down 13% from before the crisis. So, as government subsidies fell, schools immediately turned to a new subsidy, international tuition. The current model is one where colleges can segment prices without appearing to discriminate. In other words, tuition is set very high, but aid is handed out very generously. The average full-time undergraduate in 2017-18 received nearly $15,000 in total aid. But while something like 85% of students receive some amount of financial aid, international students almost always pay full price. At Michigan State University, for example, in-state freshmen pay $25,064 a year for tuition, fees, room, and board. Out-of-state residents pay just over double, and international students pay $9,133 on top of that.
It's definitely real talk. I mean, real shit. Real talk. I think. What's the meeting? What's the little name construct? What? I mean, honestly, this is a progressive show. Like real shit. They was talking about some straight up hardcore elitism. They really talking about something like
this gets back to this whole thing, right? If you're so exceptional and so brilliant, why do you have to come to America to make it happen? So there's something about this country. There's something about this country that makes it where you can be successful. And that's the thing. Again, it's just aggravating to me because I know so many people who have dropped out of college because they just couldn't afford it anymore. So how many people have we lost? I know so many people by the time they graduated high school, they were done because the whole school education system was such bullshit that they just didn't want to endure it anymore. So how many brilliant, intelligent minds have we lost over these years? So for them just to be like, some of the smartest people come from out of this country. No, y'all forget this country had the smartest people when we were investing in education. And Black people, we were brilliant when you guys weren't investing in our education. The only difference is now we don't have the same type of, back then, some of us actually had stability, and the stability that some of us were able to carve out, we've lost. But for those of us who actually get the time to go and educate ourselves or educate ourselves in our own time, we do end up being brilliant. But again, it's access to resources, it's access to capital. Like even when you can get a scholarship to a school, if you don't have enough extra money for you to do the other shit you need to do, you can't do it.
To live, to eat, to wash clothes,
exactly.
All that shit. Yep. Books.
Hey man, listen. Real shit, what y'all saying, you feel me? Like this dude, real shit, like you say, you talking about Beethoven, Mozart, whatever the fuck this. You feel me? Like he really real shit. He was like, he like Mozart. I'm like, yo, chill, he ain't saying. As soon as you said he like Mozart, I was like, oh, gotta get his. I'm like, out of nowhere. He like, yeah, well, that's why we need more educated European, because COVID. Because I feel like I'm Black now because of COVID. Because I can't come over.
I'm telling
like,
you.
yeah, I'm like, yo, y'all need to shut the fuck. Y'all all need to just shut the fuck up for real. And the thing about it, looking at it on this fucking, on this particular podcast, whatever. This is a quote unquote American progressive podcast. They talking like elite people. They saying like we need to stabilize the middle class,
and that's why poor people need to start doing podcasts. Like I said, poor people need to start speaking for themselves and stop letting these rich middle class assholes speak for them.
This is crazy. That's part of what
we're going to do. We're going to have a network of people, real people on the ground, doing.
And that's what it
like
is, because there's just too many people who can't relate to people talking for them. Like this Negro who said that shit was reparations. Like the person who seems like she's the closest on point is the white girl.
Oh my Jesus! No, be honest, no. I feel like
I
said,
she's
what
the
they
closest
all do
of the group. Like I didn't say she was on point. I said she's the closest. Because at least she's saying like that shit ain't really gonna help what's really going on. She said it. She just didn't say it from a Negro standpoint, but she said it. But the other ones, like I said, this dude lost me talking about, oh, well, we're losing, since they clamped down on the visas for the highly skilled immigrants. We have 40 million people unemployed. Of that 40 million, not all of them are laborers. Not all of them are uneducated. Not all of them are low skilled workers. A lot of these people out of work right now are professionals of all colors. So you telling me that in a moment of where we have higher unemployment than the Great Depression, you are telling me that we need to import more labor. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
And I'm the one with a culinary degree.
Wow.
That's because they gave you easy access to those loans. If they gave you easy access to loans for other shit, I probably would have did something else. Could have never got the type of loans that I got for culinary school for a regular school.
Got set up.
You ain't lying. But I'm just saying, it's very nefarious what they doing. I'm sorry, it's very nefarious what they fucking doing, man. What they, for me, what she's doing, like I'm saying, is basically you got this black dude right here talking about the pain of African Americans and what we had to go through, and how college education, how canceling student debt is what is really needed. Blah blah. Then you got the AB council like, you know what? Well, nah, that's basically she's not saying she's saying like that's not. She's saying like, yo, no, that's not going to fix it. Feel me? Like because she's trying to allude to her progressive agenda. She's not alluding to reparations.
I didn't say she's talking about us.
And then you got an immigrant dude talking about something. Feel me? On the back of his conversation, the power of his conversation in America. This black dude talking about our struggle in America. Him being a 6th generation college educated African American, and his family had no wealth to pass down. This is the fucking platform that they go into their progressive and they other all lives agenda on. That shit is that's why? Like why would you Like why are you doing that? Like why no, like no, you can't do that no more. You bugging out. You can't do that no more. If that shit ain't this whole rent should have said that's why we need a specific policy. If he ain't say, he's like, we need specific targeted. If he said we need some targeted policy towards African Americans, some economic policy, I would have, all right. But he's like, no, that's why we got college cancel student debt. She's like, yeah, but canceling student debt ain't the problem because they can say that, but they're not going to end the war. And you feel like she's not going to talk about it. Like, then you got to do like, yeah, well, I'm an immigrant and now I feel like a Negro dude because I can't come to America like COVID. Man, shut up. Like real shit. Like I don't want to hear none of that shit. Stop using our fucking pain. Stop using our struggle. Real shit, and that, for me, without bringing up the solution, you bringing up all the problems. You making a case for reparations, then they making a case for something else. Them days is over. I don't give a fuck about it. You can't do that no more. You ain't doing that no more. Not on my watch.
These are
facts. You bugging, and they all colluding together. I'm tired of that shit, man.
They are.
What are y'all talking about?
Colluding is a very good word. Hey, let's finish this. We only got a half a minute.
Right.
What is that?
For sure. All right.
Yeah. Like literally.
Kids stop coming to school in America. It's going to be a real problem. We're going to start seeing a brain drain in the same way that it's cheaper to go to Thailand to get your gallbladder removed or whatever. You're going to see
a brain drain. How the fuck? What? We got plenty of brains here we ain't using. These countries actually are not gonna have brain drain. Brain drain is y'all leaving y'all country. Yes. We don't need you here. Listen, y'all gonna think I don't care how you feel about it. We don't need you. Sure we got plenty of people. We got 40 million Americans, right? You can train me to do anything. I'm a fucking genius. I learned how to do shit from watching YouTube videos. Don't actually give me some money and resources and training. Like, I could pretty much do anything. Like real shit. So quit playing me. Like y'all, this is some bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm gonna play this last 50 seconds, but brain drain. Oh my god. Yeah.
More and more kids deciding to go to excellent universities in Europe and even in Asia.
And that's fascinating. I haven't even thought about it from perspective. Well,
some of them are going to stay and start companies there.
Yay! That's what's going to pay for it all. Isn't that how? Isn't and listening to the?
Yeah, no. All right. Well, I'm so glad Sayed played for
Sam Cedar Network. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. You see the color in the background.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, this is wild. Right. Okay. Number one. I'm saying my last little bit, and I got to bounce.
No, go ahead, please.
All right. So, number one. This is not reparations. Reparations is for a specific harm done to a specific group of people. That's what reparations is. That's what it always has been, right?
Reparations isn't fixing the road in your bullshit ass town. That's not reparations.
Exactly. This is not
an infrastructure bill, is it? No.
Loan forgiveness is not reparations. It doesn't. Number one, it doesn't impact enough people, right? It doesn't impact enough people. If people who are harmed. If you call this we can't even, you can't call reparations in any, no matter how you frame it, you can't call loan forgiveness reparations. No matter how you frame it, because it's not for a specific group. It's for a specific. It's basically for America breaking the social contract with the students, right? And part of the problem is importing labor, right? That's part of the problem. Is you're importing people who will work cheaper, right? So America fuck everybody on education, right? Fix that, fine, fix that, but that's not reparations. It's not reparations. It's for reparations are for specific people for a specific harm or set of harms. Period. Period. This undermines everything we're trying to do. That's what they're doing intentionally. So even though, yeah, we understand that disproportionate amount of Black people are have high amounts of student debt, right? That's because we don't have any fucking wealth, right? This wouldn't be a problem if we had our wealth. Guess what? You fix education and give us our money, it won't be a problem anymore, right? It is what it is. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
All right, we wouldn't have to go into debt. We could use if we weren't redline out of appreciating assets, right? We could use our home as collateral, right? We could do all kinds of stuff we could do, but this is bullshit. Absolute bullshit. All right, fam, I'm out. Love y'all.
All right, have a good night.
All right.
Get some rest, old man. Go take an Epsom salt bath.
I'm gonna need more.
Have
than
that pretty wife rub
Hey,
you
yo,
down.
hey, yo, chill the fuck out.
What?
They talking about taking Epsom
He
salt
married
bath.
to
Let
a
me-
beautiful woman. If I can't tell him to go have his beautiful wife rub him down, what the hell can I say? Damn.
Well, you ain't had to say Epsom salt. I mean, you ain't say that. You say Epsom salt bath.
baths all the time.
My back might start feeling better, girl. Might get that girl in trouble. that good trouble.
What's up? Oh man,
that shit is hilarious. Go ahead, you guys. What y'all got?
Well, what you got, cuz?
Oh, yeah, I think this is the dumbest video I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Like the Black dude, nothing he said justified like student loan forgiveness. Everything he said was justified to straight reparations. Like
that's it.
And then old girl, she's talking about basically the economic crisis and how, like, if you're gonna bring up the economic crisis, like I hate to be this person, but then why the fuck are we talking about student loan forgiveness? We should be talking about payments.
Something else. We should be talking about wealth transfer. We should be talking about something, but what we talking about right now ain't it.
Well, they should be making the case for UBI right now, some shit like that. You making the case for student loan? What the fuck is you talking about? That was some bullshit.
I'm telling you. And I'm glad they at least finally got UBI up to $2,000. Like I can, between me and my dude, we can do something with 4 racks a month. That Andrew Yang $1,000. I was like, dude, $1,000 ain't shit, bruh. And that 2 racks really needs to be more, but that's a starting talk.
And then be like, you can't get welfare and the UBI, motherfucker.
Yeah.
You're not even, it doesn't even benefit the people who need it the most.
Like, exactly.
Andrew Yang a libertarian. I've been saying this since I'm like, he's a libertarian. He's trying to get rid of the whole. He's a tech liberal, aka a libertarian, like a softer libertarian. Like he's like, yo, I'm gonna give everybody UBI, but you can't get UBI if you got food stamps. Like real shit. Like,
exactly. Or we're gonna subtract the amount of food stamps that you get from your UBI. And it's like, listen, if I got a house full of kids and I get $600 a month for UBI, I mean for food stamps, your $1,000, so you're gonna give me an extra $400 a month. Fuck you very much.
It's like, yo, take the cash or take the government assistance, because if I mean, it's a way for him to try to close down it's libertarian shit. You feel me? He's trying to really consolidate the fucking the welfare program and shit. I mean, it's not added on top of it to make you know what I mean, to make you more. It's like, yo, real, so you take this or you gonna take this, and if people gonna take the cash, and at the end of the day, it's gonna leave a society that's mad unequal. I'm sorry.
And that's why you need a federal jobs guarantee to be connected to a UBI. Even the person who originally was talking about UBI was talking about it connected to a federal jobs guarantee, but they don't want to actually connect their production to it.
Exactly. It's like, you're right though. I'm like, all right, if you're gonna get rid of all these welfare programs, you're gonna give people UBI. then at least feel me guarantee a motherfucker a job. So feel me like that make more sense to transition to that. He's just like he ain't saying no. He's saying no. We gonna cut taxes. I swear to God. Yeah, I seen him. I'm like, he a libertarian.
They be on that bullshit. Yeah, they on some
He a
bullshit. They
libertarian.
cannot.
So basically, what Mud was saying, he was right. He's trying to use our pain and talking about some student debt forgiveness. He like, yo, real shit, like in the middle of a pandemic, when people need money. You know what I mean? Like this shit, real shit. Like I can see basic health care and motherfucking UBI being at the top, the forefront of you talking about the pandemic. You making that argument. Don't bring us up in that argument though. Don't talk about the curses. Don't bring our whole story up. And for me, all the shit that was wrong to the niggas did to us, and talk about
that's what they always do.
Don't do that shit, man.
They always do that. They go through our whole plight, and then they be like, "But everybody," it's like, "But everybody didn't go through what we went through." Which I'm fine for these universal policies, but you need to give me reparations first. And again, the universal policies that you're offering don't help poor Black people. And this is coming from an upper middle. I'm in the top 5% of my race. That's the paying off this student loan debt is great. That'll clear out this debt that's in my name. And if you clear out the ones that are private too, that clears this debt that I have in my mama's name out too. So then I really won't really have no debt. But I'm in the top 5% of Black people.
It's not like you live. See that you're in the top 5% of Black people. I want you to talk to somebody from the top 5% of white people. And that's what you're gonna mention. Go meet one of them. Go meet one of them.
It's a whole different number. Real talk.
You live like
I'm still
you
broke.
live like a lower middle class white person and shit. That's fucked up.
I literally gotta go to the bank tomorrow to put money in it so I can pay a bill.
For real, you live like a lower middle class white person.
And I'm in the top 5% of Black people.
So you live like in a motherfucking 30-35%, maybe the 40% of white people and shit. And you're in the top 5% of Black people.
Exactly, if that.
If I mean, maybe the 50%. If I mean, at the middle line of white people.
I don't even think I'm in the middle line. I think I'm somewhere in like the 3rd or 4th percentile.
You might be,
maybe the 4th.
You might be 75. Damn. So you might be like
4th.
70. That's crazy.
Yeah, it might be somewhere in the 4th. Yeah, I gotta look at the numbers. You gonna make me do some research, but yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, real shit. Like, she's in the top 5% of people because everybody like to bring the race, how to break down race, the wealth, the quintile, and decile. All right, well, she in the top 5% of Black people. Go meet a white person in the top 5%. Bro, real shit. They mansion gonna have another mansion in the back of the mansion. They
definitely not gonna be driving a piece of shit ass 2014 Chevy for sure.
No, it's not gonna be. No, it's gonna be no.
That overheats when it gets too hot.
That's what they like. That's what they like cars. They probably got 5 of them. I mean, like you talk about the top 5% of white people. Like you live in the top 5% of Black people, and you feel me? You out here struggling. Shit, it's like that shit ain't cool. That shit. I mean, not struggling. That's struggling like them. Like, but no.
Struggling.
You struggling.
I'm about to start begging around Christmas time for people to support my my plantation rum habit for sure. I'm about to pull out my 10 cup.
I'll send wherever I got you. Don't worry, I'll send you a whole bottle. I'm gonna send you a case of rum. All right, I'm gonna save my.
No, you can't afford a case of that. It's like $50 a bottle. You can send me a bottle.
Oh damn, $50. God damn!
I told you.
Can I send you a cup?
Send me a bottle. You see, I didn't let you set yourself up for that. Like,
I ain't gonna lie. Do shots?
Just send one. Just send one.
Do shots go through Amazon? Can I put it in the shot glass and wrap it up? Will it go through Amazon? Because I can't. I'm getting that shit to you, sis. I swear to God, I'm getting that shit to you.
I'm gonna get a P.O. box just so I can hustle, bro.
Bro, that shit is a real shot.
Just call me Jack Sparrow, goddammit.
I'm like, don't spill that shit either, man. Don't spill that shit. I'm like, that shit wrapped up in hella bubble wrap. This is gonna be a real shot glass. Like, yeah, I work hard for that shit. Make sure she get that.
Hilarious.
But man, nah, y'all niggas crazy, man. Y'all crazy, man. This whole thing is crazy.
I mean, just to finish it off, the last guy, like he decided to make it, like he was bringing up fucking immigration. Like,
yeah,
like
you can't talk about Black people without talking about immigration. You know, they got to bring in our replacements. And I guess people get mad if I say that or not, but I don't care. It is what it is. Because again, y'all can just look at history. If I go read when affirmative action was white, you know, read how the Irish became white. You know, that's the old stuff, so you don't have to get triggered. Start there. And if you want to talk about some new stuff, I can give you some more books. But I like to start historically, so you can see I'm not a bigot. I don't like y'all need to, like, I have issues with your ancestors too, because your ancestors was a problem. So It is what it is.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I don't understand how, like, anything he said was like a real argument for why they need to do student loan forgiveness. Like, okay,
It wasn't.
like motherfuckers that are in another country aren't going to come to America. Like, it's not like they gonna fucking build some shit that's gonna be better than America in the other fucking country. Like, even if they build some shit over there, they still gonna try to come to America's market to sell their shit.
Because we're one of the biggest markets, and that's what it is. And we make everything hot. Like, let's keep it real.
I know. So I mean, it's some dumb shit, man. I like, really, this whole video is like a waste of motherfucking time. And like,
hey, I don't even know. I'm like, that shit came out of nowhere
It's
too.
content. This is
That
why
shit
we
came.
here.
I'm like,
no, I'm
yo,
talking about not for us, but I'm talking about for them. Like, they wasted their motherfucking time, even like talking. Like, none of
feel
this shit added up.
I agree.
Talking
I agree.
That shit is crazy. Like, I'm like, I didn't even know the user gonna bring this video. Sam, you be having shit in the cut. I didn't even know. He's like, oh, real shit. Everybody fired up. All right, I got something for y'all. I'm like, bro. I'm like, what's this?
I hadn't watched it yet, so I was like, well, if I'm gonna have to be tortured by this bullshit, I might as well share it with y'all.
Word up. I'm like, yo, I got something real shit. I fired up after that. After cooking Professor Doe, I got something for y'all. You played it. I was like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, what? Yo, that shit really offended me on so many levels, man. I ain't really getting to it. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, you had the brother going off about how his family was robbed from generations and centuries of wealth, being a 6th generation African American that has his college degree, and nobody in his family passed him down no fucking wealth. Like, what the fuck? Like, in America, you know what I'm saying? Like. And then he turned around and say, yo, that's why we got to forgive student loan debt for everybody. That shit is
because his
terrible.
ass got a bunch of student loan debt. I bet he got over 100 grand. And and think about it. He's 6 generations deep to do what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez did in what, a generation? Like, her parents were college educated. She went to college, became a bartender, and she's a congresswoman. Okay? So let's just be honest about how this shit rolls. Like, fucking, what's her name? The one who says that Black people are jealous of Somalis? Oh, Ilhan Omar. Who says that the reason why Black people don't like her is because they're jealous of her. It's not because of the fact that she likes anti-Black racist posts. But okay, so like, her ass got here in the 90s and she's where you at. So 6 generations of your parents going to 5 generations of your parents going to college, and you where somebody who literally got here in 1994 is at.
But I bet you though, the reason why he wants just to do the student loan shit is because he probably makes a decent income.
Of course.
He probably makes a decent income. He just removes all that debt. You know, he'll be living pretty. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Brother, he live like a rapper, but not like the nigga that old. You feel me? Not the motherfucker that owned Purdue Chicken, or not the tenure professor that taught him. Real shit. He probably went. You feel me? The professors that taught him, he won't live like them. I mean, like, if he went to a black school, I don't know. If he went to a white school, them tenure professors that he won't live like them. You feel me? He'll still live close to them. You feel me? He'll get close, but he won't live like them. You know what I mean?
I'm saying.
These motherfuckers is crazy. I'm going to bed. I hate this shit.
Listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, back on the grill again. We grilling them, You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really done justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings, we are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one, cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country, the win. You need our energy. You gon' see. listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Pennies, Jim Crow, and mass incarceration. Redline and lynchings, we are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one, cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country, to win, you need our energy. You gon' see? Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Welcome to Reset Race, where we talk about race and politics and how those two things intersect in American politics and how they impact us and how they impact you, whoever you may be. And hopefully this is not your first time listening to us, but if it is your first time, please subscribe and also like and share, like everybody else says on YouTube and every other platform. All right, so for you new folks, we're going to introduce the crew. We're going to start off with ladies first. I'm Michael Graham from Actify Press. I always forget if I say that, but that's who I am. And first up is Samantha Angelique. Sam, talk to the people.
No, I think I'm gonna change my name for the show. I've been thinking about this, you guys. Because I like the Khaleesi nickname. I do like the Khaleesi nickname that John gave me, so I might do that one. But I'm thinking about this. I am definitely thinking about a good little name change for the show.
Right.
So we will be talking about this in the upcoming. Alert. Yeah, new nickname alert. Just in case the show, just in case the show ever get picked up, they, whatever name you give them, they own. That's why Dave Chappelle was going off about wanting his stuff back.
And he got it back too.
He sure did. But so yeah, you can find me at me17trillion. I'm looking forward to doing this about Kyle today, talking about water is wet. And yeah, I'm gonna keep it short today because I've been asked to to be a little more sensitive in the beginning.
Sensitive to the little people.
So this should be fun and good times. But yeah, I'm thinking Khaleesi though. I like that one. I like the Khaleesi nickname. I'm gonna think about some other stuff, but I do like Khaleesi.
All right, cool.
Either that or
Khaleesi.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. All right, go ahead. So John, you're up.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, man. What's up, fam? Like, it's me, John C. Back with the fam. Like I said, average American Negro. Motherfucking, yeah. And you can follow me. I ain't put my Twitter handle out there like in a minute, but I had to go get some smoke. My fam held me down. MG held me down. Motherfucking Sam held me down. And Mud, I know you, Mud held me down too. Real shit, like, you know what I mean? Everybody held me down. I had to come back. So I don't want my family to hold me down. I get this fucking predicament. I'm gonna come back and hold myself down. But regardless, you can follow me or not, I really don't care. I really don't give a fuck. Back with the fucking fam. We about to give fucking more smoke. KKK Kalinsky. So, you know what this is. You know what this is gonna be about. So, happy to be here. Cousin Mud. What up, cousin? MG.
Talk to him, Mud.
Sam, Khaleesi.
I like it. It's growing on me. I like it.
Dragon Queen. It's fine.
I like it because I like burning shit down. So
burn shit. You know what? I don't say that. My bad, cuz.
Nah, they call me Mud. You can find me on my socials, Twitter, Instagram, Clubhouse at of Lineage, one word. Better Dose TV's coming soon. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's get it.
All right. Thank you there, Mood.
That's good stuff.
All right, family. All right, Sam, let's talk about this video. What's the name of this video?
I'm pulling it up for you right now.
On right
screen share. Yes, sir.
Share. Y'all didn't know I could sing, did you? Still don't know. All right. This is from April 29th, 2021. It says, study, identity politics kills progressive popularity. Notice what they're calling identity politics, but we'll go into that. Yeah, we're gonna talk about this video. Crystal also did a video. That's the one we got a request to do, but we're gonna riff on Kyle this time because we've gone at the hill several times over the last couple of months, and we kind of left Kyle out in the wilderness. I know he missed us riffing on him, so we decided to come and give him some smoke.
KKK Kalinsky.
KKK Kalinsky, that's how they get down. KKK Crystal gets a break, and KKK Saga. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, fuck them. All right. So, and we're also gonna, we've all read the study, and we're gonna discuss the study itself, and we're gonna go from there. All right, let's go, Sam. Let's ride on with this mess.
Gonna ride out. All right, here we go. Boom.
A political science study from Yale. Some undergraduates at Yale did this study, and the results are fascinating. So take a look at this. So Mika English, who's one of the people who did this study, Democrats have started using racial justice framing to promote their progressive policies. Like student debt relief is good because it will close the racial wealth gap. Is this language helpful for their cause? In a new working paper, Jay Calla, who's the other...
I like how you threw that out there, MG. So that's the gag, though, right? Like, student loan debt relief is good because it'll close the racial wealth gap. This is why it doesn't work, because it's a lie.
Dr. Doherty, you were one of the various people who talked about reparations. I've quoted you quite a bit in my work. When you think about ways to address the racial wealth gap and through the lens of reparations, like what's one of the most effective steps you think can be taken immediately?
Well, I want to thank Ryan for introducing reparations into the conversation.
So I've done a substantial amount of work on this topic, particularly in conjunction with my partner, Kirsten Mullen, and we have a new book on reparations that will be available in April called From Here to Equality. In the final chapter, we try to sketch how you might actually execute a reparations program. I think one of the critical things that we have to recognize is the magnitude of the racial wealth gap. And I think we've talked about the racial wealth gap here, but I don't think we've offered any numbers to give people a sense of the scale of that disparity. So if you were to examine the American population as a whole, Black Americans are about 13% of the nation's population, but Black Americans possess less than 3% of the nation's wealth. What that translates into at the average is an $800,000 differential per Black and white household. That is to say, the average Black household has $800,000 less in net worth than the average white household. And I'm talking about looking at the average or the mean instead of the median, which Ryan referred to, because 94% of the wealth that is held by white households is held by white households who have a net worth above the white median. And so if we're thinking about closing the racial wealth gap, we have to think about closing it at the mean rather than at the median to absorb the full differential in the proportion of wealth that's held by the two communities. So if you were to bring the Black share of wealth at least to the Black share of the population, it would require an additional at least $10 trillion. And so the other kinds of programs or initiatives that we're talking about are not going to come anywhere close to trying to eliminate or eradicate a gap at that magnitude. And so that's why we need to turn to something like a reparations program, which is specifically aimed at building Black assets to a level that would be comparable to the level of assets that are held by white Americans on average.
Researcher here says, we find no. Let me give you more. They say, racial equality frames and public policy support survey experimental evidence by Micah English and Joshua L. Kalla. So here's the abstract. How do racial attitudes shape policy preferences in the era of Black Lives Matter and increasingly liberal views on racial issues? A large body of research finds that highlighting the benefits of progressive policies for racial minorities undermines support for those policies. However, Democratic elites have started centering race in their messaging on progressive public policies. To explore this puzzle, in this paper, we offer an empirical test that examines the effect of describing an ostensibly race-neutral progressive policy with racial framing, as used by Democratic elites on support for that policy. To benchmark these effects, we compare a race policy frame with class.
Sorry, I don't want to, because I know we're going to actually go through the whole thing, but where was that race neutral policy for that fucking Asian, what's that shit?
Pacific Islanders, yeah.
No, the fucking shit that they just passed, that fucking, sorry.
Asian hate crime.
Thank you. Yes. Yep. Where was it for that, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, we know who they're talking about when they say this.
Well, yeah, of course.
America's racist. This is a shocker. How do you change that?
Water is wet.
So this is the Morgan Freeman study. Don't talk about it, and it'll go away.
Yep, don't talk about racism, it'll go away. Mm-hmm.
The funny thing about this is that they're trying to act like this is like an objective,
profound
view. Mm-hmm. Like they're trying to act like this is objective, but we already know it's biased because it says Democratic elites. Like the only people that are saying this are the fucking socialist, class reductionist motherfuckers.
Yeah. But even in the study, they say they found counter evidence. You know what I mean? Yeah. We'll talk more about it as we go. Yeah. John, you got anything on that before we move on?
Nah, y'all niggas killing this shit, man. I just KKK Kalinske, we just put so much pressure on that. They doubling down on class reductionism, man. Like they doubling down on anti-Black class reductionism. This shit is fucking sickening, man.
Yeah.
Also notice. I'm sorry, John. Also notice this undergrads did this. These aren't grads. This isn't somebody's thesis.
Hey,
These
G
are
Dub with the
undergrads did
Yale.
this.
Yo,
You know what
G
I
Dub
mean?
with the Yale. Fuck you. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like, I mean, G Dub
Yeah.
with the Yale, and he got an MBA from Harvard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said G Dub with the Yale. And you feel me? Graduated with a C plus. Like, so at the end of the day, it's like, all right, they bringing up this study. We know why. I'll get into it. You know what? I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be fucking quiet. KKK Kalinske know what he doing. He know he want to just take more of that. Yo, stop taking that shit out your mama medicine cabinet, man. You need to chill, man. You know what you're doing. That the Eminem mama medicine cabinet. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. This anti-black bullshit. All right, let's keep it going. All right.
You got anything, Med?
Oh no, let's go.
Race and class and neutral policy frames. We demonstrate that despite leftward shifts in public attitudes towards issues of racial equality, racial framing decreases support for race-neutral progressive policies. Generally, the class frame most successfully increases support for progressive policies across racial and political subgroups. What do you know? So, in other words, the point being made here is a point that we've made a number of times on this show, which is even if you're somebody who prioritizes racial justice on its own as distinctly separate and apart from economic justice, even if this is the way you think about politics, the way in which you can get wins on racial issues is to frame them in a class kind of way. So in other words,
shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
For white people. But when you start talking to black people, for you to get their interest, you have to talk about race. You need black people to win. So, yeah. Anything else, anybody? Go ahead. Go ahead, Mud. Please go.
Yeah. What he just said, the study said that people are turned off when you frame race neutral policies in a way that suggests that it's dealing with race. So obviously that's the problem. Like, okay, if it's a class policy, you need to label it like it's a class policy. But if you're actually going to deal with racial justice, you need to label it as racial justice. That's basically what it's saying. And like he's trying to construct it as in a way to saying that these class policies are actually dealing with the race problem, even though that the study is saying that it's not even supposed to be addressing the race problem. It's supposed to be talking about class. Like it's this bait and switch game they constantly do and think no one is following.
Yeah, that's a perfect point, because I was going to say the same thing. As a matter of fact, I pull it up again. Let's read this. I'm gonna read this again. I'm gonna read this because Kyle read it. I'm gonna read it again. We demonstrate that despite leftward shifts in public attitudes towards issues of racial equality, racial framing decreases support for race neutral progressive policies. If it's race neutral, frame it as race neutral. Nobody's telling you to lie to people. Like Mud said, just say what it is. Stop saying stupid shit like we mentioned before. That
No, it's the Brianna Greyjoy shit. It's the Brianna Greyjoy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, let's flame Medicare for all because it helps more black people because more black people die of health issues or some stupid shit like that.
Yeah. Stop framing student debt as a way to close the racial wealth gap
because it's a lie.
Stop lying, progressives. That's what they're saying. Well,
and
frame
pause, MG, since we're saying that it is a lie that it doesn't close the racial wealth gap, please go and read What We Get Wrong About Closing the Racial Wealth Gap by William Sandy Darity. No, because we can't just say it's a lie without telling people where to go read where the fuck it's a lie at.
Yeah, exactly.
So please go and read this. There's a whole study. White high school dropouts have more fucking wealth than black fucking college graduates, bachelor's degrees. So miss me with the bullshit.
Yeah. Well, there's the other study that
Don't Make It Rain.
He did no. It was running the numbers. That's the one he did.
Is it in that one too? Oh yeah, because he talked about Bernie.
Yeah, when he's talking about all those progressive policies,
running
like
the
Medicare
numbers
for
on
all,
closing the racial wealth gap.
right, how all these policies impact the racial wealth gap, or don't, which most of them don't really impact it in any significant way, right? I think in that study called "Running the Numbers" by Sandy Derry from Duke University, I think they closed the gap by like $1,000, which is nothing. You know what I mean? That's nothing. Well, they can say it moving in that direction, I guess. But but when you were talking about the levels of wealth, the wealth gap we're talking about, 850,000 per family, that's nothing. Okay, it's 849 now. Good job for those of us for the people who went to college and have debt. All right, I've said it before. I'm ex-military. I don't have debt from I didn't go into debt for my degree. All right, so all these folks that got this debt, all these black folks, especially black women that had this debt from going to college, the racial wealth gap will not be closed. Will it be good to get that debt off the books? Of course it will be. But our issues are not on the debt side of the ledger. It's on the asset side of the ledger. All right? That's the problem. That's where our problems are, on the asset side of the ledger, not the debt side of the ledger. And the quicker the left understands that, the better. Well, I'm sure a lot of them understand that. All right, let's go.
Huzzah.
The people who are most interested and most obsessed with that topic, you're more likely to get wins if you frame these things in a class-conscious way first and foremost. In other words, you actively push people away, turn people off, make them dislike you more and dislike your issues more if you frame it in a racialized way. So, listen, again, this is a point I've been attacked for making, but I'll make it again. I'm sorry, it's just factually true that universal solutions actually close the racial wealth gap and
No, they don't.
It's just factually true that universal solutions actually close the racial wealth gap and
No, they don't. Stop lying. No, they
That
don't.
is a lie.
That's a lie.
Show the fucking studies. Show
Oh,
the studies.
that's a fucking
No, they do
lie.
not. Nothing that has been proposed closes the racial wealth gap.
Nothing.
Everybody listening to this call.
Everybody.
Okay. If I give you $5,000 and all of your neighbors $5,000, do you guys now have the same? If y'all bank accounts match exactly, you do. If not, you don't. This don't make no sense. What are you talking about? Right? And the thing about it is, we're not even against class policies, but the class policies that they're pushing don't even make a dent for fucking poor white people. Like, poor whites don't even get a leg up with this shit. So it damn sure ain't helping us Negroes. Like, come on. Like, Kyle.
He's doubling down on the bullshit.
Doubling down. Like, please, Mud, please. I'm mute myself. I'm frustrated. No, I'm frustrated.
I didn't want to cut you off, but I'm tired of like it being framed as just a poverty thing. Like, we're talking about closing the racial wealth gap because of the actual injury. So even for, people who are like middle class, like Black people are middle class, like they deserve to get a leg up because of, or not even a leg up. They deserve to have their debt paid because it's their inheritance. So it's like, and the thing is, it's like, what he's telling us is the same thing the conservatives are telling us. Get over it. That's basically it.
This is the white liberal racist version of dog whistling. This is no different. It's all dog whistles. Let's not talk about identity politics anymore. Let's just talk about class.
But again, even if we just talk about class, right? We have to if we're gonna really get to the root causes, we have to describe how people came and became parts of those classes. Right? It's not just capitalism bad, class structure is what it is. No, we need to discuss how people got there, because people got there in different ways. Some people came here with nothing. Some people came here with nothing and built something and still didn't get nothing. There's different causes and different effects. And if you don't tackle those, you're not really answering the questions and you're not solving problems. You're just trying to skate by right now. Because like you said, Sam, he's dog listening. He's talking to the people that listen to him, right? He's talking to his audience, telling them, yeah, you were right all the time not to listen to them niggas, right? That's what he's saying. But again, a handful of undergraduates, 3 undergraduates, they haven't even, then now this isn't somebody's thesis. Nobody's hanging their
Scholastic career.
Their scholastic credibility on this bullshit, right? Even in the study, they say that, well, there's some evidence that we may be bullshitting, but they're moving right along. You know what I mean? All right, go ahead, John. You got something?
Not really. I'm gonna get his ass later. Not really though. But he know what he doing. He know what he fucking doing, man. You know what? I do got something, MG. I do got something. You know this is my top enemy, man. Y'all know this is my top fucking KKK Felicity. Been my top enemy. You my top enemy, man. And you really just prove why. Like you just prove why. Because this is the game they play and shit. The game they play is that fucking neo-libs use race to kind of suppress progressive policies. And this is the reason why Bernie Sanders need to stay away from kind of racializing progressive policies and this and that. But first of all, like this tactic already, like we've seen this tactic. This is what left you. This is why we come after y'all motherfuckers, like, because you feel me, like real shit. Like the thing about it is that when Bernie Sanders and them was talking about these progressive policies, they were not targeting black. They were speaking in those ways, those little blocks. It was like class block. It was like middle class people and poor people and rural people and people that are poor. And they ain't connected to black people. They're saying that motherfucking Democrats racialize this shit to put it down. By the end of the day, if you're really about justice, what you should say to them fucking neo-libs, because neo-libs hate us for being specific racial, like targeted towards the racial pop. They don't like us. Maxine Waters hate us. Like if us four came to Maxine Waters' door, man, so be like, get them niggas out
Release
of here.
the
Like, get them out of
hounds.
here right now. Talk about reparations. Get them away from me. They hate them. They hate us more than they hate y'all. You know what I mean? They hate us more than they hate these fucking progressives. Like, so this is just a game he playing, trying to conflict the neo-lib problem, like neo-libs using our plight the same way that, you feel me, to suppress their progressive policies, the way that they use our fucking plight to kind of push their progressive policies. And he just saying like, don't talk about it. Don't bring up Negroes no more. Because Negro, you going to benefit the most. We've been talking about, what the fuck, Cal? This what you got? this what you, all right, never mind.
And stop telling me that I'm going to get the biggest, stop telling me I'm going to get the biggest piece of the fucking crumbs. Sorry, I had to get that out because I was getting frustrated. Got the stuttering and shit. It's this goddamn coffee. Yeah, quit telling me I'm going to get the biggest nugget of the crumbs that falls off the table. Listen, none of these policies move the needle. Listen, it's great if I can have free healthcare so I can prolong my death. But if I'm still fucking poor and starving, okay, like we still need money and resources. None of these things that they're talking about are gonna close, like I said, are gonna close the racial wealth gap, period. None of them. And fuck that racial wealth gap. None of those things are gonna close the lineage wealth gap, which is for descendants of chattel slavery. Fuck the racial wealth gap, because a lot of you guys, this country doesn't owe you anything. You immigrated to a racist country. You were not brought here in chains. You were not forced to come here. You chose to come here. This was your choice. So the country doesn't owe you anything. The only thing the country owes you is a standard of living as an American citizen. So that's why I'm not against class policies. But I agree, let's stop framing them as fucking racial policies, because they're not closing shit. That's why everybody's getting turned off, because it's not closing anything. But most people aren't even smart enough to know that. You're sitting here saying that it does. So the problem is people like you are liars. We get these racist white people. And yes, I'm calling Kyle racist. He's a white liberal racist, white progressive racist, whatever. He probably has black friends, but he's paternalistic. He's like a Bill Maher. You know, like they all cool with black people. They fuck black chicks. Not saying that Kyle fucks black chicks. But I'm just saying, you know, they all cool with black people and shit. And then, but when it comes down to like what black people need and how to better our situation, they don't give a fuck. Like, oh, well, just take some fucking healthcare, take some free college and get the fuck on. But it's like, but my free college doesn't help me get a fucking job. Like, if the Democratic Party right now, if the squad had Is there a federal jobs guarantee bill in fucking Congress right now being pushed that has been signed by anybody, has been actually introduced? Is there one?
I have no idea.
I would have to look it up. But what I'm saying is the federal jobs guarantee, if it was at $25 an hour, that would be something that would be substantial for all Americans. That would actually help Black people, because Black people who can't get a fucking job right now could go get a fucking job.
Mm-hmm.
Not at 15, at 25. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about $15 an hour, which is still fucking poverty wages. And I want people listening to this, really tell me, like, if you live somewhere that's a major market, like if you live in a city, not even a major city, just if you live in a city, that is not enough money. $15 an hour in a city is not enough money. Period.
Mm-hmm.
And like a lot of people said, just because they rate, just like if it's 15, great, but without a federal jobs guarantee, which 15 still ain't shit, so it needs to be 25, but without a federal jobs guarantee, there's no new jobs coming to those poor Black people and those poor white people in the South who ain't got no jobs. You need the federal jobs guarantee with it being $25 an hour to actually to matter as a class policy. But that's not what you guys are talking about. You're talking about shit that only really helps upper middle class people. The policies that they're proposing, especially college, free college, that's a top 10% problem. That's a top 10% problem. So,
yeah,
like
but even Joe Biden's talking about free community college. You know what I mean?
Community college is fucking free right now.
For a lot of states, yeah, it is.
No, if you make under a certain amount of money, right? So unless your parents make decent money, and then even if your parents make decent money, there's ways to get around the system. Because my mom made too much money for me to get my shit in the beginning, so I had to go through this whole thing and file as like an emancipated adult person to get my shit. So there's always workarounds. But if you make under a certain amount of money, like your classes are free. At junior college, if you're, even with what my mom was making, my classes were still free. I just couldn't get any money. You understand what I'm saying? So no, your classes are free. And then if you make under a certain amount of money after that, so you have your classes are free. Then if you make under a certain amount of money, you can get actual financial aid where they'll actually give you money. And then on top of that, they have EOPS, at least in California, they have EOPS in these schools, which they give you like book vouchers. They'll give you fucking train passes, like all kinds of shit. Like there's so much shit that you get. Like college is free for most poor people right now. If you're a poor person, junior college is free for you up until you run out of your financial aid money in the Pell Grants. Yes. So they're not even talking about making 4-year universities free. If they were talking about 4 years, but again, that doesn't close the racial wealth gap. And all universities should be free anyways, because it's 2021. We have climate change coming. We're already seeing all this shit going on. We need to be training Americans to be the best and the brightest in the world, to be ready to solve the problems that are coming down the line for us. But y'all aren't talking about that.
Nope.
This is weak.
Yeah, even in Tennessee, community college is free in Tennessee. You know, you graduate high school, you walk in the door, you go to community college. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts. Right? No paperwork. I mean, no more than usual. Right? No FAFSA documents. Nothing. It's free in Tennessee. You know, you know how wild that is. In Tennessee, community college is free, and even Joe Biden is meeting them halfway on this shit. So how progressive is it really if Joe Biden is halfway there with you? You know what I mean? You know, Mike John, it's not all that fucking progressive.
You know what he's doing.
It's not, it's, I mean, and he doesn't have a leg to stand on, Mr. Justice Democrats. All them Justice Democrats got out there and became regular old Democrats. Fuck justice.
I want to win.
They became just us. Like
yeah, exactly.
And now he's crying about
they all focused on their brands and shit.
Yeah.
Yo, did anybody notice that Cori Bush looked flyer already? Like when I just saw her, I was like, oh, who's that? And I was like, Cori Bush. And I was like, oh, I see that money already hitting you, boo-boo. Your whole appearance been upgraded. Oh, am I the only one?
She got a stylist. She got a stylist. Let her live. Let her live.
I'm not saying that anything's wrong with it, because Cori Bush is at least flapping. Well, no, they're all terrible. I don't.
Well, I mean, at least
Mud,
Cori Bush
Mud,
picked
where
a
you at
fight.
though, cuz? Hey, Mud, what you got to say about this shit, man? What's up, cuz?
Nah, I mean, I agree with Sam. Like, Sam's kind of aired the whole shit out. Like, I don't really have shit to say.
Sam always does that shit to us.
And ameliorate race issues the most. Now, that's not to say that every race issue is solved if you do these things, but it is to say that if you talk, for example, about legalizing, taxing, and regulating drugs and freeing every nonviolent drug offender. See, I just spoke about that in a totally race-neutral way. And the effect of those policies would be actually to really almost bring about a form of racial justice, because the drug war disproportionately targets minorities.
Feelings, Mud?
Yeah. So what about the people who've already been imprisoned and have records and all that stuff? You're not necessarily talking about doing something that is going to lift them up. You're just talking about ending the
Letting them
bullshit.
out.
Huh?
You're just talking about letting them out to nothing, like slavery.
I don't even know if they're really letting them out. Like, really, I think all they're talking about is like stopping the shit going forward. Like,
no. Sorry. Yo.
Where the fuck did your little black ass come from? Huh? You think you and some old voodoo bitch could scare me out of my house? I don't care how many slaves died here. I didn't kill them. You get no reparations. You hear me? No reparations!
Tales from the hood. No reparations for you. No reparations for you. With the little fucking dolls, bro. Sorry, go ahead.
That whole thing again, like Sam was saying, we get disproportionate pieces of the pie, right? But what about the harms that led up to this, right? I guarantee you 90% of the Negroes get caught up in the drug game who are actually doing it and not just got ran up on and got some shit planted on them, right? If we had our wealth, 90% of them wouldn't be doing it. You know what I mean? You're not going to the source of anything, right? Again, they're trying to restart the country in the way they want to without solving any of the underlying problems, which means they're going to fester. They're going to linger. No matter what you say or do, the problems of racism, they're going to linger and they're going to impact us more than anyone else. Anyone else.
Yeah.
That's disproportionate, motherfucker. Excuse my French. All right, anybody else got anything?
Nah, I mean, yeah, man. But I mean, you see what he's saying, man. Basically, what he's saying is like, yo, he's dog whistling to the to progressive politicians talking about quote unquote racial justice. None of this shit is specific. This is POC talking. He real shit like, and it's targeted towards us. Like, it's layers to this shit. He get at the neo-libs for focusing too much on race. Feel me? Like, but not really doing nothing to help the economic structure. He's dog whistling towards the left that talk about race, to push progressive policies, but white people don't like it because they kind of make it racialized, even though black people know that it's really not going to lift us off the bottom. So he's basically just trying to tell everybody, shut the fuck up about the niggas. He like, shut up. We got the Yale study. We got a mathematical equation. Look, it say race times division times class divided by class plus race greater than race equal than race to the third power equal. Don't talk about
talk about a wild formula in the study.
Don't talk about it no more. Don't do it no more. Stop it. Stop talking about the Negro specific issues and economic issues. Like, and he think that he throwing a blow towards people like us, like talking about Maxine Water. He think that we buying into this bullshit. They don't even like he living in the fantasy world, man. He talking some real anti-black shit for real. This some anti-black. He doubling down on his anti-black class reductionism. It lets you
So
know how deep this racism shit is. Bro.
Before MG jump in, I gotta answer to all of his problems, right? Pay niggers reparations, and you can do all the shit you talking about because you will have paid us our money and we'll be off the board. So you can class it up after then. Get rid of race, and then you can do class. It's that easy. We're not doing it the other way. Sorry.
Yeah, but the study even said stop lying about the shit. The study said stop lying about this shit. Stop telling people this is going to solve a problem that doesn't solve a problem. It's not really solving, right?
But the thing is, he's not like, the thing is that he's doing exactly what he's saying shouldn't be done in the study right now by claiming that this shit is going to solve the race stuff. It's just if we don't talk about it. Like that's all he's saying, but he's actually talking about how this is going to solve the race stuff. Like you're doing exactly what the study tells us not to do. Like it's fucking insane. Like this stuff does not fucking fix race problems. It is a race neutral policy. Like just call it a solution for class problems. And you would probably get further if you were honest and say you don't give a fuck about race problems instead of pretending like this shit is going to be a solution.
I really wish they would, Mud. I wish they would.
Real shit, huh?
Yeah, let's go on more shit. I'm tired.
MG, you got something? No, nah. Go ahead, bro. What's up?
It's just the same bullshit, man. We've been fighting since we started this show, and even before that, as individuals, you know, stop fucking lying to people. Tell the truth. Tell the fucking truth.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
All right, just be honest. This shit ain't gonna really solve racism stuff. It'll do some stuff around the edges, but you know, at the end of the day, it's really not gonna do nothing for you niggers. You know what I mean?
Just be like, listen, this is gonna help the majority of Americans, and you niggas are Americans, so take this and shut the fuck up. And then we would say, fuck you, but we see you.
Yeah.
But instead, we out here dancing around.
Exactly. That's exactly what we're doing. All right, let's go. Shit. Made me mad.
Man.
And, you know, even people who are arrested for doing drugs, selling drugs, disproportionately, that impacts minority communities. So if you legalize, tax, and regulate drugs, that helps minority communities the most. And if you free every nonviolent drug offender, that helps minority communities the most. Now,
I'm sorry, it's irritating the fuck out of me that he keeps saying minority. Don't use minority. That's lesser than.
How about
don't
BIPOC?
use it.
BIPOC?
Fuck that too. I don't like any of that shit. I don't like any of that shit. I don't like any of that shit. But minorities, that shit is rubbing. Tell me how an Indian is a fucking minority when they have more money than white people. Tell me how a Japanese person is a minority when they have more money than white people. Like, just because you're non-white, yes, you're in, like, you're percentage-wise, yes, there's fewer of you, but when you're elitist, like regular white people, what the fuck? This is the thing, right? Everybody keeps talking about class, but if y'all really do class policies, you're gonna be upset because you motherfucking people of color are gonna get fucking slaughtered in that shit. Because a lot of you have been fucking pigeonholing yourselves into shit that should have been for poor blacks. And you are some rich fucking foreigners. Not all of you. Man, I see. Listen.
Yeah.
Listen.
Hey, Sam,
no.
Get him, man. Get him the fuck out of here.
John Khaleesi.
My bad. You gotta go ahead, sir.
You motherfuckers want a class war? I'm about to give y'all one. Because we can go. No, because we can go for real. Because, like, we already know what we want and need for reparations. That's a done deal. I can fight that. And fight y'all motherfuckers on this class war, too. Because if y'all really want to play this class war shit, we can go. Because nothing you're proposing fixes fucking class. So if you want to keep talking about it, we're going to keep digging and peeling away at it and show that it's not going to help no fucking body. So let's play. I'm here for it.
And
I'm a Gemini, I'm fucking petty.
And that's the thing though. I've been saying this about these folks for a long time. They really not. They're just here to get power, right? They see all these people aging out of Congress, and they think they can start scooping up those seats, specifically the Justice Democrats, with a lot of people on the quote unquote left. They just want to be the new bosses. That's all it is. They just want more power, and they're saying whatever they got to say to do to get that power without serving us, right? Because they know if we get lifted up, they got a problem holding this thing together.
Oh, and here's the gag, because we are literally looking at Frankenstein, and the Justice Democrats are his fucking monsters. AOC, that whole thing. This motherfucker's Frankenstein. And the Justice Democrats, Frankenstein's monster. You created that beast. That was birthed from your fucking loins.
Ain't that crazy? He done like real shit. Like he supported, it was like, yo, he supported a whole system, like a whole fucking organization to get progressives, quote unquote, progressives in power. And now he's doing videos. He done put in years of work to get these motherfuckers in power. Now you gotta do videos like, yo, AOC on some bullshit. I remember that type of legwork he was putting in for AOC. Like, real shit. He was putting everything on the line for
like I said, they're his baby. Like I said, they are his monster. He is Frankenstein, and they are Frankenstein's monster. Like, you need to be more focused on dealing with your monster you created than worrying about the niggas.
But again, it's about power, right? Even if he's supposed to be no longer in the power structure of Justice Democrats, but he's still he's a still big part of their media arm, right? So and he 99% of the time he protects them. So this monster that he built was always about power. It wasn't about helping anybody. It was just a path to power, right? If somebody gets helped along the way, great. But it's always a path to power without serving us. That's all it ever was.
I guess. And this is why I know I keep saying it, and I know we do like a political show, but like this shit ain't coming through these fuck ass politicians. It's coming through us organizing ourselves. Once we organize ourselves amongst each other, then we can make them do whatever we want, because they gonna feel the wrath if they don't. But as of right now, if your congressperson where you live doesn't do what you want, how do you punish them? And when I say punish them, I don't mean nothing stupid, motherfuckers. I mean, how do you punish them? As in, how do you get them out of office the next cycle? Not where it takes you years. You got to how do you do that? Through organizing your people. But everybody's sitting here trying to, and when I say organizing your people, I mean, we have to start organizing like where we live. And we have to get people sorry, give me a second, guys. I'm getting frustrated. Okay. No, I'm getting frustrated because I keep listening to this and they keep talking about the identity politics stuff. And you keep talking about we just saw how this plays out, right? With the Justice Democrats, right? They ran on one thing, they get in, they do something totally different. Now you can't, y'all couldn't get AOC out the next go around if you wanted to. And this bitch is now working against you. So my thing is, how do you punish people in the proper way when you're not organized properly? And I don't mean like organized for politics, like you're not even organized amongst yourselves, because what we should be doing is organizing as a people to do a general strike so we can break the financial system and force them to do what they need to do for us as a people. The fact that we have gone into a pandemic and went through a year and gotten less than $3,000 in aid for a whole fucking year and some change, like we should be punishing our government. And again, like I said, in a smart way, not a way that you're going to run out here and get yourself fucking killed and get all your people killed. No, like a general strike where everybody just stays the fuck home. Don't sign in the fucking Zoom. Don't get in your car and fucking drive. But that has to be organized because everybody has to do it at the same time for like a fucking week. That takes massive organization. This little bullshit about, oh, well, we'll just vote again 2024, 2022, 2024, 2024. That has not worked. That has not worked my entire adult life. So what's next, people? Because whatever this is, this ain't it. Sorry, go ahead. I know MG will disagree with me because he still believes. He still believes, but I don't.
No, I mean, I honestly, I think we should do both, right? We should be talking about strikes. We should be talking about.
I'm not upset with both.
We should be talking about alternate paths to power. We should be talking about that. We should be weighing all of our options at this point, especially for us as Black people, right? We've got to weigh all of our options because it's almost the end for us. You know, so I think so I don't have any beef with that strategy, but I think on the other side of that is if we can't just leave the political side and just walk away from it without trying to impact it in some way, shape, or form. It's the same thing I tell the folks about HR 40. You know, I tell people in a minute, yeah, HR 40 sucks. It's not what we need. It needs to be edited or it needs to be replaced. But if that's what's going through, you need to try to influence as much as you possibly can. Because that's the first thing smoking. That's the bus that's moving. You don't just let that bus go and be late for work or don't get to work.
Like AB 3121. That's what Idios LA did.
Mm-hmm.
That train was leaving the station. They were smart enough to jump on and make sure they were on it.
Yeah, especially when you know you can't stop it. You know what I mean? And you know you don't have the power to stop it. You better try to influence that motherfucker. Or at the end of the day, you get the politics you deserve. All right, anybody else got anything on that?
Hey, Mud, what up, cuz? Where you at, man? Your mud been quiet. What's up, Mud?
Sorry, I'm eating some peanuts. Give me a second.
It's all gravy. Yeah, I think overall, man, I think, yeah, the whole thing is wild to me, right? Because I think a strike should be an option. You know, we've got to fight. We've got to find a way to fight to break the system, or not to break the system, but to change the system in our favor. Because you're not going to be. It's like the lefties talk about ending capitalism. Yeah, that ain't happening anytime soon, if ever. You know, but if you're going to impact it, you gotta do something.
Sorry, MG. I don't want to cut you off, but remember to get rid of the last economic system, the slaveocracy. We literally fought a war.
Yep, that's true.
But y'all think we overthrowing capitalism tomorrow?
No, none of them believe that shit.
Yeah,
that's just a way to tell black people to shut up forever. Because if they you just want to become the oppressor and be capitalist. No, I just want to live in a nice neighborhood where the police don't shoot my kids. And the fuck?
Trying to keep it simple. You trying to keep it simple.
Definitely.
Yeah, what you got, Mud?
Well, I was just going to agree with you, MG, because if we got to be engaged with the political end, because if we don't have someone on that side, conveying the actual message, what's going to happen is that, we're going to have people in Congress. See, there's some wild shit is going to go. Wild shit is going on, but they're just going to respond to it however the fuck they think it's going to whatever solution they think is going to fix the situation.
Yeah.
They're not actually going to listen to us unless we have someone there in that system pushing our message.
Yep. You gotta have something in there, even if you don't get everything you want.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, you gotta have enough organization on the outside to punish people when they ignore you. When Karen Bass's bitch ass looked us dead in the face and said that reparations was not her issue and it would not be her issue unless we made it her issue, and that she said that we need to import more Africans because Black birth rates are low. Listen.
Go ahead.
in a world where I would have done what I should have done in my life, I should have been able to punish her. I should have been able to organize her district, because I don't even live in her district. Should have been able to organize her district to lolly this bitch out. That's what I mean when I say punish. So if you not set up where you can throw these fuckers out when they wild out, what do you want? We just aren't even set up. But Congress will have a 12% approval rate, but 90% of Congress will be voted back in. What? That's a disconnect.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can't be fucking up, but you're asshole. Come on. So what are we doing to organize people locally where we live to punish people?
Oh, I agree. I mean, I guess part of the problem is shit. I'm about to drop my microphone. Part of the problem is all these people in office have found ways to protect their spot. And one of the biggest ways to protect their spot is to keep the rich folks happy, right? That's how you get money to run the next person off, right? So, and the system is rigged. I mean, it is what it is. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do about it in the short term. That's for sure. you know. But you know, I don't know. Shit, I don't know. I'm frustrated. Sam, you got me frustrated. I ain't supposed to be frustrated.
Hey, not, hey, yo, man.
Go
Hey,
ahead,
Sam,
John.
I just got one thing to say, man. This is how I feel about it. This is how I feel about what's going on right now with all of this shit. Cal Kalinske tell Asian people to stop advocating for themselves to get policy.
That's a good point,
That's
John. That's a good point,
Directly.
John.
Directly.
Real shit, like stop
Directly.
talking real shit, like talking about something like people don't like racial this, racial that. Them like real shit, like the majority of the country don't like when people pass these laws and we already explained to this motherfucker like real shit, like motherfucking niggas will start a war right now. The majority, be 50% of the country that agree with this shit, the war gonna go on. You know what I mean? Like, or Japanese reparations or something like that. Like, you feel me? Like, or even when civil rights started and all the other shit started. Like, you think you talking about the way to get to justice is to not talk about specific people? Like, real shit, like specific issues? Like, that's the way you shut the fuck about your issues and you gonna get to justice? Like, this shit is crazy to me. But on the flip
They
side,
don't
like,
they don't believe that, John. They just don't want to. They just want to lean on this to back up their racism. They don't
That's
believe.
it.
They don't believe that shit.
that's what
They don't
want
believe.
to do.
They don't believe. Not talking about a particular issue is going to make it go away. No issue in the world ends like that. You know. Okay, we're gonna end world hunger, but we're not going to talk about it, huh?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah,
man,
How you
like,
sound?
yo, kids
Yeah,
are
no
starving. So
disrespect,
the
but
way to do that shit, man, like real shit. Like, don't talk about how the baby's starving. Talk about how you real shit. Just talk about how everybody need bread, not the kids though. Talk about the adults that's
Exactly.
Don't talk about the kids. Don't talk about the kids. Like, if the kids gonna get a piece of bread because they don't have no bread, they don't get a piece of bread. But everybody that got bread eat. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Shit,
So
it's worse than that. Like they say, don't talk about, the kids need to eat. We'll just get them health care.
You get some medicine for them stomach pains.
Yeah. Like, yo, you got malnutrition and shit like that. You need some food because you got free healthcare. They're like, I can't afford no food. But like, all right, well, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
well, they'll feed you when you go into the hospital because you're dying of starvation. So they'll pump your stomach with some food with a tube and send you back out for a little bit longer.
Yeah,
exactly.
All right,
Ooh,
let's move on.
This is a sad, sad world we living in, y'all. I'm.
Now, I can talk about that by coming out here and saying, putting the cart before the horse and saying, we need to bring about racial justice and we need to make sure that we, fix this issue for our minority communities, for our black and brown brothers and sisters, and that's why I'm in favor of X, Y, and Z. The point of this paper is to say
black and brown in the
when
first
you
place?
do that, you're convincing fewer people or turning people against you, whereas if you discuss it in a race-neutral way, even though you're bringing about racial justice, people will support it largely because you're framing it in a race-neutral way.
That's racist.
Give another example. This one will be on women's issues. The minimum wage. And actually, I think this works for minority communities as well. If you raise the minimum wage to a living wage,
minority,
the biggest beneficiaries of that, women and minority communities. Now, what the Democrats are doing these days is...
So if you're starving and I give you a cracker, instead of giving you a full fucking meal, like, you got a cracker, right? You're not starving technically anymore, right? Shut the fuck up. That's pretty much what he's saying, right?
Yeah, but that's what they've been saying to us forever. You know what I mean? Justice for you motherfuckers? Hell no. You just get what we give you, motherfucker. And how are you different from the Democrats, as far as we're concerned? All right, anyway, anybody else got anything?
Yeah, the study is about race. The study is not about women. Like, if the study was like, we don't know what it would be if it was talking about a study that frames everything in women's issues. It might be positive. Like, those are different things. But he's living in a world where if you say minority, you're covering damn near everybody but white men. So everybody but white men have the same issue.
Straight white men. Straight white men.
Yeah, because the gay white men, they got on the gravy train.
Yep.
Straight white Christian citizens.
Yep.
That's it. Yeah. Okay.
Is they'll go out there and say, because we need to bring about racial justice, and because we care about our black and brown brothers and sisters, and because we're feminists, and because we care about women's issues, that's why we need to do this policy. Although a lot of them don't support $15 minimum wage, but that would be the argument they would make. Whereas, again, the point of this paper is, if you just say, raise the minimum wage to a living wage, because people who work full-time should make enough money to survive, you know, and if the minimum wage kept up,
$15 ain't that. I'm gonna keep going, but $15 ain't that.
with what it was in 1968, it would be over $10 an hour today. So it's worth less today than it was in 1968.
You fucker!
If you talk about,
bitch, hold on. He said it would be over $10 today. Say what it would be in U.S. currency right now. It'd be about $22.50. So we might as well do 25 because you know we'll never get another fucking raise after that. It'll be 50 years before they do another minimum wage hike. After that, 25. So you might as well take the extra $2.50. But why not say what it would be now? Because for you to do that, you have to push against these bitch ass Democrats who keep talking about $15 an hour. Who's living off $15 an hour?
But they talking shit and the Democrats keep mopping their asses up. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you, like, the Justice Democrats be out here getting slapped around like a straight up bitch. Like, they just like, just put some, the Dems be having baby powder on their hands, just slapping them and shit. Just
Nancy Pelosi just be using them. Shut up.
Oh
bitch.
my God. Now Nancy Pelosi be like, bitch, didn't I tell you to wear them high clear heels? What I say? Why you ain't on the strip? Get over here.
Just molly-whopping them ladies, people, persons.
Hey, you seen the shit? Y'all seen the shit? AOC was like, Joe Biden doing some progressive, like Joe Biden the progressive. I remember this. This is crazy. Like, this is crazy. When she was running for fucking office for Congress, she would have never said no. She was like, yo, fuck the Democrat. I'm fuck the neo-libs. I'm gonna get in. I'm gonna fuck the system up. And now she's settled in the system. She got in the system, try to fight a little bit. Felt that pressure from the system, and now she's performing like, Joe Biden, that dude, like Joe Biden.
Yeah. Remember me crying at the border? Remember? Crying and shit. Now, like she on some Star Wars shit. These are not the kids in cage you were looking for.
Different set of kids in cages.
Obi-Wan, they motherfucking ass like, real shit, like, you don't know.
You are in Canada.
I don't know. That's crazy. That's crazy shit. That's crazy. Oh, man.
No, sorry. Go ahead. Ooh, are we going back to the thing, or does anybody have anything else? Stop.
Yo, y'all
go ahead,
Nancy Pelosi. I think we need to talk about that bullshit she said about George Floyd.
Yes.
Oh.
We can do that after this, and we can just pop that straight out.
Okay.
Because I'm all for dragging Pelosi's bitch ass. We already know she's anti-reparations. I don't know. Like, even with the fact that we went through markups, we already know that she's against HR 40. So how are we going to get it to a floor vote?
Well, what's her name? Sheila Jackson Lee said she's going to do it on Juneteenth.
That they're going to vote on Juneteenth?
Yeah, they're going to vote for it in the House. We're going to vote for it in the House on Juneteenth.
Okay, but we got to do it. We need to add to your other way, like where we can.
Like you were saying earlier, we're not against any of those policies that are going to help people, right? But we want a little deeper cut, right? We need to talk about wealth distribution, right? The estate tax has been carved down to damn near nothing, right? If it exists at all now, right? And what's his name? Biden's talking about a minuscule tax increase on the rich. Of course, they're
people making over $400,000.
Yeah, which is 12 people, right?
Everybody's
flopping.
Here we go. Kevin Samuels, less than 1%, at least of men, less than 1% of men in the United States make over 300,000. Make over 300,000 a year. Yeah,
make over 100,000. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was 100, but I know for sure 300,000. Yeah, I think it's something like 3% make over 100,000.
Yeah, that's what I thought anyway. Don't listen to me, shit.
But still, so think about this. So think about it. You're basically taxing 1% of Americans. You need to tax the wealth, but whatever.
Yeah.
That's where the money is. The money's in the wealth.
Man, he's also talking about increasing increasing taxes on corporations too. I'm all for that.
But they do loopholes though. But
Yeah.
think about it. Like,
Yeah, they can get rid of loopholes.
what is increasing taxes on Amazon going to do? How much did they pay in taxes last year? 0. So you increasing their taxes. So
yeah, a friend of mine, man, a conservative brother, he said, man, I believe that corporations should be taxed. It should be, and this was brilliant to me, a 15% flat tax across the board for corporations. 15% flat tax, no loopholes, no nothing. You got to pay money. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts. I'm like, that's brilliant. that is absolutely brilliant. But all right, let's go.
Isn't that what they do in other countries? Like most countries are kind of
most countries tax. You get. I mean, like what DB Cooper said. Why you take the money from there? Because that's where the money was. There ain't no money taxing poor people. You know.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, but the whole tax and spend shit.
Did you hear this thing? How they're talking about proposing a gasoline tax? I was like, that's another poor tax.
Yeah, that's absolutely a poor tax.
Gas is over $4 in California right now.
Oh yeah.
Fuck you and your gasoline tax. That means gas is gonna be like it's gonna be like $5 in California. I'm gonna need a hybrid. Oh, not fuck that. I need a fucking electrical car. And for the electrical cars, they want to do a mileage charge. You bitches.
Man, I just watched a video on electric cars. They said they just making one battery pollutes as much as like 10 regular cars. Just making the battery.
Get out of here.
I was like, God damn, you can't.
So this is a joke.
This
is a joke. God damn.
You can't win for losing.
All right. Are you ready to go back to this bitch ass video?
Yeah, go ahead.
About these things in a race neutral way, you get more support for this, and the end result could be justice on women's issues and justice for black and brown people, but you're more likely to get the support if you frame it in a race neutral way, whereas if you lean into the race angle of it, you're more likely to turn people off.
Because the race angle is bullshit and you're lying and people know that
you can determine why you think it is that those are the results. You could even argue, hey, people have some sort of like latent bigotry and latent racism, which is why they take more kindly to the race neutral framing. Whatever your answer is to that question, I don't care.
They are
but
racist.
The facts are the facts.
Fuck is latent.
And the reality
is,
without a doubt, the way you get more people on your side and the way you're more likely to win these debates and win on these policies is to frame it in a race neutral way.
Okay.
That's what this research shows.
How did that work for you last election?
There's no doubt about that. Okay, I just want to be clear. Now we know.
But wait a minute, but that's not
that's when
not
you talk about it
shows,
first,
right? Hold on, Sam. That's not what the study shows, right?
We're gonna get into the study.
Yeah,
I got it pulled up here. But yeah, go ahead. Talk about it a little bit.
Matter of fact, let's make this the last point. Listen to Kyle's punk ass, and we'll move on to the study. The study shows that you need to stop lying about these fucking race neutral policies, as you call them. Stop lying about them. Stop calling them. Stop telling the people it's gonna do what it's not really
to do.
What it's not designed to do, and that's what it's going to do. Stop telling people those fucking lies, and you may go a little further.
And can we stop pretending like the reason why we're doing criminal justice reform is about Black people? That is about your fucking kids and their fucking meth and opioid addictions that you guys don't want them to fill up these goddamn jails. So you're already changing laws, you're already giving them treatment, but you want to make sure none of your fucking kids slip through the cracks. This is not about Black and brown people. And you motherfuckers just legalized marijuana in a lot of fucking places. So all you fucking white people who were sitting around smoking weed, enjoying yourselves, now get to own fucking dispensaries and all that other shit and make money where we was going to jail for getting locked up for that shit. And if you have a felony or anything from selling drugs or weed or anything like that, you cannot work in the cannabis industry. So all those people who spent all those years learning how to grow, learning all these skills, went to jail, this, that, the other, they can't even use the skills that they fucking cultivated and ended up going to jail for, which is now legal in many places. They can't even get a job in that industry. And if you want to get into a dispensary, you got to show that you got $100K in the bank.
Like that's the base. You got to show that you have 100K just sitting in the bank. Plus, you still have to go and get a bond and everything else. How many Negroes have 100K just sitting in the bank?
You better preach.
That's it. That's it, and that's all. Like, and that's just for you to apply for some of these licenses. Like, it's some bull.
And if you even if you can scrape it together, you got to get it from white people. So they're gonna have the power when you build the business.
Yep.
You may have a strain that you created when it was illegal. Maybe the hottest shit out there, but you got to go to white folks to get the money. So they'll be in control. All right, go ahead, Sam.
Not only get the money, but get the motherfucking farmland and grow the shit on. Feel me? It's all types. Feel me? Like real shit. Like you talking about.
That's a whole nother permit, bruh. That's a whole different permit. Now you talking about a grower's license. That's different than a cultivation and grower's license. Is different than a license that you need to own and operate the dispensary and facility. So you talking about another $100,000. Thank you for pointing that out, John. So if you're trying to do all pieces. Like, not saying that you can grow within but you still got to get another cultivation license though. So, but if you're trying to like do a whole plot of land separate from the dispensary, because some dispensaries grow within, but man, like it's bread. Basically, let's just say this is bread. You are not getting 4 homeboys together and opening a dispensary.
Nope. Unless one of the homeboys is Elon Musk.
The
median income for Black men in this country is $48,000. You are not getting $48,000 a year making Black people together to open a dispensary.
Math.
Yeah.
Giving me math.
Foremost, from a class perspective as opposed to a race perspective, you're going to broaden the tent. You're going to bring more people in. Whereas if you do it in a racial way, that doesn't happen.
Your tent's racist.
Fewer people are interested. So now I know a lot of people are not going to like the results of this, but it doesn't matter. That's the whole point of empirical research. You find what is objectively true regardless of what people feel about it. And so I guess the point that I would stress is, even if you put these issues first and foremost, even if you say, I care more about the race stuff than I do the class stuff, I have a more ambiguous ideology on class stuff, I have a more set ideology on race issues, even if that's what you believe, if you frame these racial issues in a race-neutral, class-focused way, you're more likely to win on it and bring about the world you want to see. You're more likely to bring about that racial justice if you cloak it in class and universalism. Because
go ahead.
Remember we had the guest John D on the show. He was talking about how the left like to do these motherfucking things. Like they the logic bros. Like
yes,
they feel like they so logical. Like they feel like they so logical. And this is a way of racism. At first, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is exactly what the fuck he talking about. This is exactly what he was talking about. Like, calculus, he feel like he's so logical. Like, listen, like white people, the majority of the country, you have to get white people on board to pass your policy for minorities. And he basically talking about us. And at the end of the day, like our issue is like they don't say this shit to Asians, Native Americans. You gotta keep bringing this. They don't say this shit to no other minority. They basically talking about us, like even Latinos, like with the immigration thing. They just advocate for immigration all fucking day, 24/7. Nobody be like, yo, real shit. Calculus would never come out and make a video like Asian hate shit, man. That did the real shit. Like, come on, man. The country was somebody could, but they'll try to pull out the chart. Like the country was on board for it, but why was the country on board for that and not on board for specific issues for Black people? Like,
because Asian people were spending money with fucking advertisements talking about what's going on with their issues, and Black people don't have money to come together and start doing fucking. I'm telling you, we need to get on this propaganda because everybody else out here playing this propaganda war but us.
Yep.
That's the thing. It could, because they have so much wealth, they don't even have to be together. All they need is a handful of people to do that work, right? Because you got wealth.
That's it.
You could pay people to do the groundwork. You can pay people to do the commercials. You can pay people to do X, Y, and Z. You don't even need to be like this myth that everybody has to be aligned. Everybody in a specific group has to be 100% aligned in order for anything to go anywhere, which is bullshit. right? You need maybe 10, 15% of people who are going to charge hard and really put their head down and grind. And if you have wealth, I'm sure you've got to be probably like 5%, right? Because there's a lot. I mean, you see it all the time on YouTube. All these Asian folks talking about no. Y'all bullshitting. There's no Asian hate crime shit going on. Yeah, there's some stuff happening, but it's no worse than it is, this year. Like Houston, the police in Houston talking about. They're talking about
one is too many.
Yeah, one Asian hate crime in the whole fucking city in Houston.
Can we talk about this too? If one Asian hate crime is too many, can we really talk about Black people? So can 5 be too many? So we're at 1,000 for the year. Can that be too many? Can we stop for the whole rest of the year now because that was too many? Oh no, it doesn't work on Black people. Oh, okay,
No,
just checking.
And that's the thing is that we've come to accept. Well, they've come to accept. We stop accepting it that black folks just don't get policy. You vote, you go home. That's all you get. That's racist, and that's what these people are trying to get us to accept.
That's what Barack Obama told us. Remember, he told us that we shouldn't expect anything for our vote. We shouldn't demand anything for our vote.
Yeah, exactly.
That was straight at ADOS. I remember that.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
like, oh, Obama, you see all my hate, all the hate I leave you on Twitter.
Yeah,
I love it.
But because Obama's Black and Kyle's on the left, it's not racism. You know what I mean?
Because Obama's biracial. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Stop calling him Black. He's biracial. He is a Kenyan white man.
he's a whole half African.
He's a white dude.
African.
He's a white dude.
That
is a white dude with a black daddy.
Yeah, we have to stop, and all of us who are reparations, we've stopped sitting back and saying, okay, we don't deserve policy.
I thought it was hilarious that Sam said your tent is racist, and when I really think about it, like Asians are supposed to be in the tent with us, and
they're racist.
They're spending their money to get this problem solved, but
they ain't spent $1 on us.
Yeah, like so. We are not in the same tent as them, obviously.
You can tell any priority by its budget, right? So where is the Asian money going into causes to help Black people? Y'all own stores in all of our neighborhoods. Like John said the other episode, where are y'all sponsoring the soccer club or the little football team or whatever in these areas? You know what I mean? Like I live in Watts, where y'all sponsoring teams and shit, because y'all got stores every fucking way around here. So where's the little soccer team for Dante and Carlito and shit? Because Watts is like Blacks and Mexicans, or Blacks and Latinos, but mainly Blacks and Mexicans. So where's that shit? Like, again, you see the priority on where they're spending money. They spending their money to get their shit pushed, but we can't get nothing. The same way they have gotten a fucking what is that shit called? It's called a Economic Empowerment Act under every president since fucking Clinton. Biden hasn't done it yet, but we should expect it because it comes every 2 years. They get one.
He did give him. He gave him an Asian hate crime. But he gave
him the hate crime bill. He gave him that bill. Like we're getting shot, murdered in the street, and Asians get a hate crime bill.
And they got shit in the COVID bill.
And again, they're gonna use that shit just on us. So for Black people, y'all might have to protect yourselves. It may be time to divest from the Asian community. I'm sorry, y'all. And I know I'm sorry. And I don't know if that's how people are gonna receive that, but we might have to. I think that's for everybody's protection, because we already know that Asians, and I'm not saying all Asians, I'm talking about in certain settings, because I have personally been verbally and almost physically attacked by Asians in Los Angeles, where I had to have another Asian lady step up and kind of step in between and kind of shame them and cuss them out, because I couldn't do it, because then the reverse, it would have been Black, it would have been Black on Asian hate, blah, blah, blah. But they were the ones who started the shit. You understand what I'm saying? So this, sorry, I lost my train. I'll give you a second, you guys. So if we started like playing this game, like we see the videos of like Asian people like beating the brakes off of Black people, like in nail salons. I just saw a TikTok video of this Black girl. She was at this Asian, I guess it was like a dessert spot,
and she had ordered the dessert, but she didn't like the taste of it. It had a really sour taste. It was kind of bothering her stomach. So she asked if she could exchange for something different. She had only took one bite, and the Asian owner called the police on her. And yeah, she literally called the police on her. And then she was like, in this climate for you to call the police on me. Then the Asian lady tried to flip it and reverse it, like, no, it's because of, like, you literally called the police on this girl because she asked to switch her food. And you could have just said, no, she said, I guess the lady was like, no, we don't do that. She's like, but I don't see why I should have to pay for something I don't like. You could just give me another, something else, and I'll pay for that. And that's just bad customer service. So this is my thing. So I'm not saying, and then like I said, you can see the videos of like beauty supplies where Asians have been like beating the brakes off of Black people. You can see videos of where Asians beat the brakes off of Black people when it comes to like nail salons and all this other stuff. So I think it's time for the Black community to divest from the Asian community. We should stop patronizing, stop spending money with these people. And I'm sorry if that comes off harsh, but I think if Black people keep attacking Asians, I think the best thing for Black people to do is not go and be around Asians so we won't attack them. If it's just something primal in Black people that just makes them hate Asians and want to attack them, I think all Black people should just divest from their community for a while. And then they can just deal with the whites, who are the real majority of the people who are attacking them.
Yeah, and I want to be clear that you're just saying that you're feeding into the narrative that they're selling out there. You're not saying that we're actually attacking these motherfuckers.
No. I'm so sorry. I'm being facetious as shit. Yes, we are not. Even that one video that RT used, which RT seems like it's a little racist. It seems very anti-Black. But RT used this video where like Black people can't stop attacking Asians. But the video, when you go back and do some research, the reason why the Black dude attacked the Asian dude is because he called him a nigger. So you can't be out here calling Black people niggers and then them not fuck you up. We had another video of the Black dude where that Asian dude came up to that Black dude when he was shooting that video and was like, I am a racist. We don't want no niggers around here and shit like that. Like, this happens. Like, Asians are anti-Black. They're anti-Black in their own community. We're gonna drop a video on this already. We're gonna be dropping a video on this of them talking about their own stuff. So this is nothing there. So I'm not saying all Asians, because we're not saying all anything, but let's just talk about y'all who own these shops and these stores. Like I said, I think it's time that we divest. I think it's time that we stop spending money with you so all of us can be safe. Because if you're gonna call the police on a little Black girl because she wanted to exchange a piece of cake because she didn't like the taste of the cake, that tells me that we shouldn't be in your places. Because you calling the police on that girl, it happened to be a Black officer who responded, but what if it was a white officer? What if she would have got slammed to the ground? What if she would have got brain damage? Like, anything could have happened, like literally in a moment where Black people are getting murdered by the police all the time. You call the police on a Black person because they wanted you to exchange a piece of cake. Think about this, white people. Think about this. Like, how many times have you gone to a restaurant and gotten something and not liked it and asked them to give you something else? Imagine them calling the police on you. That's the most insane thing ever. So, like I said, if this is how it's gonna play, we spend a lot of money, everywhere I turn. If I go to the fish, if I go get fried fish where I live, Asians own it. If I go get beauty supply products, Asians. Like, the majority of the stores around me are either owned by Asians or Latinos. And I don't mind that the Latinos own it because they're half of the population here. So it makes sense for them to own some shit because it's their neighborhood. But Asians don't live here. There's less than 1% population of Asians that live in my city. So they literally take their money and go where they live. So this is not to get down on Asians because I don't really have an issue with them. But I just, no, I don't really have an issue with them. I'm just pointing out that they are not a monolith. There's a lot of different Asian communities. And the main ones that I like to talk about are the rich ones, which are the Japanese and the Chinese. Those are the rich ones.
Yeah, I mean, hey sis. I mean, yeah. I understand. I definitely understand what you're saying with it. You were talking about like real shit, like the extreme, like real shit, like we hate Asians so much that why the fuck would they move out? You feel me?
Why are their shops still standing? If
exactly.
Black people hate Asians so much, why have we not burned them out of our communities? We've burnt
Yeah.
shit down before. Why have we not burnt them out of our community since the 90s?
Because it's not real. Because it's a myth. The thing
Because if
about
we
it is,
hated them, we would not allow them to operate in period. Like, we would not allow them to operate.
exactly, like, and at the end of the day, like, real shit, black people in America don't have real hatred towards any other groups of people. I mean, we do have bigoted people amongst our race, but as a collective, we really look at anybody that white people don't like as our allies. So that's, you feel me? Like, and now we coming out of that. That's why everybody get mad now.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
we
Like,
were dumb. We were always on that. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, not realizing that, nah, they're not enemies. We the enemy. We are the enemy of the enemy is their friend. It's not the other way around.
I said the other way around. They like the white people like, oh, the niggas, I'm about to link up with the white person and shit. But you know what I'm saying? But nah, Asians, man, Asians always been, they've been in our community. I wouldn't say are they welcome. I wouldn't say they are they welcome with warm arms, but they did. They come here and nobody really try to attack them based off the fact that they Asians or, you know what I mean? Like, it might be resentment to it because, like, we don't own nothing. You own some type of store, you know what I mean? Like, so it's layers, it's layered. It's not like because you're Asian, you're Chinese. I don't like Chinese people.
It's
Chinese
nuanced.
fucking day. Nobody burned the Chinese store down in the hood.
At all.
You come in the Chinese store. If I'm like, because sometimes it's like
the Louisiana fried chicken up the street is owned by Asians. Niggas would fight you for burning that shit down.
Word up, like, what the fuck? Why you going? What's it? I'm like, but at the end of the day, it's like they look at that shit like Chinese people come to our community, and then it's like, yo, see that you ain't connecting with the Chinese people that come to your community. Why you ain't learning Chinese? Why you learning about? I'm like, you are building a business in my community. Why you ain't learning about me? The first thing you want to build a business, anybody's people, why you ain't learning about me? You ain't talking. You feeling like you ain't talking to us. You just, you know what I mean? If I go to Chinatown and I ain't got no Chinese, I don't understand Mandarin and that shit, they not gonna let me open up nothing. They're not gonna let me open up nothing because I'm black, first of all. But if I had a business, like, I'm like, this shit called soul food, like, real. I'm like, this shit soul food. That's it. Like, I'm opening it all black. We selling chitlins, all types of shit like that. Word up, but then we gonna try to make it Chinese. You gonna sell chitlins with fried rice?
Ain't none of them coming.
Get the fuck out of here. They gonna be like, yo, get his black ass the fuck out of here. You not coming here. I'm gonna tax you. I'm gonna box you out. You cannot come to my community, regardless of white people don't like you. So it's a different. That shit is fucked up, man. This shit is all fucked up.
All right, let's pivot back. You got anything, Mud, before we pivot back?
My bad.
No, it's all of us. But you got anything, Mud, before we pivot back?
No, let's go ahead.
Okay, cool.
Listen, it is true that if you lean more into identity and lean more into sectarianism, by definition, that excludes more people in language. It does. I mean, that's the whole point of it. So the more you stress how everybody's in the same boat and we're all together and we take a universal approach, you know, we're all in this together, the more you stress that.
We are not in the same boat. White people, some of you are in yachts, some of you are in small speed boats, some of you are in fucking rowboats. We are in dinghy blow-ups with fucking holes in them. Not the same.
But Tyler Perry, an oligarch because he got a rowboat.
Yo. So my girl told me that he has like the best parties ever, though. I am so looking forward to that. I need COVID to be over. I gotta see if Boondocks was telling the truth.
I don't even want to know about it. I ain't going to Tyler Perry for. I'm just saying the fact that he got a rowboat though. You know, like you said that he got a rowboat that's paddling and shit that people could really fit on the rowboat. He's an oligarch. Like Tyler Perry, nigga, like, man, they'll take his studio away from this nigga in a heartbeat, man. This nigga do some other shit, man. He stopped making this. I ain't gonna get into it, but he stopped doing this, man. They'll take that shit from him in a heartbeat. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, man, this is just a way to be like, yo, nigga, shut the fuck up about your Pacific repair. Shut up, la. This shit is crazy. Man. This shit is crazy. It makes no sense. I mean, I know what he's doing. Like, we all know what he's doing. Like, but
yeah,
this shit is bad for him. My bad.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, for your analogy, Sam, all I envision is like, you know, when there's like a shipwreck and there's a motherfucker holding on to a piece of wood.
Yes.
That's what we got, man. We got
Talk about Titanic.
We hold on to a piece of wood.
Go ahead, bud. Please go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, I'm just saying that's us. We're holding on to a piece of wood, looking at the
Yo,
motherfucker.
we Jack from Titanic and shit.
We just hanging on that. Your white person get on the little board and shit. You just hanging on in the water like
Poor whites are rows on the board, and blacks are holding on to the board. I'll never let go.
Fucking boat. Yeah, he said fucking boat. We hanging on to a piece of the wood from the shipwreck like that.
That's the best. That's the best one I've ever seen. That one's great. Thank you for the visual, Mud. Oh my god.
That's real, sir.
Oh my god. Oh shit. Whew. All right, are we ready? Oh, we're almost through this. Let's see what else he got for me.
The more you highlight the areas where we have common experiences and interests, shock, the more likely you are to win, the more likely you are to get more people on your side. And again,
sorry, who decides what common interests are? Because free college is great for everybody, but it still isn't what Black people are asking for. I think the problem is white people keep telling us what we want, and we keep telling you what we want and what we need, and you keep telling us, no, niggas, you don't need that, you need this. And I think that's the disconnect. You fuckers don't listen.
They don't think they have to listen. They think they got it figured out. They know what we need, and we need to just listen to them.
Well, okay. Well, how'd that work out for y'all with Bernie? How y'all enjoyed President Biden? I'm just saying.
Hey, yo, Bernie did the same shit. Yeah, he was the reason why he was on his ass because of this class reductionism. Like the reason why he was struggling with the black vote was because of class reductionism. He had to get a piece of the black. Then he shit to the Latinos, and that shit ain't helping.
The progressives are just as dumb as the regular Democrats, right? After every election, there's no fucking autopsy, and they don't get it. And then you just get the same fucking results. So I don't care. Like I said, I'm really getting to the point that I just don't care. I'm trying to work through my apathy, but this shit is just like, how do y'all not care when this shit really affects your families? Like, is it just that people are so busy on their day-to-day that they don't look up and see like how fucked up shit is? Or is it just that they really believe that things should never get better? Because if you just believe that your life should suck and your kid's life should suck, then fuck, god damn, that's depressing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, to add on to what you said about the whole Bernie Sanders thing, I think one of the examples they used as someone that like frames this shit badly is Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden won. So, all right. What is Kyle giving us this advice?
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they both frame that shit poorly. Mm-hmm. And yep, you're right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so why the fuck is Kyle Kalinske acting like he's some like political like expert? Because he's wrong about this shit. He's been wrong this whole fucking time.
He's just right in his circles because he don't have no real black people around here.
I just want to ask Cal, like real shit, not talking about specific race policy. How does that get me reparations? Like, so I should frame reparations that everybody gonna get reparations, and that's when we gonna get our justice. So basically, like everybody gonna get it. Like real shit. I'm talking. I ain't gonna talk about slavery or race or class. If I mean not fuck class, I'm talking about lineage or fucking like where you come from. So the way I get reparations is not to talk about my specific group and why we should get it. It's to say everybody should get reparations, and that's going to bring me closer to it. What is he? You trying to get motherfuckers to like? What are you talking about? Like real shit? Like you trying to get me to shut up? You trying to get Negroes to shut up, man? And it's not working, Cal. You done read the Yale study, and the niggas done made them whole equation. They made a whole mathematical equation to be like, yo, this is the mathematical equation. We got a math equation this to make an equation that makes sense. That why you shouldn't talk about black people's issues? Like, come on, this shit is crazy.
Guess, like I said, this is all dumb. Identity politics is dumb for what you guys are talking about.
I agree, identity politics, because the only identity that matters that should be addressed in this country is Black issues. Sorry. That's it.
And more specifically for the descendants.
ADOS. So chattel slavery. Thank you. Only ones that's it. Because
No.
we are the only group of people in this country who are owed anything. After that, everything should be class. So you should stop actually including Black issues when you talk about this shit. So I agree with that part. Don't talk about it as a Black issue. Don't talk about anything as a Black issue anymore. Just fucking give us reparations. That's it. That's it. That's where we're at. Because y'all don't want to fix us, so just give us reparations. We'll fix ourselves with that shit. Then you can do all the class policies that you want. And until you guys start talking about doing wealth redistribution in a form of a check for class policies, I don't want to hear shit neither. And white people, you should demand wealth redistribution in the form of a check because we got the money.
Yeah. Hey, John, I was gonna say for Kyle, free healthcare for all is your reparations. that's what it is.
Yo, take your Medicare Part A. Shut the fuck.
Oh my God. I cannot.
There's reparations though, but I want them to. I want them to go to motherfucking Native Americans with this same shit. Like, yo, listen, yo, the reason why we came and took your land was because of capitalism. All the evils that happened to you, we killed you, put you in the war, took your land, and capitalism. We on your land now. There's nothing we can do about that right now. We have to restart and give a structure where your land is for everybody now.
Yes.
Some hierarchy structure. Even though you had
let's spread those Black hills around.
Real shit, like let's lay that down. Like, nah, fuck all that. The priest ain't no more chief in your system no more. Everybody gets everything now, because that's the reason why we took your land. What?
Yes.
Niggas would be like, yo, what? I'm about to get a bow and arrow and I'm gonna bow your ass. Right? I'm gonna bow your ass right. You can fuck my presentation with this bullshit. I'm gonna bow your ass right now. Like, real shit, like. But they won't come to me with this bullshit. They won't come to us with this bullshit. My people with this bullshit. This is that bullshit. He know what the fuck he's doing. That's fucked up, bro. That is fucked up. They know they wrong for this shit. Real shit. He trying to make a fucking mathematical equation. Him, Crystal Ball, all these class producers trying to find a way to not pay us back. For me, the debt they owe us. Like, man, fuck that, man. I'm standing on this shit. Nobody in this fucking group, nobody in this country, minority group, quote unquote minority group, got anything for the Pacific group by fucking asking for it, but not talking about the Pacific group. This is America. Where the fuck are you from, Cal? Yo, you from upstate. You from Lil Jamar from in the project, but Lil Jamar in them projects over there. You feel me? Like, real shit, probably trying to rob you. So, shut up. You want them niggas to rob you over there? Give them their reparations, motherfucker. What's wrong with you? Like, real shit, like, you think a $50 minimum wage is gonna stop them niggas from trying to come rob you? Think the project's still gonna be there? You trying to change
What's $15 an hour with a wife and 2 kids?
This is a real shit.
$15 an hour ain't shit for you as a single person. What's $15 an hour with a spouse and 2 kids?
You and your wife get $15 an hour. See, I make $30 an hour now. I got 2 children and shit, trying to raise them in an apartment. Girls should have a car.
No. At $15 an hour, you cannot afford childcare. So your wife or whoever decides to stay home with the child is staying home for the first 5 years. Yep. So who is supporting a spouse and a child or 2 kids for those first 5 to 7 years for them to get into school? So whoever stays home can go back to work. Yeah, this is a joke.
The poor white in Mississippi.
You understand what I'm saying? So we need to have real conversations about how money works.
I can tell you how it's going to work out. I mean, it's going to work out in divorce and you having to figure out child support out of that $15 an hour. That's how it's going to work out.
That's it. Because that's
15 going to turn to 7 real quick. That shit going to turn. Damn, I get $7 an hour. I get minimum wage now. Real shit. Like, you should have married your wife. I ain't had the money to marry you. Well, fuck you. Huh? I said, that shit go. You know that shit go.
You don't have the money to marry her, but then if you just have a baby, you ain't shit for just having a baby, and then you still got to pay child. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't win for losing these days. Like, if you try to do shit the right way, get married, have a family, but then you still can't afford to support your family, you ain't shit because you ain't providing, right? But then on the other hand, if you stay by yourself, then it's all nobody wants to get married, nobody wants to have a family, nobody cares about family values. Like, you can't win. Sorry, go ahead. I feel like we're getting off the topic.
I know.
Well, I just think about that.
Go ahead, John. Oh, go ahead, John.
I just wanted to say one thing about the shit, motherfucking like the thing about it is that the single moms in the hood got work 2 jobs. Like all the single black women I know, like growing up throughout my whole adulthood. I'm 31, so I say the fucking past 13 years I've been an adult. Every damn near, I say about 2 out of 3 black women I know work 2 jobs for like horrible wages, like 2 jobs, like all of them. Even they got a decent job. Like I go to real shit, like I work for the government, put me from 8 to 9, then I go work at Walmart. Like what the fuck? Like black women though, white women don't experience like the white women I came in contact with. This personal experience though, but I think the data shows this shit though. The data shows the wealth disparity and the income disparity between black and white women, between Negroes and other immigrant women. You know,
and even when white women work, it's more just to add extra money to the household. It's not so much to support the whole household. That's the money they spend on stuff that like their extra shit. It's not like a white woman is not working to help pay her husband pay the rent.
Yeah. But see that with black men, but at the end of the day, our fucking wealth level is so low that on many fucking graphs and shit like that, black men on average, especially if you add in, like y'all always say, add in the black prisoners that work.
Oh, when you add in prisoners, it's
they
over.
They make less than white women. Income is less. Like you go regular graphs without the fucking prisoners because income is less than white women. And you and now you want to play these games? Like, nah, man, you ain't doing that with us. You ain't doing that. You gotta make my sisters right. You gotta make everybody right. Fucking with us, like, you ain't playing this game. You ain't playing this game, man.
What you got, Matt?
I was just gonna say, this is how crazy the situation is, right? So if you were to argue that point about raising the family on the $15 minimum wage thing to like a conservative, what they would argue is that person is making minimum wage because they're unskilled labor and they should not be in a position to raise a family off, like they shouldn't be.
But we already know that that's bullshit. I get what you're saying though, Matt. Keep going. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Yeah. Here's the thing about that though. If we look at how the situation is now, where minimum wage is like $10, the people that are considered to have skills that are currently making like $15 an hour, like what the fuck are we doing with our current economic system if that's the argument someone would make about trying to just lift it up to the $15 an hour? Like, so our people that have skills that are supposed to be in a position to have a family currently are making like $15 an hour. The thing that we're saying is the ideal for like a minimum wage. This shit is crazy, and none of this is anything that is enough to raise a fucking family off of.
That's the basic of what we're talking about. None of this is enough for you to raise a family off of. Like, period. Yeah. Like 15, the 10 ain't it, 15 ain't it. And what you were talking about with, they're saying, well, people shouldn't be working those jobs. We know people have fucking master's degrees working at Starbucks, hoping and praying that they'll finally be able to get into a decent job. So let's quit playing these games, right? Yeah. Listen, if they stop picking up trash for the next month, how fucked are we? You understand what I'm saying? So let's stop undervaluing work, right? A lot of people in this country don't cook. If there's no more restaurants, servers, places you can go get food, a lot of people will be fucked. You understand what I'm saying? So we have to stop this hierarchy. Like all labor should be valuable. So
I think that what we really need to do is reevaluate like what exactly is like the type of wage someone can actually live on? Like what?
Yes.
Like we need
But
to change what we consider like the poverty line, because
yes,
right now
yes.
it's like $13,000 a year, which is
But you
fucking
can't live
insane.
off of that. Like
It's
you can't
like
live off
where
of that.
I don't
You,
like.
you can't live off of that owning your own home and having a car to pay off. Because I own my
Yeah.
house and I own my house. I don't pay rent, and with my taxes and stuff, I still can't do 13. I think the lowest I've ever done is probably like 17.
Mm.
And
Right,
that's still with like gifts. Like there's still money coming in elsewhere.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? But like on paper, the lowest I've been able to do is like 17. That's like owning a house and like having like a cheap car.
That's crazy. I ain't gonna lie, real. The
Mhm.
fact that you're a Negro make it worse, but that's crazy as hell. And
Honestly,
crazy part
you probably need to. I'm sorry, John.
I was just saying that as far as like government benefits like Medicaid or fucking food stamps, that you understand how poor you gotta be. It's people that live in the ghetto. It's people that live in the projects, right? That got a full-time job that you feel me, that can't, you feel me, they got something, they got subsidized housing, but due to their income, they can't get Medicaid, right? Like, this is like a real reality, like real. So like they work a shitty job, this shit work full time, work their ass off, but make enough to get subsidized housing, but can't get like food stamps, shit like that, based off the income, like real shit. Like
Or they
shit
give you food stamps, but they give you like half of it. So you get like $100 a month in food stamps.
Yeah.
Word up, like especially if you feel me, like that shit. I'm talking about, but especially men though, because thing about it, like real, a lot of our programs is targeted towards women with children, not single women with no children. It's targeted with women with children, single mothers with children. Like a lot of our fucking economic programs, they go first, whether it be housing, and they should. I'm not saying that they shouldn't though. But what about the black man that came out of motherfucking that single black, feel me, or that single black woman that got no kids? That's
And
struggling.
that's why over 50% of
sisters,
American homeless are black people. That's exactly why, John, you hit the nail on the head.
Black men that's really struggling at work, they ass to try to get their mama crib. Them like real shit, like work citizens, like shouldn't even be feel me, like eating the pain from slavery. Gotta go work at the fucking warehouse, lift boxes for $10 an hour, work 80 hours a week, and can't even afford to live by themselves. Like grown fucking, I live in projects though. This shit is like, hey, man, this shit is fucked up. Man, these motherfuckers don't even know, man. This is fuck Cal. Fuck this nigga. My bad, bro.
Go ahead, Mud. What you got?
No, I was just gonna say like the poverty line should be somewhere around like 30 to maybe 35,000 a year.
So I live in Los Angeles, so $40,000 a year in Los Angeles is poverty.
Yeah.
So I think 40,000 would be good. And if you just move somewhere that has a better standard of living, then cool, you live off that 40K.
Yeah.
Which
But
even somewhere in the middle of nowhere, 40K ain't that much. If you really think about it, especially if you have like children and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have a fucking family and you're making like that type of money, like, and you can't get access to like food stamps and shit like that, like you're struggling to put food on the table, for real, for real.
Yeah, for real. I agree. And if you don't have to put food on the table, that's like a whole extra pile of money that goes back into your household.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's roll back through. Let's get through the rest of this.
And there's going to be plenty of people who don't like the results of this, but I can't stress it enough. It doesn't really matter if you like it or not. You know, and one of the main things that I care about on this show is to try to make it so that the left is not obsessed with being an edgy little subculture group. Because I actually care about winning, and I actually care about getting our policies implemented.
You obviously don't care
what that
about
means
good
is
policy.
we need to adjust. We need to be strategic. We need to be intelligent. We need to know what to do and when to do it, what to say and when to say it. And if you want to be an edgy subculture group, by all means, that's your prerogative. Then you use whatever slogans you want, you use whatever approach you want. But my point is just don't expect to win and don't expect to actually get your stuff implemented if that's the route you go.
Well, you're not getting your stuff implemented either.
Again, another great example is if you want to do the ACOB stuff, all cops are bastards, and you want to do like the defund the police stuff, that might make you feel good in your little subgroup. And you might think as a matter of principle, this is something I support or whatever it might be. But you're turning off the overwhelming majority of the country if you say stuff like that. And you're turning off the overwhelming majority of the country if you put race before class and before.
You know what used to turn off the majority of the country? Black people voting, Black people living next to white people in segregate, being desegregated. You know, remember in the 70s, Joe Biden was talking about not wanting his kids in a racial jungle. Like, so, okay, Kyle, right? Am I wrong? Like, so you're saying the same thing that people were saying before. Like, this is all very racist. Like, it's racist. It's racist light, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty much a fuck you to us. Like anybody
Damn, I wish John was here today. I'm upset that John D isn't here. I wanted to invite him, but it was so last minute because I think he would have killed this shit.
Yeah. But I mean, like all these, he's basically saying a fuck you to everyone that like got involved in the BLM shit, everyone that like understood like the purpose behind all of this shit. Like as far as what happened with George Floyd and trying to have like some type of police reform, he's saying a big fuck you to all of us.
Pretty much.
And, you know, and I'm not necessarily an abolitionist, but like when the fuck, why, like on what earth does it make sense for me to tell someone that feels that way based off the shit that's been going down that they shouldn't say the shit? Like if they actually want to have a solution for what they're talking about, they shouldn't talk about it. Like what sense does that fucking make? Like we don't see any traction. Like we haven't been talking about it for a long fucking time, and there hasn't been police reform in any fucking way. So like
at all,
I don't fucking know. Like
everything they talk that they do adds more fucking police. Like, oh,
exactly.
Police reform. Here's more money for the police. Here's more police.
Yeah, that's their version.
But the gag, but you know what the gag is? As much as they're adding more police, they're not adding more police just for us. We saw what they did to these white people over the summer when they rose up. They're preparing for the hunger. They're preparing for the Mad Max shit.
Oh, definitely.
Like this is they're ramping up to come for you, white people. Like they've been coming for us. This is gonna affect all of you as well. And wait till and we already have these Blue Lives Matter laws. When are they gonna start enforcing those as hate crimes? When are they gonna start? Watch, I'm telling you, like this shit is dark days, man, dark days. Unless people start coming up with a vision for the future, and Kyle's vision for the future is garbage because it is incremental at best, and it's not gonna help poor people. Kyle is a middle-class white man trying to tell poor people what they need.
Yeah.
Okay, should I play the rest, or we got it? Go ahead, John.
You had something to say, cousin? Like,
well, I was just gonna say on top of that, or what you said, Sam. Like, white people should look at that BLM shit as a trial run, and honestly, like.
They was fucking up them white ladies, them white moms.
And them old white people, like they didn't really give a fuck. And they wasn't even going hard. Like they wasn't like literally just letting, the bullets fly. And like
they didn't even really give them the nigga treatment. It was almost, but it wasn't quite there. Because it wasn't quite Ferguson.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's like white people need to pay attention to that shit because like even if you wanted to rise up against a
tyrannical government,
yeah, all that shit y'all be talking about, all that malicious shit y'all be on in Kentucky, like the police can neutralize you very quickly. Like they could call in the National Guard and shut shit down very quickly.
Oh, did you see the thing about Biden wanting them to be able to come in and take people's guns with no warrants? And I was like, Ruby Ridge. Ruby Ridge. We're gonna have a Ruby Ridge in 2022.
I'm telling you.
Ruby Ridge. And if y'all don't know Ruby Ridge, look it up, baby. Because Ruby Ridge, it was Ruby Ridge. And after Ruby Ridge, we fucking got Waco. And Waco gave us Timothy McVeigh, which gave us the Oklahoma City bombing.
Hey Sam, you always bring that shit up though. The Tennessee bombing, that shit was really
Oklahoma City. Oh, Tennessee, yeah. Oh, yeah. Please, thank you. You know what used to turn off the majority of the country? Black people voting, Black people living next to white people in segregate, being desegregated. You know, remember in the 70s, Joe Biden was talking about not wanting his kids in a racial jungle. Like, so, okay, Kyle, right? Am I wrong? Like, so you're saying the same thing that people were saying before. Like, this is all very racist. Like, it's racist. It's racist light, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty much a fuck you to us. Like anybody
Damn, I wish
that's
John was here today. I'm upset that John D isn't here. I wanted to invite him, but it was so last minute because I think he would have killed this shit.
yeah. But I mean, like all these, he's basically saying a fuck you to everyone that like got involved in the BLM shit. Everyone that like understood like the purpose behind all of this shit. Like as far as what happened with George Floyd and trying to have like some type of police reform, he's saying a big fuck you to all of us.
Pretty much.
And, you know, and I'm not necessarily an abolitionist, but like when the fuck, why, like on what earth does it make sense for me to tell someone that feels that way based off the shit that's been going down that they shouldn't say the shit? Like if they actually want to have a solution for what they're talking about, they shouldn't talk about it. Like what sense does that fucking make? Like we don't see any traction. Like we haven't been talking about it for a long fucking time, and there hasn't been police reform in any fucking way. So like
at all.
I don't fucking know. Like
everything they talk that they do adds more fucking police. Like, oh, exactly. Police reform. Here's more money for the police. Here's more police.
Yeah, that's their version.
But the gag, but you know what the gag is? As much as they're adding more police, they're not adding more police just for us. We saw what they did to these white people over the summer when they rose up. They're preparing for the hunger. They're preparing for the Mad Max shit.
Oh, definitely.
Like this is they're ramping up to come for you, white people. Like they've been coming for us. This is gonna affect all of you as well. And wait, and we already have these Blue Lives Matter laws. When are they gonna start enforcing those as hate crimes? When are they gonna start? Watch, I'm telling you, like this shit is dark days, man, dark days. Unless people start coming up with a vision for the future, and Kyle's vision for the future is garbage because it is incremental at best, and it's not gonna help poor people. Kyle is a middle-class white man trying to tell poor people what they need.
Yeah.
Okay, should I play the rest or we got it? Go ahead, John.
Mud, you had something to say, cousin? Like,
well, I was just gonna say on top of that, or what you said, Sam, like white people should look at that BLM shit as a trial run. And honestly, like
they was fucking up them white ladies, them white moms.
And them old white people, like they didn't really give a fuck. And they wasn't even going hard. Like they wasn't like literally just letting, the bullets fly. And like
they didn't even really give them the nigga treatment. It was almost, but it wasn't quite there. Because it wasn't quite Ferguson.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's like white people need to pay attention to that shit because like even if you wanted to rise up against a
tyrannical government,
yeah, all that shit y'all be talking about, all that malicious shit y'all be on in Kentucky, like the police can neutralize you very quickly. Like they could call in the National Guard and shut shit down very quickly.
Oh, did you see the thing about Biden wanting them to be able to come in and take people's guns with no warrants? And I was like, Ruby Ridge. We're gonna have a Ruby Ridge in 2022.
I'm telling you.
Ruby Ridge. And if y'all don't know Ruby Ridge, look it up, baby. Because it was Ruby Ridge. And after Ruby Ridge, we fucking got Waco. And Waco gave us Timothy McVeigh, which gave us the Oklahoma City bombing.
Hey Sam, you always bring that shit up though. That Tennessee bombing, that shit was really
Oklahoma City. Oh, Tennessee, yeah. Oh yeah. Please, thank you. What's today? Today is
our recording day is
It happened
April
on
29th. So please remember that 5 months ago, a whole white man blew up Tennessee, and we still not talking about it. Blew up downtown 5 months ago. 5 months ago.
You know what's crazy?
We talking about the
I was-
Capitol riots more than that. Go ahead, Mud. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just editing our last video, and I was putting that clip of that explosion. Like right before we got on here, I was doing that.
We got to keep showing it so people remember. Never
Yo,
forget.
they blew that bitch up, though. That's crazy. Nobody talking. That's crazy. Like, yo, Joe Biden really made everybody go to sleep. Like,
Remember when Timothy McVeigh blew up that building? Like, we remember what Timothy McVeigh looks like. Like, I still have that burned in my memory. I don't remember what the dude who blew up Tennessee looked like from 5 months ago. I remember seeing a picture maybe once or twice, but I don't.
That's crazy. Like, that's crazy. On top of the mass shootings, and the reason why Asian hate is so bad is because the white dude shot up hella massage parlors and killed all these Asian women.
And he still hasn't been charged with a hate crime.
A universal approach. But guess what, guys? At the end of the day, it's all gravy anyway. It's all positive anyway. And the reason it's positive is that it is true when you bring about class justice and when you have universal programs and universal policies, it has been empirically shown, if they're truly class-focused and truly universal, that does have a disproportionate impact on racial injustice, and it helps bring about more racial justice. Now, again, that doesn't mean that every race issue is solved if you fix the class problem and you have universal programs, but it does mean a lot of them are. It definitely means a lot of them are. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Okay, so we do have to address
Black people
the
get
other
killed in the street by
issues
police.
that are racialized.
Black people
We
stop
do
being
have to
poor.
address them. The ones that aren't fixed by a class and universal approach, we're going to have to address them on their own merits and fix it on its own merits. We have to do that.
Like
but just
reparations.
understand that
Oh, but you're not for reparations.
you do bring
right?
about a lot more racial justice just by doing the universal approach and the class approach, which turns out benefits everybody as well. So, I mean, it's amazing findings and
amazing.
But I also thought it was relatively intuitive as well. That by definition, to bring in more people, you want to be less identitarian and less sectarian, and that's what they find here. So, and just to be clear, just so everybody understands, they didn't go into this study with that in mind. Like, they weren't trying to prove.
How do you know? No, whatever. Fuck, get us fuck out of here. You don't know what the fuck they were thinking before they did that shit. Shut the fuck up. That's stupid. Okay, I'm done with this one. So, okay, so let's just say this. None of the policies that have been presented let's not even talk about closing the racial wealth gap, right? Let's just take closing the racial wealth gap off the table, right? Even though that's the only thing that I really give a fuck about as a Black person, but we want that done through reparations, right? So from now on, let's just say reparations is our number one, which it has always been. We're not budging on shit the fuck else you talk about unless reparations is, seriously dealt with. After that, we can talk about all the class shit you want. And if they're right about Sheila Jackson Lee, then you fucking white liberal racists should be pushing for HR 40 to pass, so us niggers will shut the fuck up and get on board with you on this class shit. Because if that shit don't pass, I'm not. Nope. Not gonna fight against you, but I ain't gonna be out here rah-rahing what you motherfuckers needed. So, give me a second. I'm like, I don't even know where I want to go from here. So basically, in the end, Kyle, your whole approach is bullshit. You're basically saying if we do universal policies, that's gonna mainly help racial issues. That is a lie. Let me tell you why. Because none of the policies, again, that you guys are presenting raise the lower percentiles of this country. So those white people that are negative wealth in that 1 percentile, and those Black people that are negative wealth in that 1 percentile, none of these policies changes their wealth position.
So the poor whites in Appalachia, they shit don't get better. And the poor fucking people in the projects and in the poor Black people in the South who've always been poor, none of these things change their fucking wealth position. None of it. The trailer park whites that are poor, none of it. None of it. So you're talking about class. What class policy are Democrats talking about that raises the bottom 1 percentile of people? Percentile, decile, quintile, whatever you want to put it. What raises the bottom of Black and white Americans? The bottom, the number one, the very bottom. Let's just start there. What are you proposing? College is not going to do that. Healthcare is not going to do that. What's the other fucking thing they keep talking about? $15 an hour is not going to do that. I'm sorry, because a lot of these people live places that there's no jobs. So without a federal jobs guarantee, the $15 an hour is cute, but California is at 15. People still struggling here. Like $15 an hour being raised does not even affect California because we're already here. And people still struggling. So until people like Kyle and The Hill get serious about policies that are going to raise people who have negative wealth, not just Black people, let white people too. What are you doing to fix poor white people who have negative wealth? None of these things that you proposed are it. What y'all got?
I mean, you know, this is just a whole display. You know what I mean? Just Cal Kalinske doing what he do best. You know what I mean? Like doubling down on this class reductionism, this anti-Black bullshit. You know what I mean? Trying to bring a study from Yale. It has a lot of graphs on it. I ain't gonna lie, has graphs that's like, yo, real shit that kind of shows us what we already know. When you talk about Black people issues, white people don't like it. But he's trying to say, like, you won't get anything passed. The way to get things passed is to pass, let me spend your political capital on what, for me, what the white left, for me, like what the left want, the white left want for these universal programs. And then after universal programs, you can get the reparations. No. Fuck that. No. Real shit. Like, and the thing he's framing is like he's trying to take the place of the neo-libs that he cry about all the time. That do incremental steps. Like, you know what? If we pass a motherfucking public option, you might get Medicare Part A. Like I said, Medicare Part A for all. You might get that. You know what I mean? Like, or we pass the fucking $15 minimum wage. Or let me see, Joe Biden talking about $15 minimum wage, even though I know he ain't really pushing for it. But at the end of the day, this shit is all like he's all trying to mix it up to get Negroes as a group of people to be like, yo, stop fighting for your specific shit that's owed to you. Shut up. Just get on board with our shit. Because like real shit, like, oh, he's trying, and he's dog whistling to his base, like saying like real shit, talking about race shit too much, like to turn off the motherfucking the group of people that think that Black people not humans, like the people that think Black people not humans and never gonna think they humans, like we gotta argue with them. This is the reason why Cal Kalinske and Destiny can get on the stream with a white person that think that we not that we're subhuman, and argue with them to convince them of our humanity. And Black people be like, you on my side. What? Like, man, fuck that. Fuck that. No, we gonna stand strong where we at. I don't give a fuck. We gonna fight this fight from right here. We want our specific shit, from specific damages, and at the end of the day, this shit will make the country better, point blank, period. Like, that's real change. Like, we standing fast. Like, police killings, you try to bring up police killings, health care disparities, motherfucking housing disparities, all this shit. No, the first step is reparations, period. Like, and he's trying to put a fuse on that, like, real shit, because he heard this. He's talking this anti-Black class reduction and shit. So that's all I got to say about this shit. We out here.
Are y'all looking at this graph that I just pulled up? Do you see this treatment effect by race, right? So Blacks, class, we go for it. Race, we go for it. Class and race, we go for it. All non-white, kind of center right. Non-white Hispanic go for class, they fall to the left. Now start looking at Hispanics, right? You talk about class, that shit goes to the left. They don't fuck with class or race. Look, AAPI, when they talk about class, they go to the right a little bit, but when you talk about race, they go to the left, like white people.
Then class and race, it falls to the right. Look at this. In American Indians, they like white people. Look, talk about race, way over. They don't fuck with us at all. At all.
Because race
Yep,
means black
look
people.
at it. American. And then class, they fall right in the center. Why? Because they fucking have caste and shit. Look at this shit. So basically what Kyle is saying is white people go for it. Because this is mainly white people. Because when you hit into the non-Hispanic whites, no, they're a little bit over on race, but mainly because this pulls in these fucking rich ass minorities, these fucking rich ass people of color who are anti-black racists. So all the people who are anti-black in their countries are against race. Look at it; it's right here in the data. Am I wrong? Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mud. I wanted you to go, but when John was talking, I was looking at this and I was like, oh my God, you guys, this is literally showing us what we say. That people of color are anti-black.
Yeah.
Like they go against race. This is exactly what we're saying.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I like this study.
Crazy. I like this study a lot too.
I like it when I take it and use it for my shit. This shows what we've been saying. This right here shows that the People of Color Coalition is bullshit. Because if they don't care about race, people of color is a race coalition. So if they don't care about race and the framing of race, how can you be in a coalition with them?
Exactly.
Boom. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, KKK Kalinsky. I appreciate you. Okay, go ahead, bud. Go ahead and close it out. I'm sorry. Sorry, that just jumped out. That shit just like slapped me in the face.
Okay. Well, we all know he's lying by overstating how much these policies could actually benefit us. But he did something that I think is very interesting in there. Like he spent this whole time basically saying we should do universal policies and we should never talk about race because it turns off people. Then he let it slip out that there are certain things that the universal policies won't be able to cover, and we have to deal with them individually based on it being a race issue. But he doesn't really go into, well, how the fuck do you actually talk about that then? If you're telling us that we can't talk about race, and then you're saying that there are specific things that need to be addressed that are race issues, then how the fuck are we supposed to do that based on what you're telling us? You're telling us basically to do nothing. And this is why we can't fuck with you. This is why we can't support you. And this is why you motherfuckers lose every goddamn election.
You know why people don't like liberals? Because they lose. If liberals are so fucking smart, how come they lose so goddamn always?
Oh, so thank you for joining us at Reset Race with this bullshit with Kyle. I feel like we really broke this down, and I'll try to. One of us will remember to put the link to this study in the description box, so you guys can come back and check it out. And yeah, that's it, and that's all. So thank you for joining us. Please like, comment, share, subscribe, because, we are not growing at all. And it is what it is. So, help us out. If you like the work that we're doing, send it to your favorites. And for those of you who are really pissed off that we're coming for your favorites, please, please, please send the video to your favorites, because we like that smoke. And even though they're smart enough to not come and attack us directly, we know that y'all be catching what we saying, because y'all stay out here. So that's what it is. It is what it is. Thank you. Good night.
Listening to Reset Race, you now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. race, you'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings, we are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one, cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country, to win, you need our energy. You gon' see? Listening to Reset Race, you now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, back on the grill again. We grilling them, You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings, we are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one, cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country, to win, you need our energy. You gon' see? Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Welcome to Reset Race, where we talk about politics, race, and how those things intersect and how they affect those of us who are Negro, African American, descendants of slaves, here in the United States, US Freedmen, which is our preferred term, and it is what it is. So we have a guest here today. Our friend Edie is here, and she's gonna introduce herself first, and then we'll go around the table with the rest of the crew. Edie.
Hey, everybody at Reset Race. Thank you for having me back. I feel so honored to be asked every time. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming, Edie. All right, so we go around the horn. Sam.
Alrighty, so I am Sam, aka the Khaleesi, and y'all know I am not. So contrary to popular belief, I effing hate talking about Brianna Greyjoy. She turns my stomach. She hurts my soul and my spirit. And she makes me pray to my ancestors that they visit her in her sleep. So I hope everybody enjoys today's BS, because Brianna Greyjoy, you, as I keep saying, and this is not a hyperbole, you are an enemy of poor Black people. All right, go ahead, Josiah. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the folks. Killmonger.
All hail King Killmonger. I'm here. It is I, Josiah. I got some things to say. I feel away. And let's get to it.
I thought you were gonna give us a rhyme. All right. Mud, talk to us, man.
Yeah, they call me Mud. You can find me on all my social media, Twitter, Instagram, and Clubhouse. of Lineage. I got something special for the next Bitter Dose TV. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into the show.
All right, cool. Thank you, everybody. I've been pushing it Adolf Reed video out, the one where he admits that right wingers are pushing money into the left.
Dick, nigga. Fuck out of here, nigga. You was fake in the hood, nigga.
No,
like that ass,
I think the career of Adolf Reed is over, and it's not because people give a fuck about his bullshit with the COVID stuff. I think he has finally split his own base because he let the cat out the bag. He exposed that some of his friends are actually working with Nazis. And we're not supposed to notice this left-right alliance that has been forming with these socialists. So his audience is pretty upset.
It's not so much Trump as that really shadowy, ugly underworld of ultra right wingers. I mean, neo-Nazis are, I don't even know what neo means in this case, right? But who ironically and unfortunately understand organizing, right? Much better than the posturing leftists do. So like they've got these various news services, and then there's shit like at the high end, Julius Krein, who has this new magazine called American Affairs. It's funny because he contacted me.
Oh, right, yeah.
Late in the spring about doing a book review. He's going to pay me $2,000 to do a book review. And being the person I am in my history, when I saw the name, I just assumed he was at least my age, was a Jewish neocon who was out someplace in Brooklyn with like a past that touched Partisan Review and right, and I mean that shit. And then I found out that he's the other kind of Julius Krein. He's from South Dakota. He's 18 years old.
Right.
And is a Nazi, basically. He went to Harvard and was a Trumper until he wasn't. And this magazine is extremely well funded by Mellon or Scape or somebody like that. And they've been fishing, right? Because they've contacted several of my friends. And they got Angela Nagel, but she got already angry. Yeah. But they were trying to publish people with reputations for being iconoclasts on the left. And it's clearly like, it's clearly a political operation that's directed towards trying to stir up shit and discord right among leftists.
So this is Adolf Reed, the man who is always diverting discussions about race, acknowledging that there's a well-oiled white supremacist political machine out there. And at the same time, he is acknowledging that they're reaching out to a lot of his friends and himself. This is causing a lot of controversy on that side, or in these little groups, because a lot of these leftists are white supremacists. They have no problem with linking up with white supremacists on the other side, as long as they could try to accomplish their goals. A lot of these academics and a lot of these spokespeople for this group, they're out here grifting. They have no problem taking money from Nazis. And because this is getting exposed by Adolf Reed, he kind of got himself in some shit.
Brianna Joy Gray, she has run into an issue, regardless of what we have pointed out about her politics. Suddenly she's in hot water because she said something out of pocket, is considered out of pocket. Well, you guys will decide how you feel about it to a Jewish Antifa person. So let's see how it goes. And we're going to start off with her defense of what she said, defense of what she said on the Hill. So we'll start from there. Sam, take it from there.
And I want to take this moment to say I find it hilarious that the Hill hired Kim Iverson, who is a whole anti-Black racist. Like, I know that she like feigned the sickness to say that she was for, like pretend that she was okay with reparations after talking to Marianne. But I remember running across this chick show a couple years ago. She is an anti-Black racist and she plays the, well, I'm half Asian card. Yeah, fuck her. So we'll have to dig those old videos up someday and go for her and go through her, because she a whole problem too.
Yeah, I mean that's how you get hired. You're willing to shit on Black people. Great, you never go hungry. There's always somebody willing to pay you for that.
All right, let's rock. We're not gonna play all of this. It's just gonna be a little bit. Okay, Jose, come on. I need this play button.
Author and leftist Twitter personality Talia Lavin joined Brianna Joy Gray's Bad Faith podcast this week in a conversation that went awry when the topic turned to de-radicalization and coalition building with the far right. Here's some video of that.
Listen, like I don't think that I'm going to be able to convince you. I think if you want to like hold hands with a Nazi and kiss them gently on the cheek, that's fine. I just don't think that's going to work out well for you.
Do you think that what I'm arguing for is that I, Brianna Joy Gray, who was sitting before you as a Black woman, wants to hold hands with Nazis and kiss them in the street? I'm not trying to debate you at all here. I'm trying to explore what I think are some tensions that I too am wrestling with. And I would hope that since we're both members of this group, of these groups that certainly see no benefit in appeasing Nazis, that we can have a conversation that doesn't presume that where we're coming from is because of some natural sympathy with these groups, as opposed to genuinely trying to strategize about how to fix this problem that we very much agree on, which is that America is being increasingly radicalized in these extremist ways.
I feel like I've stated my position repeatedly, and then I don't quite know how to react to respond other than like, no, I really believe what I believe. Everything we can do to mitigate those feelings in such large masses of the population, like, that's great. I think there are many constructive things you can do to fight Nazism that don't involve brass knuckling up and like just flattening the nose of a Proud Boy. But like, I think you have to be willing to brass knuckle up and flatten the nose of a Proud Boy too.
Well, after the podcast was posted, Talia took to Twitter and posted private DMs between her and Brianna, captioning it, quote, an absolute mess. Glenn Greenwald joined the fray, tweeting out, amazing. Lavin feels comfortable accusing Gray of wanting to kiss Nazis, literally, due to Bree's crime of believing in the best left-wing tradition that root causes should be understood instead of just calling people bad names. Well, we've invited Lavin to join Rising at a future time to discuss, but right now we have the host of Bad Faith podcast and former national spokesperson for the Bernie Sanders campaign, Brianna Joy Gray, here to give her side of the story. Brianna, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
So how how do you feel about being called a Nazi and all these other things? I mean, what is your take on all of this?
Yeah, I mean, it's ultimately very unfortunate. I'm obviously very humbled and grateful that so many interesting guests are willing to come on Bad Faith podcast and engage in good faith conversation with me there. I was really interested in talking to Talia because few people have had as much close proximity with people that are so radicalized and far right and extremist as she has. Her book and her project has been to infiltrate right-wing spaces online, including by making a dating profile on white.net and interacting with men on there for a year and a half. So my first question to her, it actually wasn't about deprogramming at all. I simply asked her as a leftist what that experience did to inform her confidence or pessimism about building broad coalitions, not with Nazis, of course, but how did it broadly inform her thoughts and feelings about how to coalition build among a broad multiracial coalition? And she immediately pivoted the conversation to deprogramming. The way to get out of this mess and the way to resolve the political balkanization and the rise of right-wing extremism is going to require a deprogramming that is not going to, it's going to require a broader deprogramming that accesses the core of what's driving people into these communities at higher and higher rates, right? And that it's not necessarily going to be about saying you're racist and you're bad, even if that's 100% true, but that it's going to be about figuring out what compels an individual to find more solace in white supremacy than another kind of community. And so I wonder, I wonder what your thoughts are on that as a leftist. You know, is there an incompatibility with wanting to have a broad multiracial coalition and a kind of insistence? I mean, you're dealing with a really narrow extreme part of the country. So I don't want to say that every conservative or every Trump voter is implicated in this conversation. But, you know, do you ever feel like there's a tension between kind of the need to coalition build and a perception of a certain segment of society as kind of untouchable?
I don't feel that tension.
Presumably because she's gotten a lot of questions about that before, and it became very defensive almost immediately. And I was curious about that, primarily because so often these conversations go off the rails because one party or the other accuses each other of anti-Semitism, of being a Nazi sympathizer, exactly the way it happened here. And I hoped that because I'm a Black American who obviously benefits not at all from the rise of Nazis, and that I argued is equally yoked insofar as my community and hers have a lot to lose from the rise of radical extremism, but we might be able to have a reasonable conversation that didn't default into this kind of identity essentialism. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think her behavior, she ended up making the worst possible case you could for the argument she was making. And we're not talking behind her back. She's welcome, and I hope she does come here and discuss this with us. But she is essentially in the camp saying that it is fine to deny certain rights, free speech protections to the far right, to the extreme right, people engaged in far right activity. And I always say, well, if you're going to have that standard, backtrack from the old ACLU standard that the Nazis should be able to march through Skokie, then you have to have a very clear definition of who actually is a Nazi and which rights we're taking away. At the very, I wouldn't support this, but this would be a way you'd have to go about doing it. And instead, she's expanding the definition of who is a Nazi to include you, and saying the rights that should be taken away include they should be met with explicit violence. So I feel like she is undermining any plausible case you could make for she's not strongmanning the Antifa position, is she?
Yeah, the Skokie example is important because the argument that ACLU is making there is not that Nazis are good and should be defended or that there is any value necessarily to their speech, but part of the principle is that it is so difficult to discern whose speech should and should not be abridged, right? Whose rights should and shouldn't be taken away, and who's going to be the arbiter of that. And it's particularly concerning that Talia showed a lack of humility in that regard because, and I don't bring this up because I have any interest in, digging in on this point or highlighting a mistake. A lot of people make mistakes, but she is kind of known for having been let go from the New Yorker as a fact checker because she misidentified an ICE officer as having a white supremacist tattoo that in fact was not a white supremacist tattoo, ending up targeting that person for what ultimately ended up being unjustified hate and attack, right? So if you have already made a mistake like that in your personal life as a fact checker at a prestigious institution, one might think you would have a little humility before going around saying that folks need to be deplatformed, et cetera. And in fact, in the context of our conversation, she admitted that deplatforming would ultimately disproportionately affect the left. She completely conceded that point. It will hurt the left more than the right. And yet she decided that that was okay. And a fine consequence, I guess, if it met the ultimate ends. And as someone who is only able to support herself, frankly, after having been marginalized by the mainstream news media for having progressive values, by having an independent platform and a site like Patreon, I think it's really concerning to see her willingness to take such draconian action without even giving some thought into what the kind of metrics would be for that kind of attack on free speech.
Hello and welcome to another TLDR EU video. Hate speech is sadly rife on the internet, from comments that skate the line to unquestionably offensive remarks. One country that's attempted to do something material about it has been Germany. Since the 1st of October 2017, the Network Enforcement Act, known as NetzDG, has beefed up protections and forced platforms to take content down quickly. The issue with this is that some believe that NetzDG doesn't go far enough, and others think it goes too far altogether. So in this video, we'll take a dive into Germany's hate speech law, and what the future could hold for the internet in Germany and around Europe. If you want us to be able to report on whatever we want without censorship or fear of demonetization, then be sure to back us on Patreon. Doing so not only gets you great perks such as behind the scenes posts, early access to videos and live events, but it also helps support our channel and our content. To find out more and support TLDR, click the link in the description. First things first then, what actually is the Network Enforcement Act? Well, in the words of the government department responsible for it, NetzDG aims to fight hate crime, criminally punishable fake news, and other unlawful content on social networks more effectively. This includes insult, malicious gossip, defamation, public incitement to crime, incitement to hatred, disseminating portrayals of violence, and threatening commission of a felony. In practice, a number of new requirements were established. Platforms were required to offer an easily recognizable, quickly accessible, and permanently available procedure for reporting content, to take down content as quickly as possible. Manifestly unlawful content, the content that's obviously harmful or illegal, must, under German law, be taken down within 24 hours. All other criminal content must be blocked within 7 days. Twice a year, platforms are also obligated to publish publicly available reports on their compliance. But the main deterrent of these systems are the fines. Failure to deal with complaints within the 24-hour or 7-day time frame, or a failure to set up a system at all, can result in fines of up to 5 million euros against the person responsible for the complaints management system, and up to 50 million euros against the company itself. And Germany is prepared to use this power. Back in August of 2019, the German Federal Office of Justice fined Facebook Ireland Limited, Facebook's EU base, 2 million euros for violating reporting obligations. However, the wider issue is invariably whether NetzDG has struck the right balance between free speech and privacy on one hand, and law enforcement and national security on the other. As recently as June this year, other countries' attempts at hate speech regulation have come under judicial and constitutional scrutiny. In May, and in the first piece of legislation not linked to the pandemic since lockdowns began, France finally adopted a law on hate speech, largely echoing that of Germany. Platforms such as Google, Twitter, and Facebook would now have 24 hours to remove content flagged as hateful, and just 1 hour to remove content flagged as terrorist propaganda. The fines were, however, significantly reduced from the German system, maxing out at just 1.25 million euros. The criticism of this new scheme was rife, and nothing new either. All the way back in November, the European Commission wrote to the French government to voice their concerns, asking that the government wait for a common EU standard to be enacted, and claiming that the new French law may not actually comply with EU laws. That's because the EU is currently negotiating and drafting up the aforementioned common EU standard, known as the Digital Services Act. This act is designed to set a common benchmark and Europe-wide policy for moderating and dealing with illegal and hateful content, and is expected early next year. We will, of course, cover that in the new year if any interesting developments arise out of it. Anyway, within a matter of months, the law was hauled before France's Constitutional Council, after some raised concerns over how platforms were actually meant to determine what was unlawful. Critics argued that the law, as it was, encouraged platform providers to remove flagged content, whether or not it actually infringed on any laws, in effect, over censorship. Citing Article 34 of the French Constitution, the court balanced the right of the government to restrict freedom of expression and communication that violates public order and rights of third parties against the general freedom of expression and communication, concluding that freedom of expression is all the more valuable because its exercise is a condition of democracy. Therefore, Parliament has brought to freedom of expression and communication an infringement that is not appropriate, necessary, or proportionate to the purpose pursued, and therefore the law was deemed unconstitutional. In spite of all these difficulties in France, Germany is clearly not backing down. Instead, it's actually going even further. A matter of days after the court in France concluded that the French version was unconstitutional, Germany passed amendments and reforms that would require platform providers to report certain types of criminal content to the Federal Crime Police Office, adding to the already fervent criticisms of the law. Now the concern is that social media giants are being co-opted to help the state build massive databases on citizens without robust legal justification. For civil liberty and privacy campaigners, the move is yet another step in the wrong direction, with some going as far as to state that the move violates rule of law guarantees in the German constitution, and that forcing platforms to reveal their users' true identities to the authorities without a court mandate or proper individual judicial review would set a very, very dangerous precedent. In 2018, NetzDG, as it was back then, without any of these new proposals, was already highly criticised. Human Rights Watch, an international non-governmental organisation advocating for, you guessed it, human rights, called out the law directly. The Germany director of the Human Rights Watch stressed that governments and the public have valid concerns about the proliferation of illegal or abusive content online, but the new German law is fundamentally flawed. It's vague, overbroad, and turns private companies into overzealous censors to avoid steep fines, leaving users with no judicial oversight or right to appeal. In their eyes, this opens the path for far more aggressive legislation by other countries, using the already flawed German model as a basis. This new reform only adding to the laws may seem to have come out of nowhere, but actually it's anything but. The impetus of the reform being the 2019 murder of local German politician Walter Lübcke by a neo-Nazi. A murder preceded by a number of targeted threats and hate speech, as Lübcke had become the face of Germany's refugee policy, a highly controversial policy, which, if you want, we can cover in another video. Just let us know in the comments below. Anyway, the reforms to force police notifications aren't even the end. Wider reform is ongoing, with objections ranging from strengthening users' rights and making reporting channels more friendly, to simplifying the appeals process and the significance of transparency reports. A spokesperson on legal affairs for the Social Democrats, the junior coalition party in Germany, stressed the importance of the move. We have to do more to prevent hate and slander from spreading online. No one's legitimately questioning the need for the protections and the need to take down hateful content, the issue being achieving some semblance of balance. As we said near the top of the video, it's about achieving the right balance between free speech and privacy on one hand, and law enforcement and national security on the other. Something highlighted by a German MP for the opposition Green Party when they said, "What we're debating here in Berlin has great relevance for all democracies, whether they're in Europe or elsewhere in the world. We're walking a tightrope, having to balance the fight against disinformation, incitement and slander on one side with the right to free speech on the other, which is of paramount importance in democracies. To come up with a law that's both balanced and effective is far from a trivial task." Germany already has some of the strictest laws on hate speech in the world. Inciting hatred against national, religious, ethnic or racial groups has already been outlawed for years and years. So is the use of racial slurs and displaying Nazi symbols. But for many German policymakers, Lübke's murder highlighted that NetzDG doesn't go far enough, that more work needed to be done to protect people on and offline. But what do you think? Is NetzDG a template for other countries to use in order to regulate online content? Or does it impinge on key freedoms? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to be notified every time we release a video. Special thanks to our Patreon backers who make videos like this one possible. And if you want to see your name listed at the end of the videos, then be sure to back us on Patreon. The link to that's in the description.
Yeah.
So we might
what
take
I
money
found
from Nazis.
most disturbing or interesting about.
Now I'm done. So we might actually take money from Nazis, and that would be a bad thing. Taking money away from Nazis and white supremacists. Go ahead.
But for me, I mean, a lot of that there was taking jabs at her personally, which was unnecessary, I think. But I don't, is what it is. But I think, we have drawn lines about what's free speech. Like they always say, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater, right? When you start getting to the point where you're inciting violence, that's where you draw the line. When you start marginalizing other groups, that's where you draw the line, right? People act like free speech is absolute. It is not absolute. It has never been absolute, especially for us as Black people. It is still not absolute, right? And to act as if that's the case is, well, I understand why they're doing it, but to act as if that's the case is wild to me. Y'all go ahead.
Well, I want to jump in because the thing that was irking me the most is how they're conflating a few different issues. As far as like individuals getting into a fight with Nazis, that's completely different than our government taking their rights away. Deplatforming them from Patreon is completely different than our government taking their rights away.
That's true. It's a private organization. Yeah, I've been kicked off a few platforms. I've been kicked off one platform several times. But we get that it's a private organization. They can do what they want to do. Yeah, it's a privately owned company. They can do what they want to do. Yeah,
exactly. So I mean, they're not being honest in their framing of this whole issue, and I don't know. Like the ACLU has been around for a long time, and they have not figured out a way to resolve this issue of Nazis. So maybe we do need a different fucking approach to all of this. I'm not saying that we need to have the government come in and put on the brass knuckles. You know what I'm saying? But I think that this whole idea that we need to like play nice and allow these people to have equal space in mainstream society, I'm not with that. I'm sorry.
Not either. That's how we get murdered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And this, look, it's a completely different thing than talking about your average Republican that doesn't give a fuck about Black people versus someone who is online and the way they entertain themselves is, daydreaming of genocide with a bunch of other, white supremacists.
You were a skinhead for how many years?
I was a neo-Nazi skinhead from 1987 until 1995, roughly from the time I was 14 years old until I was 21.
He says he and alleged Charleston shooter Dylan Roof might once have been kindred spirits.
Would you have applauded Dylan Roof?
I would have. I would have thought that this guy had the courage to speak for the rest of us and to do something.
We also have to understand that the violence that these people are doing, it's not just the talk. The talk is connected to violence, and we have to understand that. We have to be very clear about that. All right, go ahead.
So I want to start with a question. Why is this conversation happening? Why did the Rising pick this up? Since when does the Rising care to protect Black people from accusations of being Nazis or anti-Semitic?
It's because they're friends with Free Bree.
I don't remember Nick Cannon being given this like invitation to defend himself.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
I've yet to see the Louis Farrakhan episode where he gets to come on and defend himself against accusations of Nazism and free speech rights and all that.
Because Bree is a misinformation asset. That's why they're protecting her. But continue.
Yep. Bree is the black face of white feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Like they put her out there to go ahead. Please go ahead.
This whole thing has been them shifting the Overton window, or at least attempting to, for them to try to make space on the left for white supremacists.
Preach.
There is no space on the left for Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
We are literally the opposite of that. The whole reason there is a left is so there won't be Nazis. That means there can't be Nazis on the left.
Mm-hmm. Especially an organization like Antifa.
So this is the thing. Sorry, I want to interject real quick, right? So hashtag ADOS got all this slack, right? Because I just want to ask this question, right?
Mm-hmm.
So hashtag ADOS got all this slack, right? We were called xenophobic. We were said that we hated immigrants, all this other stuff, and that people shouldn't build alliances with us, right? For reparations because we hate other groups. And we don't. These motherfuckers literally do. And it's in like they literature. And it's what they about. But you want to ally with them instead of allying with us, who are actually on the same side as you. Go ahead, Josiah.
No, we ain't. I am not on the same side as any Nazi collaborator.
No, I mean on the left. I'm talking about the left is supposed to be our home.
I got you.
So,
it's just like,
so you get what I'm saying? Instead of them coming to you, me, your grandmama, they rather go to some racists and not
the left. I don't believe that the left is her home. I don't believe she has a home politically. I think that her home is whoever is paying them checks. I think her home was with Bernie when Bernie had a job for her. Speaking of which, and speaking of people standing up for Black people on accusations of Nazism, where is Bernie Sanders on all of this? Because I remember where Breonna was when Bernie was being accused of racism. Scratch a lie, find a thief. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Hey, this is MG from Reset Race. We're growing and so is our mission. Because of this, we're looking for volunteers to join our team. The skills we need most right now are researchers, video editors, and men and women to do voiceovers. If you're interested in helping out, go to actifypress.com/volunteer. Again, actifypress.com/volunteer. We hope to hear from you soon. Peace and justice from myself and the rest of the Reset Race crew.
Listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, back on the grill again. We grilling them, You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to US Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redline and lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one. Cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire. Anti-black, we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country. The win. You need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice plan. We know what is at stake. You tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Until you do right by me, everything you think about is gonna crumble.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms. Not only that, today many of these people are receiving millions of dollars in federal subsidies not to farm, and they are the very people telling the black man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And this is what we are faced with. And this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.